90s, early 2000s, junior drags are really did kick off.
But there are so many of them here.
There's 30, 32, I think. It is
God,
a 32 car field. So Finley Fagg in the Kestrel lane, and Richard Wilcox, young Richard Wilcox, in the Slick Tricks lane, qualified based on reaction time, which you can see on the scoreboards up there towards the finish line. So currently Finley would be number 1 with that 0.5, and Richard number 2.
This is how the kids learn to react to the green coming on, which does them so well for when so many of the youngsters have gone up into the major classes, haven't they?
Well, half, if not more, of the top fuel field this weekend are ex-junior dragster racers.
Wow, there you go.
Get to a
Says
class,
it all.
Get to a class like Super Pro, and you can spot them a mile off because they're the ones that absolutely kill everybody on reaction
Yes.
time, basically. So Harry Peters, once again, his dad races in Super Pro. He's in the Kestrel lane, and taking on Max Taylor with the Black Magic.
Well, it's north versus south here, isn't it? Harry's from Harrogate. Where else would you be if your name is Harry? And
named after him.
Max is from Chertsey down there in sunny Surrey. So both of them in junior modified cars. And that was a red light out there in the a .04 red light for Max Taylor, trying a bit hard, and a .40 gets Harry Peters the number 3 qualifying spot. So it's all done at this level of the sport on the youngsters' reaction times. So watch out and see how quickly they leave the start line. It's an unusual way of doing it, isn't it, this? You know, in the other classes it's on the final time and speed, but here it's on reaction time.
It's only in qualifying. Once we get to racing, it's all about dial-ins, reaction times, and getting there first. So Ellie Mae Brown in the Kestrel lane, taking on little Miss Deevy. That's Neve Deevy down there in the Slip Tricks lane. 0.9 for Ellie Mae and 0.15 for Neve. And you're wondering why all these kids aren't in school, folks. They're not real kids. They're stunt drivers. I tell my kids that they're not real children driving these cars. They're all stunt drivers. Jimmy, if you can hear me down there, my voice sounds perfect through TalkBack and through the regular, not the normal PA. It sounds very, very distant. Are you getting that too? Okay, cheers. Thank you. Okay, Teddy Howe, Kestrel side of the racetrack. It's almost like another mic's picking it up. Against Freddie Taylor. So Teddy Howe just nudges in.
Well, that's the Kestrel Beers lane, but in the Slick Tricks lane, Freddie Taylor was out like a scalded cat there, but red light again, I think.
Just that little bit too quick for both of them. Now, if you red light, it doesn't matter how close the red light is, it's still red. You have had it, basically. So, for Odyssey Batteries in the Kestrel lane, one of the very successful Redshaw family. That's Harry, going to be taking, not from Harrogate, taking on Tom Peters, the other Peters from Harrogate, in the Slick Tricks lane.
Okay, so you've got an A modified in the Kestrel lane and a modified.
So what these are, John, is you're saying the different classes of them.
Yeah.
So is a stock you can run when you're, I think, from 8 to 10 or 11, so they're the slowest, if you like. Then a JM is the next one up, which is a bit quicker when you get a bit older, and the quickest of all is what Harry Redshaw is driving in the Kestrel lane. You can see the time on the board at the top end. That's actually a 7:90. Out there in the Kestrel lane, yeah, 7.90 is as quick as they can run. They can't run any quicker than that, otherwise they get a slap on the wrist. So no 35 for Harry. That will take him number 1 for now, but there's lots of racing and qualifying to go. Tom Peters, 0.10.
Well, 8.24 at the end of the 8th mile, because the youngsters race over the 8th, not over the quarter. It must. Would you like to have done this when you were young? I mean, you were.
God, yeah.
You used to come up here with me when you were a kid, didn't you?
I said it was like walking back in when I was 10 or 11 this morning because it was the same kind of view. Yeah, absolutely, Johnny. The thing is that why wouldn't you want to? I mean, of all the things you can do, the great thing about junior drag racing as well is it's like any part of this sport, international. So if your mum and dad are kind and have got deep pockets, you can go racing in other countries too.
Sure.
And at the Nitro Olympics in Hockenheim, in front of 80,000 people, they run the first round of Junior Dragster on a Saturday night. You get back to school after the holidays and say what you've done, everybody goes, nah, don't believe it. Nah, you're fibbing. So, Daniel Todd, 0.28. Mark, sorry the car's not ready for this weekend. I'm sure you're more sorry. Oh, that's such a shame, mate. After all the effort, you're going to have a rest. Is that what it is? Daniel Weir did actually go red, but the car stopped pretty much after that. Also, the attention to detail. The Flame Game dragster down there in the Slick Tricks lane, the absolutely lovely Check-It family. That's Mick doing duties. That's Chevy sitting in the seat. And I'm sure Emma and... Morning, Emma. And Letty. Morning, Letty. Say hi. Morning. No, she can't hear. It's all right. Don't worry about it. But the thing is Chev is in this car. Letty's only 6, and they've already got Letty her own car, and it looks exactly the same as this, and she will be racing in just a couple of years' time.
I got a Hornby 00 for my 6th birthday. Maybe not even a Hornby 00.
You probably did you get one for your most recent birthday as well? Probably.
Yeah.
Back into the stuff you were into at that age.
Very much so. Very much so.
And
so reaction times there, 0.28. For Lola Bell Kent in the Kestrel lane, and a red light again in the Slick Tricks lane. Everybody's trying just that bit too hard, I think, but let's wait and see how we get on. As you were saying, there are so many of these cars.
Loads.
And they look like professional drag racing teams, don't they, as they come out? What a way to start your life off in drag racing.
Yeah, they
Fabulous.
are. And honestly, it really keeps all the kids focused, and they all look... They all have a different group of friends as well. So when they come to the racetrack on the weekends, they got a different bunch of friends away from regular school and normal life too. Could we have Super Pro into the pairing lanes, please, even? For Q1, Super Pro into the lanes, please. So, Grace Smith and Mackenzie Love.
We're just being fiddled with up here by Jules, our electronics wizard.
I tell you what, that's a way to sign off at 9:38 in the morning, John. You've done 8 minutes and you're going home already. Well done. So Grace Smith with a 0-2 goes to number 1.
Well done.
And yeah, sorry.
Well, no, I was just going to say, right behind a 0.04, I think it was. Just trying to catch up on who's run and who hasn't.
So Molly Openshaw, Kestrel side the racetrack. The one thing with junior dragsters, especially at this time of year as well, there's a whole bunch of new names, obviously kids that are now old enough to race, that come in as well. So for resale value, junior dragsters are fantastic value, because obviously your kids grow out of them and then you can sell them on to the next generation.
Yeah, sure.
It is the way it works, really. So, Marie Camilleri from Montpellier. That's a long old way to come racing.
Well, it's beyond Rushden, isn't it? I think
a couple
it's
of miles away.
From
it's down by Brighton, turn left, 1,000 kilometres south, I think.
Well, let's see how we go.
Yeah, so like John said earlier, running to the 8th mile, but at the moment they are primarily working on reaction times, which are pretty good.
So a 0.07 for Molly in the Kestrel lane, a 0.14 for Marie in the Slick Tricks lane.
That gets them the number 5 spot so far for Molly, number 9 for Marie. Now, they do tighten up a lot, well, throughout today and throughout the weekend as well. I think they have something like 9 qualifying sessions throughout the weekend.
Wow.
And yeah, they get a lot of practice too. That's one of the reasons they're so good. So good. So the Cooper boys down there, Kai Cooper and Jake.
Well, these two lads are local men as well. We were directed through Wollaston last night on our way up here, and just handy just being a mile or so away from the track if your love is drag racing, isn't it? So Kai in the Kestrel lane and Jake in the Slick Tricks lane.
Oh, look at that for Jake Cooper on the tree. 009. That will be your new number 1 qualifier.
Yeah, you're so right.
By some way.
And Kai, a red light again, but in the left-hand lane this time, in the Kestrel lane. So Damien Redshaw coming through, the man from Darlington, in the right-hand lane, and Liam McDonald from Dublin.
Now Liam and his family, the story is incredible. Liam is actually leading the points in 3 different European Junior Dragster Championships. British Championship, German, and I think possibly the French one as well, the ATD one. They get this car around. What they do is they get everywhere to keep costs down in the family Skoda Escape. What they do is they take the back half of the car off, put the engine in the car, put the car itself on the roof rack, and that's how they travel everywhere to keep the costs down, the family. They're tremendous. So Liam goes to number 3 with a 029. Damien in at number 8 so far with an 07.
They're all so good, aren't they, these youngsters? They really, really are. My goodness me.
Well, it was back in the early days of drag racing. We didn't even have 60-foot times or 8th mile times or anything.
That's true. That's so true.
062 for Jack Taylor that time round.
Well, that's going to get him somewhere around about what number 6.
Just give me 2 seconds. Colin, Shue, go and enjoy your daughter's wedding. Stop watching the live stream. Right. He wanted to say hi to you, John, but yeah, Colin, have a terrific day, mate. The place will still be here. We'll still be running when you're done. But very best of luck to Gemma and to you as well, giving your daughter away today.
It will be, Colin, the best day of your life. It was when Deborah and I went to our daughter's wedding last year. It was the best day of our lives. So enjoy, mate. I'll try not to break anything up here. I've tripped over a few things already, but I'll look after your seat for you. Right, next pair then. We've got, still with Junior Dragster, Emery Crundwell from Horsham, down there in, near you, isn't it? Horsham, Sussex?
Well, about an hour away, yeah, that's close.
And Ellie Fagg from Margate, which is near me, of course, in the Slick Tricks lane.
Yeah, so current number 1 is 009. There's not a lot of space to move around that, but I have every faith someone's going to give it a try over the next couple of days.
I'm sure you're right.
Oh, they do. They're just brutal. The perfect TT and the money, and perfect light money specifically.
They're all trying really hard, aren't they? 2 red lights there. But that's how. If you don't get a red light every now and again, you're not trying hard enough. That's what I always remember they used to say.
Exactly that.
So.
Now, this is young Ada Cassisi with the Cherry Bomb. That's Dad Steve. Ada is number 3 in points after 2 events in Junior Dragster. Terrific effort from her and the whole Low Funds team. And she's going against the other member of the Low Funds team, Mr. Harley Coulsell, down there in the Slick Tricks lane.
Wow.
Where's Harley in the order? My goodness, Harley's down at number 8. Anyway, it's still early days. There's a whole bunch of racing to go and loads of championship rounds, but it's so good to see Ada doing so well so early on. And I think Steve's managed to span her away to get the Super Pro car ready as well. We'll be seeing that with Mark at the wheel in a moment. Good reaction time for Ada. That'll take us to number 2.
Yeah.
Well done, young lady.
01. Excellent stuff. And in the right-hand lane, now in the number 16 qualifying spot. So next, is there a pair coming through? Yeah, here we go. And this must be Team Bartlett, isn't it?
Bartlett, Colleen, or you get your wrist slapped.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
The politics of this place.
No, it's okay. I made that mistake once and it hurt. Anyway, so Laura Bartlett in the Kestrel lane and young Jacqueline in the Slick Tricks lane. Both of these cars with the Slick Tricks name started by Keith some time in the
70s.
past.
Yeah, back in the 70s.
I wasn't going to say that, but a while ago.
Yeah.
So they're looking to move up. Like I said, there's not a lot of room at the top already. Let's see what they can do. Like you said, John, very professional looking team. They've even got their own lane. Cool as that.
Yeah. Yeah. Dan and Mum looking on down there on the start line. So they're really, here we come. The lights burn down.
That was good.
A 0.12 to a 0.05 to Jacqueline. So a 0.05 is going to get us somewhere around about number 7 qualifying spot. And Lara goes into number 15 qualifying spot.
But there's an
Not bad, eh?
awful lot more of that to do. They've got 4 more runs today. That's just today. And then they've got another 4 runs before they get into eliminations as well. So, Teddy Sullivan over there in the Kestrel Lane. Wow, we are joined by Tom Cruise Jr. Goodness me. Literally Tom Cruise Jr. Tom, John Price, one of the many Thomases we have in racing. He is the... Yeah, have a go with that one, mate. Teddy Sullivan, Kestrel side the racetrack. Looking good. Yeah, that's cool.
Well, a 0.10 reaction time, and that gets him into the number 14 spot.
Blimey, he's come prepared today. What's going on? Almost as prepared as me with my bit of water. Morning, Tom.
Morning, how are you doing?
We are very well and happy to be back, sir. We're about to get ready to go with Q1 of Pro ET.
And we've got quite a few entrants in this, haven't we now? Again, we've just been reminiscing up here about times gone by. And when the ET bracket racing first started, there was maybe 1 or 2 Super Pro.
And that was it.
Maybe half a dozen Pro, maybe half a dozen Modified. But now you look at the entry list here, it's absolutely superb.
It's endless.
So, Duster coming out into the Kestrel lane, and a Mustang vintage. It's a Mach 1, isn't it? That in the
That's the same one you had.
No, I had a 67 coupe, which I did race for a little while. Very successfully.
With no one looking at you while you were doing
Absolutely.
it. No. Stevie Gates with Ziva in the Kestrel lane, 9:39 for him. And Roy, Sleeping Beauty Walker, living up to his name on the start line. $35 and a 76, both some way off their darlings. What you're looking at here, folks, is if you look towards the finish line with the next pair, Bob Molden with the White Noise Kestrel side of the racetrack. 9:37 is the time he's predicted he's going to get there in. They're trying to run as close to that as possible. No quicker. Good to see Chris Newsom back as well with the Pro Stock MG. Well, it looks like one.
It's a Rover, it says here.
ZS Rover.
Yeah.
It's always
It
been...
says.
It used to have MG all over it, so it's the same car, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, badge engineered. But we always used to call Bob Molden Bobby the DJ, because he's a great DJ.
Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. Whenever I used to go up... when I used to go up to the Pennine drag racing dinner dance, it's always Bobby that was the DJ there.
Not at the track. I think that's his quickest ever run. 9:35, 140 miles an hour, and he breaks out by a couple of hundredths. Conditions are prime this morning for going way too quick, obviously. 9:79. Number 1 qualifier for now in the other lane. So Simon Inn is part of our big bracket last weekend at the Door Slammers, 10:58 and 10:38 for the lovely Laura Bainton down there in Capricious, the family Capri.
I was going to say, wasn't it Dad used to drive that?
It was indeed.
Yeah, yeah.
He has now been shoehorned out because she's quicker and possibly lighter.
Ah, okay.
Something like that, anyway.
So we've got Darlings of 10:58 in the Kestrel, 10:38 in the Slick Tricks Racing. And so both drivers attempted to reach those as their target at the top end.
34 and 56, breakout in both lanes, unfortunately. Yeah, one of the things that's going to make a big difference early on anyway is, Tom, does the tailwind change your dial-in much?
Oh, big time.
Yeah?
Yeah. You can fully gain 2/10 just from wind.
2/10?
Oh, yeah.
Just from wind?
Yeah.
My goodness me, I know people that have been flying then. Sorry. But seriously, that much difference, yeah?
Yeah,
well, obviously, because it's normally a headwind.
Yeah. Well, it's effectively pushing you down the track.
As opposed to stopping you from doing it, yeah. So your last year's Pro ET champ, Brett Featherstone, Kestrel side of the racetrack, taking on John Bean. With the shotgun Mustang from New Romney and Kent. And 56. Well, I think Brett Featherstone actually goes to number 1 by being the right side of the number, which is what most people haven't so far. Well done to him. Borrowing a phrase from John Price there. Liz Malcolm and John Turner. I do have what's called a pricey safe mode. You know that, like when I just sort of like slip into it on the odd occasion. Everyone does, I think. Can't help it. There was a famous game called Pricey Bingo, wasn't there?
There was. They used to play it in the pits at Bug Jam.
Good drinking game, that, Thomas. You should try it with me and Colin. You probably get hammered by, I don't know, 9:30 probably most days. So Liz Malcolm returning. Liz as well. We haven't seen her for a long time. 1094.
It's is it a V6 in there?
No, that's a 4-cylinder. Tom will know better than me. Go on.
Yeah, it's a 4-cylinder. I think it's a Pinto in it.
Pinto. Okay. All right.
Against John Turner, who went to the final of the big bracket last Saturday, but unfortunately broke the engine doing it.
Number 4. So, like you were saying, on the right side of the Darlin, and went to number 4, John Turner.
9:15 at 1:48. Yeah, he got all the way to the final. The car was bang on the whole time. He was right on the money on the tree, and then the car coughed off the starting line and $5,000 in the final. Well, believe that.
Dave Jarrett is the man out there in the Dark Revenger. And Ronnie Mercer is in the Pop Anglia. Anglia, it says on the screen. I've been around Fords all my life, and I can never, ever tell the difference between an Anglia and a Pop.
Are they different? They must be then.
Yeah, they are.
Okay.
But when they came out of the factory, they were certainly different. I think the difference ends now they're on the racetrack. But Dave Jarrett, diving in the 970. Let's see how he gets on. Well, 975.
Ronnie
gets it
Mercer.
to number 3. But
Ronnie Mercer goes to number 1 with a 44 and a 42. Still loads of room in there to get lots more cars in. Normally the bump spot is something like 0.5 off your dial-in after a few qualifying sessions. It was actually Dave Cherrett last weekend that took home the big prize in the big bracket on the Sunday. Went home with $5,000.
did he?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll pop down to the pits, I think.
Go and see him.
See my old mate.
That's it, yeah. who you never knew, but you now know really well. Thomas Bublitz from Germany in the Kestrel Lane, and Warren Watts, who, again, both of these two part of the big bracket last weekend.
Yeah, I saw that. Well, I did watch quite a bit of that on the YouTube. It was really exciting. Well, red light. Only qualified. Down to the 9. And that's a 902. Straight to number 1. Absolutely fabulous. Well done.
I have a new favourite car. Matthew Dowdy, look at that. So, go on, Tom. Ex-junior drag racer, so expecting to be bang on the money straight away, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
So, go on, story with this car.
I actually don't know much about this car.
I thought you might do, because Matthew, I beg your pardon, sorry, because I guess, like, Matthew being ex-junior drag racer.
Well, I know that it spent quite a lot of times with the William brothers fettling around with it. He said at Door Slammers he was hoping to enter Pro ET this weekend. He's never actually gone on 11 yet, I don't think.
Okay, taking on Jason Pickett with a cherry bomb. 10.73 for Jason Breakout and a 12.32 for Matthew. A beautiful looking car. So racing these days as well, I think probably in your time as well, John, is absolutely infested with people called Huxley. I think we probably have.
And Tram.
And Tram, yes.
Tram.
There we go.
Remembering when Kirsty Tram, baby in arms when I first came up here, I think. Maybe not for a few years after I came up here, I can't remember now. And Spencer was a young lad in short trousers. But now they're both racing. Of course, the Huxleys are like a dynasty, aren't they?
Very much so. It's good to see Kirsty in Pro ET actually moved up from sportsman this weekend. 9.69 for Mark Huxley, his quickest ever run in the Toyota Can-Do Reborn. Kirsty, the right side of the number, takes her to number 6. Can we have Super Gas into the lanes, please, Q1? Super Gas into the lanes, please. Now, car you may have seen before, that little Toyota Corolla used to be running Super Comp many years ago. Now, in the hands of Alfie Ratton, looking as good as ever.
Yeah, well, again, the Rattons are a family that have been around the sport for years. They hail from Essex. I think I used to call them part of the Essex Mafia years ago, along with Charlie Draper and people like this.
Indeed.
And we went to, not Hockenheim, Kumandarash in Hungary. And the Rattons went out there with their altered. Marie Mills is a new name to me, from Urchester, so from just down the road from the track, out there in the Kestrel Lane in her altered.
Marie is actually part of the Shockwave Funny Car team, has been for years.
Oh, okay.
She does the clutch of all things, and she wanted to get into racing. Number 1, Alfie Ratton, 9:08 on a 7.
Very good. Well done.
That'll keep him in the show. 10:56 for Marie. That will be a breakout. Right numbers, wrong way round, unfortunately. Okay, up next we have Dave Rudd with the Cobra. Craig Wright's been in touch this morning to say a very, very good morning and good luck to Dave and Kat and the whole team, and Steph down there too, the whole team this weekend. He said, sorry he can't be here. Not sure what he said he was doing. Bit of secret squirrel stuff going on, or he's going on holiday, one of the two. But anyway, morning Craig, and very good luck to Dave Rudd. Dave made himself famous back at the Easter weekend for being absolutely flawless in qualifying. It deserted him in round 1. Up against Mark Manning. This is a beautiful car from Wakefield. Occasionally runs in Super Pro. This weekend in Pro ET with a 934.
That's a beautiful picture, isn't it, those two out there together, the Cobra and the 34 Coupe. Bit of a slow start there for Mark Manning and the 34. Let's watch him at the top. Wow, side by side almost at the top.
Breakouts a pair. 600's too quick for Dave Rudd, and 200's too quick for
No,
Mark
that's
Manning.
just looking at the screen. That's the old Banzai Cobra.
It is.
Yes, yeah,
The
yeah.
Fully
Merryweather's
rebuilt.
car.
Fully rebuilt,
Wow,
yeah. He's
okay.
made a spanking job of it. Still lives in that part of the world, though, up there in Chesterler Street. So Mason Griffiths with the dragster from Wrexham, 9:01, the Kestrel side of the racetrack. Pete Dodd from just up the road in Leicester with Mike Lacey's former Camaro, now very much his.
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah. I recognise that. I mean, Mike was running that when I did 2008, I left here, and certainly that car was being driven on the track at those times. I'm fairly certain.
It dips into the 8s on occasion now as well. Yeah, it's pretty much like that.
Nice looking dragster in the Kestrel Lane, isn't it? The Appliance, it's called. Of science, would you say? Or?
Applying a Chevy LS, which is, I think, what's...
Well, the interesting thing about this car was when it first came out, the intake manifold was actually the wrong way around.
That's right, backwards, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, really? What, facing back?
Yes, because the scoop would then come down and feed it from the back.
15 and 8.99 breakout for Mason Griffiths. Pete Dodd slides into the number 7 spot for now. So he's 7/100ths of a second of his dial-in, only number 7 after like half of Q1, I think.
Okay, so John Dalrymple. John's been around for quite some time now, hasn't he, with this car, full tilt, the Willis Coupe. It's just trying to think what year it is. 33 Willis, isn't it, this one? And Sean Law with the Wicked Lady. Now, wasn't there... Did Dennis Hawkins used to run a Wicked Lady dragster?
Could well be.
Just thinking.
The name's been around a long time as well.
Yeah. Well, dial in 9.15 for the dragster, and for the Coupe 9.52. So there's not a lot between these two. two totally different types of the way of going drag racing in one class. A dragster and a car that would win trophies at a custom car show.
And both very competitive indeed. Sean Laura's had trouble getting down to the number recently.
Oh, his scoop's come off.
I was just thinking that. Something's flapping about on top. Still goes 940. And John Dalrymple goes 999. Yeah, that did look like the scoop went.
Yeah,
Flup,
but he
it?
didn't leave the car though, did it? Just maybe fell over or something.
It just fell over at 144 miles an hour.
Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, like you do.
Well, there is a spotter going out onto the track, so I wonder if he's seen something.
Oh, maybe there was something come off then.
Oh, there might be a Zeus actually that he's probably just picked up.
Oh, God. You can tell Colin's not here because I get all the messages instead now. Normally Colin's phone's going constantly with everything and I just sit here quietly getting on with it. But so to effectively explain what these are, Tom, because they're really, it's a really cool way of going racing.
Yeah, so effectively these are just the junior dragsters that you've seen this morning, but with bike engines in the back of them. They're called junior comps, and they're like pretty much the cheapest way you can go 9-second racing. You can get one of these built for probably around £3,000.
So when you're saying bike engines, Tom, then what motorcycle engines are they?
I think one of these
GSXRs or...
Yeah, I think one of these is a GSXR, and I think one of them is a Hayabusa.
Well, certainly for a lightweight frame, you've certainly got a lot of horsepower to power it along, haven't you? So
yeah, and the way that the bike clutches work is, the way they go into stage, they sound like two little top methanol dragsters.
well, so it's Nick Muggeridge in the Kestrel Beers Lane, and William Clark from Yateley is in the Slick Tricks. Certainly hear the motorcycle engines, can't you? Wow, they're fantastic. I've never seen those before. It's a first for me.
And unfortunately, two breakouts, 980 or 998 for Nick Muggeridge and a 972 for Will.
See, this is a bonus of having people listening in. Question about Anglias and Pops.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Out of the factory, Anglias had the fancy chrome trim. Pops didn't, because they were the more affordable version with no chrome trim.
There you go.
Thank you very much indeed, Callum. I can't imagine you were around when they were actually made, but I appreciate the knowledge, sir. Thank you.
Right, so Neil Watkins is in the Kestrel Beers Lane with his pickup, and Dave Fulton is the man in the Nova in the Slick Tricks Racing Lane with a 938. And is that an 1120? It
Yes.
is.
Number one qualifier for Dave Fulton.
Brilliant.
I bet he wished he'd have done that a week ago. Everybody that knows will know what I'm talking about. Poor old Dave has had the ribbing of his life for the last week. Dave Fulton was in a race where basically he had it nailed.
Yeah.
And didn't lift.
Broke out.
Oh.
And as if that wasn't bad enough, everybody has made, how can I put it? Oh, it's been hilarious. let's face it, it's been very, very funny. But there we go. Excellent stuff. Well done.
Every screenshot of the finish line camera of him being 3 car lengths ahead
has been
posted.
shared multiple times, yeah. Amy Watkins with the Firebird from down there in Wadhurst. And a 001 light. Thank you very much indeed, Tom, for Lee Morris. Amy's number 2 in points at the moment. Lee Morris was number 1, but he breaks out.
Yeah.
Amy Watkins breaks out.
Well, I tell you what, that replica E-Type in the right-hand lane, Lee Morris's car, that's going a lot quicker than the last time I saw that, because it was a 1090 runner for years and years. He was one of the people who came in at the start of Super Street.
That's right,
Lee Morris.
He that car's, I think the difference is it's got nitrous in it, and it is a solid. It is a solid nice. It's also been around a long time.
But it's still a Jag engine in there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Which is what's quite unique about that is that obviously when he built it as a cost-effective way of going quick. Now Jag engines are like hen's teeth, aren't they?
Oh well, they are.
Very, very rare.
Yeah,
Tom Watkins and Daniel Fulton out there. Tom looking for 895 goes 899. Daniel though with a. Is it Kieran on there? Because that cleared instantly. 10.12, number 5 qualifying spot for Daniel Fulton that time round. Tom went into the number 7 spot. So another one of these junior comp dragsters, and like you said, Tom, a great affordable way of going quick.
I think it's lovely, this.
I've just remembered. Will Clark sent me a clip of one in Australia running in the 7s.
Oh yeah.
Man,
Monstrous.
that's mad. Yeah. It's like a lot
One
of
of
fun.
these?
Yeah.
Junior comp car, yeah. George Bryce originally built one of these with a Pro Stock bike engine in when Pro Stock bikes were running 7s.
Well, this car here was built by Pete Bellini a few years ago now, and it had his old Super Street bike engine in it.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I like it.
That's
Great-
Tom
great
Kay.
stuff.
Slots into the number 16 spot with that run.
So you can literally move up from the juniors with your car.
It's not legally junior dragster, but yes, you're right.
No, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You know, it's fantastic.
So yeah, you can effectively drive the same car, if you like. So we're on to Super Pro ET 2023 sponsors for one of the biggest and most competitive classes in drag racing. Pinckney Memorial Super Pro, I apologise. AJS Bodyworks, A-Leak Roofing, Orders Automotive, another small F Limited. Bath Bloke, that's Bob Molden. BG Motors, Copy Print Depot, Fenny Racing, Garage Thomas Haas, Giles and Hartley, Giles Services Limited, and Good Vibration Motorsports. I'll do the rest when this pair have run because we need to introduce Stu Morris and another one of the Huxleys.
Yeah. Well, Lee, yeah. Lee and his dad were racing. Does the dad still race?
He does indeed. He races in Sportsman ET and does a terrific job of
Does
it as
he?
well, yes.
Brilliant. Okay, well, down in 869 to an 863, so second, just partial bits of seconds between them, and look at that. Synchronised drag racing. That's absolutely fantastic. Breakout for Lee Huxley. He dialed in at 869 and runs an 864. But Stuart Morris goes straight to the number 1 spot. Well done to him. Dials in at 863. What does he run?
863.
863.
That's what you get with practice. And being very good at what you do.
We were talking about this at home the other day. I can remember the Morris boys from years ago racing. Did Dad
Junior.
used to race or not? Or was it just the boys?
Possibly. I think they both started out in junior dragster, so another one
Okay.
another one of those moving up and being completely killer in another class, I think.
Yeah.
So sponsors to keep going: Harry's Coachworks and Pit Equipment, Hauser Race Cars, Holly Waters Dental. Can't imagine any of the drivers would need that. HR Racing, Hydra Hose, JC Fargus Technic, I think. Joe Kellett Racing, MJC Property Solution, Paintman Racing, Pete Waters Race Design, Plane Racing, Premier Rosettes, RW Services and Custom Paint, S&B Racing, Solar Precision, Swinney & Son, Team Time is Money, Ultra Plastics, and Wizard Windscreens. 2 dragsters up next. Alan Dibwell, points leader and having a fabulous year so far in Super Pro against Kieran Ashley with the Turbo LS dragster that leaves like a slug and then goes like a rocket at the top end. It really does. Look at the speed. Watch. There we go.
Almost 180 mile an hour from Kieran.
Wow.
Alan Dibwell though, 762 on a 58, 400 off. Kieran Ashley breaks out by 600ths of a second.
Memory again. Alan Didwell, wasn't he? Did he used to race in that? Capri. Yeah.
Bang on, you see.
Okay.
We need
So
to
the
get
memory.
you on, we need to get you on Mastermind.
Yeah. Right.
Maybe as a host.
Yeah.
That's
Only
where I
as
was going with
Only
it.
as a host. Yeah.
I noticed something about Kieran's crew then. He's got Tony Underhill in his crew, and I'm very surprised by that because the last time Tony touched his car, he removed the turbo.
Cracking. Well, and he allowed him near it again.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they were trying to make it consistent then, weren't they? But
Yeah.
that's fabulous. That car, it really does. Like I said, it leaves like a slug. They're starting to turn it up a little bit on the start line.
Yeah.
But, that top-end speed, 792, 179. So,
Well-
Paul Marston with the Banks Nightclub Dragster and Tom Atkinson.
Yeah. Okay. So what's the story with Paul's dragster? This is the first time I've seen Paul in a dragster.
He bought the car. He's got a rather eclectic collection of vehicles, isn't he?
Yeah.
And bought the dragster a few years ago, off very close from Germany, I think, actually. A lot of these vehicles are for hire for race weekends. It runs in Super Comp, it runs in Super Pro. Sometimes he runs it himself. And very well too.
Yeah, I was going to say, did very, very well there. In the number 3 spot, well done, Paul Marston. And number 4 spot for Tom Atkinson. Well, 2 people absolutely steeped in drag racing, so they're going to do well, aren't they?
Indeed they are. Tom did well last weekend in the big bracket. Had a really fun outing.
Yeah, he went up to Caffeine Machine, didn't he?
That's right, yes he
With
did.
his Nova.
That looked like a fun evening out, actually. So once again, apologies we didn't have a chance to explain before. This is another class where they use predictive times, their own predicted times, that you'll see on the scoreboard in a couple of moments. There we go. 8.90 for Joe Kellett. Really? Okay, they're leaving the throttle stop on. In the Slick Tricks lane. That is right, yeah? Okay, thanks, Pete. See, everyone can hear what you're saying all the time. And Pete Walters in the Cannon Reloaded in the Kestrel lane, 7.53. The head honcho of Walters Race Design. Some of the stuff they do as well. I think he still did. Does he still design Mike Janis's Pro Mod stuff as well?
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff in the States and worldwide, just Pete. Very, very accomplished and very smart too. So, John, when you were here in the while ago, this would be a Pro Comp dragster, and this would be one of the quickest cars. And now they're bracket racing these things.
Wow, okay. So whose Pro Comp dragster was it?
It wasn't. I don't think it was anybody's Pro Comp dragster from back then. But what I mean is
the style
blown
of it.
big, style of it, blown big block Chevy dragster, and now they're bracket racing.
And
cars like
did both these come up from Junior Dragster?
They are indeed, yes. Well, I'm not sure Joe was. Yes, I beg your pardon. There you go. Throttle stop kicking back in. 749, 400 too quick. 881, 900 too quick. But at least it's dialed and it's in one piece, yeah?
Yeah.
So now that car... That'll be JT. That car that you saw Joe run, his sister drives it in Super Comp as well. So he drives it in Super Pro, she drives it in Super Comp. So that's why they were setting it up to run 890 in the first session here. So when Leah drives it in a few moments, they have a good baseline.
Isn't this one of the newcomers to the sport here in the left-hand lane?
So new, he hasn't grown hair yet.
Yeah.
Yes.
So my old mate Brian Pateman out there, Julie standing just behind him, from Essex, of course, Westcliff-on-Sea. And been around, I can remember in the early 80s, Brian was here and I'd be commentating on Brian. 1980s, before anybody says 1880s. And he's still here doing it today. I love it. And JT, of course, in the right-hand lane.
He actually drove that car here for the first ever event he competed in, Brian Pateman.
Yeah, I believe that.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So JT finally got 150 miles an hour last weekend, and he does it again.
Well done.
That's what a tailwind does.
Spot on again for Brian Pateman, 885 on an 885. But that's only good enough for number 2 spot. And it's only the first session.
And JT breaks out. Look at that, JT's number 6 with a breakout run. I think almost everyone's broken out.
Yeah. Yeah.
But he ran 150 again, so he's well happy. How long did he spend? How many years has he spent trying to get that car to stubbornly go 150? Another one of those cars that has an unmistakable engine note. That's the van with no name. By calling it the van with no name, it's not the van with no name, but not going to get into that now.
The paradox that is.
It is, yeah, there you go. Kestrel side of the racetrack, that's Dave Russell taking on Mark Coulsell with the ball breaker, the low funds team. Now, you can tell us about this, I'm sure, Tom. Nailed back together over the last few weeks after not the greatest start.
It wasn't nailed back together in a few weeks. The weekend of Door Slammers, when we were all here on the grandstands and everything, having a nice weekend, Steve, in one day, built the engine. From scratch, and literally he's had to machine some of the block away to get the new rod bolts, to do everything to fit, and he's done it all in a day. Which is
so what was
insane.
the issue? What was the issue?
it spun a bearing, so it's done a cranking. So now it's a new crank, new rods, the lot.
So this is going to be a bit of a test run. Hopefully it goes well.
Yeah, but you know what a test run actually means, don't you?
Yeah,
If it feels good.
An 809! Who cares about breakouts, folks? Quickest run ever. Give them a cheer for the ball breaker team. Meanwhile, in the other lane, 865, Dave Russell goes to number 3. But
Yeah,
well done.
But that's the third bang-on run in the first session.
That's fabulous.
That's terrific
well
stuff.
So that's not Mark's PB, but it's 200ths off.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Sorry, I thought that was his. I thought that was his quickest ever run. I thought he'd ever run an 8-1. But anyway, after all the work, I don't think they care a monkey's,
No.
frankly.
This looks good on television. The
Jens Konecki.
Oldsmobile in the Kestrel lane. It's a real super looking bit of kit, isn't it?
I love cars like this. It's like an older style Pro Mod where the rear window is just a see-through bit of roof. Right? It's not. It forms no function whatsoever other than, well, yeah, to be there. Thomas Haas, winner from the big bracket a week ago at the Door Slammers on the Saturday. Had a terrific day out. Up against Jens Konecki from Germany. Good looking race.
Yeah. My goodness me.
8.05 for Thomas. Big breakout for Jens Konecki as well. 12 hundredths off. That's pretty good. Thomas goes to number 5 with that run.
Get an amazing mix of cars.
Basically, that's the whole idea of the two big bracket classes, if you like, which are Super Pro and Pro ET, is you can kind of build what you like. It's all about being consistent. So if you want to go quick and consistent, you can. If you want to go slower and consistent, you can. But it's all about tuning. Go on, Tom. No, I beg your pardon, sorry. I thought you got a message you need to read out. Nick Good with the blown dragster again. This is a car 30-odd years ago, 40 years ago, that would have been top of the tree. It would have been a Pro Comp dragster, if you will, especially running in the 60s with a big block Chevy and a big supercharger on there.
Yeah. Talking of Pro Comp, which of course morphed into top alcohol and then top methanol. I saw Dave Wilson at Willsday looking very, very well, and obviously okay with as his life is now.
He was actually here. He was trying to look incognito. It didn't work. He was helping out Paul and Wendy with the funny car.
Oh, okay.
So we may see him
here and there again.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well,
it was just nice to see him. We relaxed.
Yeah.
Not in the middle of racing or anything like that. So Nick Good gets up to the start line then in the Slick Trick Racing lane. Does in a 681. Wow. And an 893 for Ashley Bell. His car is for sale, folks. If you want to get into it, my goodness me.
Two completely different ways of going Super Pro racing, and too quick again.
Yeah. Wow.
That
great run. Absolutely great run. Get one out there like a scalded cat, didn't it?
Yeah, it certainly did. Compared to, well, Ashley Bell actually rolls the line. Now, this team are from France. So good to see them back here, part of the organisation that run the series in France. If you've never seen it before, check it out, the ATD Dragster series on Facebook. Absolutely cool as. So, I think that's a Pontiac GXP, is that right? It is indeed. On the Kestrel side of the racetrack, we're just peering down there for the dial-ins. We can see the dial-in on the dragster. Now, the young lady in the dragster down here, her name is Elodie, same name as my youngest daughter, and we call her Ed because when she was little she couldn't say Elodie, so we just said, all right, just call her Ed, whatever. I'm not going to call Elodie Dubois Ed, ever. I'm just going to say congratulations on a great name. Against Patrick Dubois with the Milwaukee Tools GXP over there. This still is dial-in racing, folks, even though this looks like a pro stock car against the
exactly
Supercar.
what I was going to say. It just has the look of a pro stock car about it, doesn't it?
It could well have been in a former life,
Yeah.
really.
Yeah.
Whoa, monster tyre shake from Elodie. That's not something you usually see in a Super Pro car.
That's instant.
Yeah.
If you look at where it started, it was way before
A
the
huge breakout, 7:35 for Patrick.
185. Yeah, Elodie that sounds really weird. It's like saying, because I say the name Elodie every day, constantly. Normally in the context of behave yourself, stop doing that, pack that in, leave your sisters alone, whatever it is. Sounds very weird. It just seems really weird saying it for a race. But anyway. Yeah, but the tyres were shaking as they went over the start line. That's weird. That's almost like they got no slip or whatsoever.
Well, so the tyres that these guys usually run are called dead hook tyres.
Yeah.
Because it's more consistent to dead hook than it is to slip.
Try and move them.
Yeah. However, the byproduct of having a dead hook tyre on a very sticky track is you shake.
Also, if you haven't dialed in enough power, that's normally the reason why they shake, would you believe? So, Al Schofield, who came into drag racing very recently but has had a lot of success, against Daniel Giles. Two cars that you may well know pretty well.
Well, Daniel Giles, I mean, used to be driven by his dad Barry, and was, in the day, was one of the first Super Pro cars.
That's right.
And if my memory serves me correct, I think this was owned by Dave Wilkinson.
There you go.
Okay, thanks, mate, for the prompt. and Gary Frensham.
That's right.
The Wilkinson Frensham dragster, which was brought in, and it was sort of like a game changer for so many people when they started running this type of car.
And it was in the 80s, and it looks as good today as it did the first time it came out of the out of the trailer. Up against Al Schofield. Now this car was the Rough Diamond.
Oh, really? It's Dave's old car.
That's Dave's old car down
okay.
there. 805 dialing though. I don't think I've ever seen it run that quick.
No. Don't know.
Well, problems for Al Schofield. Went towards the wall. 731.
Well, good run for Daniel. I guess in number 4 position. Well done. And it's just great seeing the team. The Giles team out there still. Absolutely fabulous.
Well, Daniel shares driving with his dad.
His dad is racing this weekend.
Oh, he is? Oh,
yeah, in another small fortune.
That's what they were doing. Cool. Yeah, he's driving Sid Jones, Martin Jones.
Yeah.
The quickest car in pretty much the world in Super Pro. Yeah, Barry's driving. He was testing, wasn't he, yesterday?
Yes.
He's here driving. Barry's competing in another small fortune.
Okay.
He's also, I know for a fact, he's been given instruction of go as fast as you dare. So you'll probably see a 6 flat dialing.
Wow. All right.
The dialing will be 6 flat. Whether he runs that or a 5, who knows? Matt Peters. Now we've seen his two lads. It's his turn now in the Nick Good Lucas Oil dragster in the Kestrel
this
race.
is the
Correct. Yeah.
Well, I know they were around when I was.
Goes on of races. They're going to get pestered to death to have their own cars against AC Bell in the Slick Tricks lane. How did you pester your mum and dad to get a junior dragster, Tom?
I don't think it was pestering. I think it was me crying on my 7th birthday saying, I want to race one on me.
Crying works too.
007 Light from AC Bell. He's awake this morning, 7:56 on a 7:58 breakout for Matt, and an 8:79 on an 8:75 moves him up to the number 6 spot.
Nicely
AC
done.
Bell.
AC, where are we championship-wise? Let's have a quick look. In Super Pro. So, yeah, is Alan Didwell out in the lead. Matt Peters, who we just saw go through there. Matt Peters is in the number 3 spot at the moment in the championship. Alan Didwell does have a commanding lead at the moment, though. Even though it's early in the season, it's still good to be out front. 2 door cars this time.
Yeah, indeed. I've known them both It's Bob Doyle out there in the Z case. I can never remember, is it a 240Z? I can't remember, 260Z? It was Datsun's idea of building an E-Type Jaguar. Fantastic swoopy car. And of course Ron Bartlett is the man out there in the little Anglia in the right-hand lane, carrying the race number 105. It's a 105E, designated by Fords. And as I like to tell everybody, my dad more than likely helped build that car, because he was working on the production line in Fords when they were being built.
Well, there's a little bit of a race been sparked off with the owners of Anglias since Paul Dale went in the 8-1s a couple of weeks ago to see who can get
8-2,
827, 166, not quite on the dial-in. He got nitrous. He just ain't turned it on yet.
Well, he turned it on at door slammers a couple of times, and both times it spat him towards either the wall or the tree.
Was that what was going on with that?
Yeah, that's why he came out and he was like, his dialing was like a couple of hundredths or tenths slower than what it was the runs before.
It does make perfect sense.
I don't think I've ever seen Bob Doyle run that slow.
It was just running it in. He said it on the boot.
Yeah.
Oh, did he? I didn't even see that. I'm just
to run competitively, they have to run a full tune-up with nitrous, so they don't do that at the start of the weekend. That's why.
perfect.
This is a bracket car. Can you believe
that? No. I really, really can't. That's incredible.
Sid has raced this as a bracket car very successfully many times. He's been in the final before. The thing is about bracket racing, it's all about running your number. It's also about closing speed. And how the hell do you judge when you race this if you've got an 8-second car?
You don't.
You don't. You just do the best you can and hope he doesn't come flying past you and take the stride.
Yeah, if you got wind.
That's another bracket. No, it's not really. Actually, that isn't a bracket car. I'm pretty sure Simon Barlow with the Beast, the Pop in the Kestrel Lane, is here for testing this weekend.
Yeah, so if you've got wing mirrors and you get yourself to 1,000 foot, you're that far away, you can't hear this thing launch. But all you'll see in your little wing mirror is a flash, and then it's gone. There's no judging that.
So you were correct, Tom. 6.00 dialing, the quickest you can dial in Super Pro, in any kind of bracket racing anywhere in the world, actually. The car has run down into the 5.7s.
That's Martin out to the right of the car, isn't it?
Exactly right, yes. So Barry's first run in this was yesterday, wasn't it, Tom? Is that right?
Do you want to give a quick shout out to Crunch, who I know will be watching this, but he was supposed to come down this weekend, but he's got a bit ill and he's had to turn away. Issues for Simon Barlow. Both of his chutes have popped out.
Okay, so Barry Giles, good luck, sir. I think he ran a 6.2 yesterday, didn't he?
Lifting at 1,000 foot, and he didn't go full throttle once.
It's a hell of a machine, isn't it, that? My goodness me. What is it? Is that his long-time car, Martin? Oh! Wow!
Whoa, all kinds of misfires going on over the place when he nailed it. Still goes 671 at 153. A 945 to 60 foot, which is pretty spanking. And he's qualified in the number 11 spot. But yeah, it was misfiring as he left the line, definitely. And that was the supercharger relief panel.
We always used to say about Martin, he's a boffin. It was a professional boffin, I think, Martin, when I was here the last time. But my goodness me, that is some piece of equipment, isn't it?
You want to line up against that.
I think the Cassells are happy. I can't repeat the message I just got. But
oh yes, it's holy poo, I think that was. Something like that. That's roughly translated.
PB mile an hour by 5.
Wow, that's
Jeff
a
out
lot.
there on the start line. So you won't hear me. Good morning to Jeff Hauser out there.
Which can mean one thing.
It'll be Scotty. So the Super Pro Sponsors Fund
various prizes throughout the season. Number 1 qualifier off the trailer this weekend is 50 quid plus a medal. Who's that go to at the moment? I think that's Stu.
Yeah, it's currently Stu Morris.
Stu Morris. Number 1 qualifier overall, so that's the end of qualifying, was 100 quid. Best average reaction in qualifying, 300 quid and a trophy. The Bounty Hunter, which is 50 quid on whoever won the last race. Sorry, on Alan Dibwell, yeah, who won the last race, that's right. And Super Pro Limited Edition, I can't read the T-shirt, 15 quid as well. Yeah, so they've actually got Super Pro shirts up there for sale. 15 quid is very reasonable as well these days. But yeah, those are all the awards. This is Pete Nee Memorial Super Pro. And while I mention that as well, a very good morning to both Babs.
You've got something wrong here.
No, it's okay. It's all right. The timing crew got the dial in. The dial in needs to be. That's it. 7:29. There we go. Yeah, Steve and Babs, who I'm sure are looking in. We miss you. I was looking forward to see that car again. It's absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? Really, really cool looking altered. Yeah.
So Scott Hauser and Billy Gaines. Scott's looking for a 7:29. Billy's looking for an 8:25. Billy was one of these drivers who raced at the door slammers, but it sort of lost traction about 1,000 foot almost every run. 7:31.
Oh, great
for
run.
Scott Hauser. That only moves him up to the number 4 spot, and an 8:34 on a 25 dial-in for Billy Gain as the track goes quiet for some reason. I'm not sure what the reasoning is.
Oh, there you go. That was all of 2 seconds. Super comp into the lanes, please. Could we have super comp into the pairing lanes, please? So number 1 qualifier at the end of that will be the Morris boys. Yeah, Billy's car was getting a wiggle on from half-track on every single run. It wasn't like it was occasionally. It happened every time.
I'm trying to think of the history of Billy Gaines' car because I seem to have known Billy since he's been in the sport. But was it Nigel Speed or something had that car before?
It could well be. That's one that they built. They put together themselves. He was the one that had the Cobra before Dave Rudd. You know the Banzai Cobra.
Yeah,
right. He had it for some time. Sold that, and then they built this.
Maybe it's a new car.
Okay, the bunch of complete takers that is Supergas. Coming up next, Wayne Hiscock in the Kestrel Lane with a beautiful Chevelle against Andy Dibley wearing the number 1. If anyone's seen Facebook, I really would like to see if that was his visor. I really, really would. He photoshopped a thing on there that said, in reverse, that said, if you can read this, Dave, lift.
Well, this is where everyone shoots for a 990. So you see the throttle stops coming on just after they leave the start line, and then the car picks its skirt up and runs. And exactly what's happening in the right-hand lane, Slick Tricks Racing, and they both break out.
Yeah, there are. My fault, John. My fault there, John. I should have warned you. There are some cars that don't actually have. Wayne Hiscock's is one of those. Doesn't have the throttle stop. So what he does is and Bob Molden will do the same, where he has to guess. So he lifts at a certain point on the track and just coasts over the line to try and run. It's a hellishly difficult way of doing it. It really, really is. Really is. Mark White with the FX Vega, Slick Tricks Lane against the for sale Blitzkrieg of Simon Ford.
Well, it's a Falcon, isn't it, in the Kestrel Beers Lane, surely?
Mm-hmm.
So it is. What did I say? Oh,
another breakout there in the Slick Tricks Lane for Mark White, but number 1 qualifier, our man in the left-hand lane in the Blitzkrieg car.
By virtue of not breaking out.
Yeah.
I think all over the place would be quite a good way to describe this first qualifying session so far. But they will get it. They've got 5 goes today. They're going to nail it down in no time. They've been doing this a long while. Tim Moore with the gorgeous 55 Chevy down there. Tina out front directing traffic in the Kestrel Lane against Ronald House. Great to see the House brothers back with the handyman. This Chevy, that's a lovely looking car as well.
It's nice to see them back as well. It's been a long time since the House Bros have come over. little bit of a sachet from the throttle, but he's got it all covered.
Well, Tim goes too quick, breaks out, and right-hand lane, and that moved off of the screen so quick I couldn't see where it ended up.
Number one. 992, yeah. He's the only one that's running 990, really.
Extraordinary.
Okay, Stu Doiney. Again, John, I know it's been around for a long time. It is only a matter of time before Stu actually nails this down, and then everyone's toast, I think.
So
is probably.
whose Brogy Roadster was this?
Brand new car, actually.
Is it?
It was built. Yeah.
It was owned by the Gadneys.
That's right.
They never campaigned it in competition, I don't think. And then obviously Stu's bought the car.
Okay. And Brute Force has been around for a long time. The Sierra.
That's right.
In the Slick Tricks lane. Desperately trying to think who ran that. The car.
Could have been an old Promore car. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Oh, another 991. Oh, excellent. So Andy Harrison goes to number 1 and Stu Doiney number 4.
So your next pair will be excellent. Another one of our friends from the Netherlands, Stefan Raffeltrath, in the Kestrel lane, taking on the young Dan Page in John Morton's car. You see Gary down there on the start line, Heidi, everybody else as well helping Dan out. Dan had one of the weirdest issues when he started racing this car this year. Learning to drive the car, one of them. But the other thing was as well is Dan is light, shall we say, and it made the car behave differently. So they had to try and get everything tuned in to
I appreciate
for
that.
him. But he really did
Great
get there.
start line reaction.
And now it comes back on. They'll get there together. Oh, Dan! Doing it for John Morton. 9.91 with a 0. Dan Page goes to the number 1 spot. Stefan Raffeltrath with a terrific 9.51. However, that's not really great for Supergas and not quite quick enough for Supercomp.
So, Bobby the DJ back again then.
Indeed. Double classing.
Double classing, indeed. Hails from Leeds, of course. Long-time supporter of drag racing. Been around the sport a long, long time. And Dave Fulton from Tadley in the Nova in the Kestrel lane. All shooting at 9.9.
Well,
And Bobby gets a good start line reaction there.
If you watch, you'll just stop now. There we go, cruising. I goes 991 with a 2. There we go. And look at the speed as well, way down on what he ran earlier. Dave Fulton, he's going to make a name for himself going too quick. 978. So, but yeah, Bob Molden into number 2 with that run. So one of those pesky Huxleys, another one, double classed as well. Last year, Mark Huxley tried a couple of events to run in Supergas, but the car wasn't really on the numbers, to be completely fair. He was in the 10s, couldn't quite break into the 9s. Now he's got the problem of slowing it down by 2 tenths, because he's way too quick. Up against Jasmine Tunstall. Jasmine got a red light because she actually deep stage, which you can't do in Superclass racing. She'll still get a time. Look at that, well done. Your numbers 5 and 6, Mark Huxley 5, Jasmine 6. That was very, very well judged from Mark Huxley, that was.
There's a lot of the guys and girls running in 2 classes, aren't there?
Yep. It's a great one of the things that's really good about drag racing in general, well, apart from the fact it's the coolest motorsport in the world, is that you can have one car and you can run it in 2 different classes with 2 different drivers. So, and that's exactly what Jasmine and Richard do with the Roadster you just saw there. Richard runs it in Supercomp, she runs it in Supergas, and the whole family gets a whole bunch of fun, all with the same car, all at the same event.
Well, this is Pete Creswell.
It is.
He was racing last weekend.
For the first time in a while, actually, last weekend, yeah, that's right.
Dave Cherrett in Supergas.
Yeah.
Is he running Supergas before?
I think he has. This year, though. Oh, my goodness me.
Yeah, another 9.91. We've got 4 9.91s at the top of the qualifying, and round 1.
That was because they decided to teach the announcer a lesson when he said the best way to describe it. They're all over the place. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so last up, Stu Morris, who is #1 qualifier and a bit richer for being it in Super Pro. He was only just round here actually, last class I think actually, before this. So Stu Morris, that's Colin watching over by the wall. We'll be using the throttle stop this time. Try and run that 990.
Just
oh, so close.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a wrap for Super Gas with Dan Page moving into the #1 spot. Well done, Dan. Can't see what class on the start line, 'cause I can't see it. There we go. This is Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator Q1. Terrific class. Anyone that thinks they got a fast road car doesn't.
This has been going a few years now, hasn't it? The Street Eliminator. It started off, as I recall, as a custom car Street Eliminator.
That's right, it was, yes.
All those years ago. Oh, crikey.
Well, it hailed
30 years ago.
Yeah. It was also moulded into NSEC for a little bit. Rover V8 Challenge, I'm pretty sure, as well, at one point.
Well, cars maybe from the Rover Challenge went into the Street
Yeah.
Eliminator.
Yeah.
But memory's a terrible thing, mate.
So James Murray and Rob Carter with the first in the stats.
So James goes 10.55 and Rob goes, going off the screen, 10.97. That's not where Rob wants to be really, but he'll turn that thing up
That
throughout
was
the weekend.
the first run after the rebuild, after the damage at Easter. I think he's normally in the mid-8s. Now, one thing I've got to say, John, this is great. When you just said about this started as Custom Car Street Eliminator.
Yeah.
Now, Tom, Custom Car was a magazine. Have you ever read a magazine in your lifetime?
I'm in Custom Car. That's why I've read it.
There
so
we go. Then
I'm
It's all
cultured.
It's all right. new generation only read things on computers and phones. And
Oh yeah, it wasn't a paper copy.
Oh, it wasn't a paper. There we go. That's what I meant. So Al Williamson with the pickup Kestrel Lane, and Mark Sheridan with that amazing Barracuda twin turbo Hemi under the hood. I don't know whether you've seen the clip on Santapod's Facebook where Mark, the car sort of it stutters off the start line and then it goes. And it runs 197 miles an hour at 10 point something.
Wow.
It's the most ridiculous combination of numbers I've ever seen. Well, Al Williamson off in the distance. Mark Sheridan going to try and run him down, but that's a lovely run for Al. Oh, and that really is. 8:29, 164. Mark Sheridan was testing yesterday, and they did really, really well. I was expecting a little more than that on the first run, but goes through with a 10.36 at only 107 miles an hour. Not showing off today.
Well, the Bel Air looks very nice, doesn't it, out there in the Slick Tricks lane. That's Robert Slater from Stoke-on-Trent. And, of course, the ugly sister of Andy Bond out there in the Kestrel lane. This runs very quick, doesn't it? Isn't it a 6-second car?
206 second, 200 plus mile an hour
Yeah,
car. Yeah,
I mean it's extraordinary. The whole look of it is amazing. I think.
and Rob Slater, street driven down from Stoke-on-Trent as well. Not trailered, street driven here. That car
In the right-hand lane.
That's the one. Andy Bond long gone too.
7:32. That's extraordinary. And Street League, you go
Yeah,
for a drive.
absolutely. Look at that for Rob Slater though. Trudy's overjoyed with that. 9:40 at 150. Yeah, he drove it all the way down from Stoke-on-Trent. Drove it down the M1. Got stuck in traffic like everyone else. All that sort of rubbish.
Yeah.
You know. Well done to Rob Slater. So two of the
Behemoths.
Yeah, that's the one. Ricky Hale and Ash Cooper. I call Ashley Cooper the Transit God. I don't know whether you know that, because there's an event here called Transit Mania. And I can only presume every night they go over and worship him because he has the world's quickest transit van. Yeah.
Okay.
I know. He loves me calling him that, like all nicknames that we give to people. I'm sure. Up against Ricky Hale.
Lots of wheel spin from the truck.
9 seconds that will be. Oh, wow, 9.65. The speed, ladies and gentlemen, is 145 miles an hour. And 1080 at 129. Can we have Comp Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please, for Q1? Comp Eliminator.
That transit is mighty quick, isn't it?
I told you, transit god. There's name for a reason.
It's a street vehicle.
Yes, of course.
Grief.
Well, you've seen the 2 largest cars in the class. I'm probably here this weekend, and now here's, well, the smallest in the class, and probably one of the smallest here this weekend.
Yeah.
It's Joe Stevens with the Sunbeam Stiletto.
Twin turbo big block.
Exactly as the Roots group built them.
Of course.
You'd hope so. He's just tuned it up a bit.
Hillman Imps used to be fabulous.
My mum's first car was a Hillman.
I think we all had a Hillman Imp.
We used to have to catch the dashboard if we took off too quick.
Whoa.
No, Joe.
Whoa! Oh! Wow.
What a great shame for Joe. I'm sure Joe's absolutely... Oh, back on all 4 wheels. What a great shame for Joe. He'd only just rebuilt the engine. I'm sure Joe, the man himself, is absolutely A-OK. Track crew and the ambulance is going to be right on him. There he is opening the door, folks. What a sad way to start the weekend. Give him a round of applause, please, everybody. He can hear you. Oh, Joe. Well, that Sunbeam's going to be looking a little bit second-hand. Hopefully Joe isn't. No, Joe's got his helmet off. He nearly caught it. So nearly caught it. Anyway, folks, we're going to let the track crew and the recovery services do their thing. We're going to be back on with qualifying in a very, very short period of time. Joe, very best of luck, mate. If you get the chance, walk round in the pits, go and see Joe, shake his hand, and it will make him feel a lot better after that. But, yeah, over to Nitro FM. We won't be long. And Roy... Sleeping Beauty Walker living up to his name on the start line. .35 and a 76, both some way off their dial-ins. What you're looking at here, folks, is if you look towards the finish line with the...
Great DJ.
Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. Whenever I used to go up... when I used to go up to the Pennine drag racing dinner dance, it's always Bobby that was the DJ. Kestrel 10:38 in the Slick Tricks Racing, and so both drivers attempted to reach those as their target at the top end.
34. With the shotgun Mustang from Lou Romney and Kent. And 56. Well, I think Brett Featherstone actually goes to #1 by being the right Mr. Beagle.
Yeah, it's a 4-cylinder. I think it's a Pinto in it.
It is.
Pinto, okay. All right.
Against John Turner, who went to the final of the big bracket last Saturday, but unfortunately broke the engine doing it.
I think the difference ends now they're on the racetrack. But Dave Cherrett dialing in a 970. Let's see how he gets on. Well, 975. Well, red light. We're only qualified. I'm up to 902. Straight.
First came out, the intake manifold was actually the wrong way around.
That's right, backwards, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, really? What, facing back?
Yes, because the scoop would then come down and feed it from the back.
15 and 8.99. Breakout for Mason Griffiths. Pete Dodd slides into the #7 spot for them. And both very competitive indeed. Sean Law has had trouble getting down to the number recently.
Oh, the scoop's come off.
I was just thinking that. Something's flapping about on top. Still goes 940. And John Dalrymple goes 9.99. Yeah,
from Yateley is in the Slick Tricks. Certainly hear the motorcycle engines, can't you? Wow, they're fantastic. I've never seen those before. It's a first for me. It's racing lane with a 938. And is that an 1120? It is.
number one times, yeah. Amy Watkins with the Firebird from down there in Wadhurst, and a 001 light. Thank you very much indeed, Tom, for Lee Morris. Amy's number 2 in points at the moment. Lee Morris now. Jag engines are like hen's teeth, aren't they?
Oh, well, they are.
Very, very rare.
Yeah,
Tom
yeah.
Watkins and Daniel Fulton out there. Tom looking for 895 goes 899. Daniel,
Yeah, yeah.
Junior Comp car, yeah. George Bryce originally built one of these with a Pro Stock bike engine in when Pro Stock bikes were running 7s.
Well, this car here was built by Pete Bellini a few years ago now, and it had his old Super Street bike engine in it.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Okay, well, down in 869 to an 863, so second, just partial bits of seconds between them, and look at that. Synchronised drag racing, that's absolutely fantastic. Breakout for Lee Huxley, he dialed in.
Against Kieran Ashley with the Turbo LS Dragster that leaves like a slug and then goes like a rocket at the top end. It really does. Look at the speed. Watch. There we go.
Almost 180 mile an hour from Kieran.
Wow.
Alan did collection of vehicles, isn't he?
Yeah.
And bought the Dragster a few years ago, off René Close from Germany, I think, actually. A lot of these vehicles are for hire, for race weekends. It runs in Super Comp, it runs in Super Pro. Sometimes he runs it himself, and very well too.
Yeah, I was going to say. And aren't did both these come up from Junior Dragster?
They are indeed, yes. Well, I'm not sure Joe was, yes, I beg your pardon. There you go, throttle stop kicking back in. 749, 400 too quick. 881, 900 too quick. But at least it's dialed and it's in one piece, yeah? So this is going to be a bit of a test run. Hopefully it goes well.
Yeah, well, you know what a test run actually means, don't you?
Yeah,
If it feels good.
An 809! Who cares about breakout day out? Up against Jens Konecki from Germany. Good looking race.
Yeah. My goodness me.
805 for Thomas. Big breakout.
Don't know.
Well, problems for Al Schofield went towards the wall.
Well,
731.
good run for Daniel.
Birthday saying, I want to race one on me.
Crying works too.
007 Light from AC Bell. He's awake this morning, 756 on a 758 breakout for Matt and an 87.
Well, there's a little bit of a race been sparked off with the owners of Anglias since Paul Dale went in the 8-1s a couple of weeks ago to see who can get
8-2.
827, 166, not quite on the dial-in. He got nitrous. He just ain't turned it on yet.
Well, he turned it on.
Wow.
Whoa, all kinds of misfires going on over the place when he nailed it. Still goes 671 at 153.
825. Billy was one of these drivers who raced at the door slammers, but it sort of lost traction about 1,000 foot almost every run. 731
great
for
run.
Scott Hauser. That only moves him up to the number 4 spot.
It's for a 990. So you see the throttle stops coming on just after they leave the start line, and then the car picks its skirt up and runs. And exactly what's happening in the right-hand lane, Slick Tricks Racing. Well, it's a Falcon, isn't it, in the Kestrel Beers lane, surely?
Mm-hmm.
It is. What did I say? Oh,
Run that, the car.
could have been an old Promo car. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Oh, another 991. Oh, excellent
For him. Oh, but he really did
Great
get there.
start line reaction.
And now it comes back on. They'll get there together. Oh, damn.
Well done, Lane. All shooting at 9.9.
Well,
And Bobby gets a good start line reaction there.
if you watch, he'll just stop now. There we go, cruising. I goes 991 with a 2. There we go. And look at the speed as well, way down on what he ran. Jasmine Tunstall. Jasmine got a red light because she actually deep stage, which you can't do in superclass racing. She'll still get a time. Mark, look at that, well done.
Did last weekend?
For the first time in a while, actually,
Yeah.
last weekend, yeah, that's right.
Dave Cherrett in Supergas.
Yeah,
Is he running Supergas before?
I think he has. This year, though, oh my goodness me.
Yeah, another 9.91. We've got 4.
By the wall. We'll be using the throttle stop this time. Try and run that 990.
Just
Oh,
under
so
it.
close.
Yeah, maybe from the Rover Challenge went into the sprint
Yeah, that's
eliminator. But memory's a terrible thing, mate.
So James Murray and Rob Carter with merging at the back. Numbers I've ever seen them. Well, Al Williamson off in the distance. Mark Sheridan going to try and run him down, but that's a lovely run for Al. Oh, and that really is. 8:29, 164. Driven down from Stoke-on-Trent as well. Not trailered, street driven here, that car.
In the right-hand lane.
That's the one. Andy Bond long gone too.
7:32. That's extraordinary.
Up against Ricky Hale.
Lots of wheel spin from the truck.
9 seconds that will be. Oh wow, 9:65. The speed, ladies and gentlemen, is. Oh, no, Joe.
Whoa! Oh! Wow.
What a great shame for Joe. I'm sure Joe's absolutely. Oh, back on all 4 wheels. What a great shame for Joe. He'd only just. Sleeping Beauty Walker living up to his name on the start line. '35 and the 76, both some way off their darlings. What you're looking at here, folks, is if you look towards the finish line with the.
Great DJ.
Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. Whenever I used to go up, when I used to go up to the Pennine drag racing dinner dance, it's always Bobby that was the DJ. Kestrel 10:38 in the Slip Drinks Racing, and so both drivers attempting to reach those as their target at the top end.
With the shotgun Mustang from Lou Romney and Kent. And 56. Well, I think Brett Featherstone actually goes to number 1 by being the right Amiga one.
Yeah, it's a 4-cylinder. I think it's a Pinto in it.
Oh, Pinto, okay. All right.
Against John Turner, who went to the final of the big bracket last Saturday, but unfortunately broke the engine doing it.
I think the difference ends now they're on the racetrack. But Dave Cherrett dialing in at 970. Let's see how he gets on. Well, 975. Well, red light. We're only qualifying. 5.9. And that's a 902. Straight.
First came out, the intake manifold was actually the wrong way around.
That's right, backwards, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, really? What, facing back?
Yes, because the scoop would then come down and feed it from the back.
15 and 8.99. Breakout for Mason Griffiths. Pete Dodd slides into the number 7 spot for And both very competitive indeed. Sean Law has had trouble getting down to the number recently.
Oh, his scoop's come off.
I was just thinking that. Something's flapping about on top. Still goes 9.40. And John Dalrymple goes 9.99. Yeah,
From Yateley is in the slick tricks. Certainly hear the motorcycle engines, can't you? Wow, they're fantastic. I've never seen those before. It's a first for them. Racing lane with a 938. And is that an 1120? It
Yes.
is.
9.38, number one times, yeah. Amy Watkins with the Firebird from down there in Wadhurst. And a 001 light. Thank you very much indeed, Tom, for Lee Morris. Amy's number 2 in points at the moment. Lee Morris. Now, Jag engines are like hen's teeth, aren't they?
Oh, well, they are.
Very, very rare.
Yeah,
Tom
yeah.
Watkins and Daniel Fulton out there. Tom looking for 8.95 goes 8.99. Daniel,
Yeah, yeah.
Junior Com car, yeah. George Bryce originally built one of these with a Pro Stock bike engine in when Pro Stock bikes were running 7s.
Well, this car here was built by Pete Bellini a few years ago now, and it had his old Super Street bike engine in it.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Okay, well, down in 869 to an 863, so second, just partial bits of seconds between them, and look at that. Synchronised drag racing, that's absolutely fantastic. Breakout for Lee Huxley, dialed in
Against Kieran Ashley with the Turbo LS Dragster that leaves like a slug and then goes like a rocket at the top end. It really does. Look at the speed. Watch. There we go.
Almost 180 mile an hour from Kieran.
wow.
Alan Tick collection
Yeah.
of vehicles, isn't he?
Yeah.
And bought the Dragster a few years ago, very close from Germany, I think, actually. A lot of these vehicles are for hire, for race weekends. It runs in Super Comp, it runs in Super Pro. Sometimes he runs it himself, and very well too.
Yeah, I was going to say. And
Cars like
did both these come up from Junior Dragster?
They are indeed, yes. Well, I'm not sure Joe was, yes, I beg your pardon. There you go, throttle stop, kicking back in. 749, 400 too quick. 881, 900 too quick. But at least it's dialed and it's in one piece, yeah? So this is going to be a bit of a test run. Hopefully it goes well.
Yeah, well, you know what a test run actually means, don't you?
Yeah,
If it feels good.
An 809! Who cares about breakout day out? Up against Jens Konecki from Germany. Good looking race.
Yeah. My goodness me.
8.05 for Thomas. Big breakout.
Don't know.
Well, problems for Al Schofield went towards the wall.
Well,
7.31.
good run for Daniel.
Birthday saying, I want to race one on me.
Crying works too.
007 Light from AC Bell. He's awake this morning, 7.56 on a 7.58 breakout for Matt and an 8.7.
Well, there's a little bit of a race been sparked off with the owners of Anglia's since Paul Dale went in the 8.1s a couple of weeks ago to see who can get
8.2.
8.27, 166, not quite on the dial-in. He got nitrous. He just ain't turned it on yet.
Well, he turned it on.
Wow.
Whoa, all kinds of misfires going on over the place when he nailed it. Still goes 671 at 153.
8.25. Billy was one of these drivers who raced at the door slammers, but it sort of lost traction about 1,000 foot almost every run. 7.31
great
for
run.
Scott Houser. That only moves him up to the number 4 spot.
It's for a 990. So you see the throttle stops coming on just after they leave the start line, and then the car picks its skirt up and runs. And exactly what's happening in the right-hand lane, Slick Tricks Racing. Well, it's a Falcon, isn't it, in the Kestrel Beers lane, surely?
Mm-hmm.
It is. What did I say? Oh,
Run that, the car.
could have been an old Promore car. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Oh, another 991. Oh, excellent
for him. Oh, but he really did
Great
get there.
start line reaction.
And now it comes back on. They'll get there together. Oh, damn.
Well done, Lane. All shooting at 9.9.
Well,
And Bobby gets a good start line reaction there.
if you watch, he'll just stop now. There we go, cruising. I got 991 with a 2. There we go. And look at the speed as well, way down on what he ran. Jasmine Tunstall. Jasmine got a red light because she actually deep stage, which you can't do in Superclass racing. She'll still get a time. Oh, look at that. Well done.
last weekend.
For the first time in a while, actually,
Yeah.
last year. Yeah, last weekend, yeah, that's right.
Dave Cherrett in Supergas.
Yeah,
Is he running Supergas before?
I think he has this year, though. Oh, my goodness me.
Yeah, another 9.91. We've got 4.
By the wall. We'll be using the throttle stop this time. Try and run that 990.
Just
Oh, so
under.
close.
Yeah. Maybe from the Rover Challenge went into the speed
Yeah, that's
eliminator. But memory's a terrible thing, mate.
So James Murray and Rob Carter with the first in the attack. Numbers I've ever seen them. Well, Al Williamson off in the distance. Mark Sheridan going to try and run him down, but that's a lovely run for Al. Oh, and that really is. 8:29, 164. Driven down from Stoke-on-Trent as well. Not trailered, street driven here, that car.
In the right-hand lane.
That's the one. Andy Bond long gone too.
7:32. That's extraordinary.
Up against Ricky Hale.
Lots of wheel spin from the truck.
9 seconds that will be. Oh wow, 9:65. The speed, ladies and gentlemen, is. Oh, no, Joe.
Whoa! Oh! Wow.
What a great shame for Joe. I'm sure Joe's absolutely. Oh, back on all 4 wheels. What a great shame for Joe. He'd only just rebuilt. Okay, we are back to racing with Junior Drag Bike. Once again, massive commiserations to Joe Stevens and the Stiletto. And if you didn't hear me earlier, when you're cruising the pits tonight, please stop by and see him, shake his hand. And Joe, I hope it's not too bad. It did look like just a bit of a slide. Hopefully all the most important bits, being you, are all A-OK. Junior dragster into the pairing lanes, please, for Q2. Yeah, we're at that time already. We are go with junior drag bike. Richard Wilcox. Was Richard double classing again?
No.
Who was that earlier? It was somebody in junior drag. There was a Wilcox in junior dragster earlier. I think it was Rich.
Oh,
I'm
yes,
pretty
then.
sure it was, yeah. Imagine that, double classing in junior dragster and junior drag bike. We don't think anyone's ever done it before.
No, I know Stacey Reed made the switch from junior dragster to junior drag bike,
Yeah, that's
but never did it at the same time.
Never double class, no. Against Alia Lester from Waterlooville down in Hampshire in the Slick Tricks lane. Now, just to keep you all on your toes, junior drag bike is done or qualified on dial-in to the 8th mile. Nice looking launch for young Richard. So that's the 8th mile right there. And he goes 9:37, 3/10 of a second too quick.
Well done.
And 12/100 too quick for Alia.
Well, both break out. They're cracking looking little machines, aren't they?
Once again, why would you... My kids came up here at Easter, and the Colliers are good friends of ours. We went over and saw Scott's bike, and Evie said the words that I was dreading. Dad, how old do you have to be to ride one of these? And I went,
Oh, dear.
well, now she's 8, so yes. Anyway, Jackson King, but she's at school today, so she can't hear, and we're not allowed to rewind YouTube and watch it. Against Harry Isaacs in the Slick Tricks lane.
You're a cruel father, Darryl Bradford.
The worst, mate.
Yeah.
Well, no one wants to go into stage. Oh, there we go. Harry goes in. But it took him a long old time to go into stage.
So reaction times aren't important. It's numbers on the board at that.
So tell me,
finish line.
guys, what sort of motors do they have in these machines here? Do you know?
They genuinely vary from moped engines all the way up to like 500cc like race bike engines.
Really?
Massive breakouts for both there, beg your pardon. Go on, carry on, yeah. Well, you can hear some of them are scooters that have been
Well,
converted.
like the Morrison in the Kestrel beer lane. I think that's Brad Morrison. That is a 50cc moped that's been stretched and massaged to look like a drag bike.
It just looks cool as, doesn't it?
Yeah,
It really
it's
does.
fabulous.
Yeah, yeah.
Absolutely fabulous.
And then compared to Holly King in the other lane, who that is a 2-stroke 125 race engine, and that is a race bike as well. So,
Well, we can say with surety, I hope that in the Kestrel lane it's a Gilera and a Suzuki in the Slick Tricks racing lane. So that's what it says on our screen. So two motorcycle manufacturers that I've heard of.
Holly King actually goes to the number 1 spot. First one not to break out, actually. 985 on a 63. Brad Morrison, 1577, nearly a second off. We set a record, I think, a few weekends ago for the amount of people in one team. Leah Morrison, another one of the Morrison gang. That's Dad Al down there and Grandad Al down there. And they all race. I think there was 6 of them all weekend racing bikes. Very cool indeed. And Anouk from the Netherlands in the Kestrel lane.
So mounted upon a Yamaha, a 125cc machine in the right-hand lane, but I do not know what the manufacturer of it is. Goes very well though.
Nice. Number 2 spot, but Anouk goes to the number 1 spot with a 1359 and a 52.
Very good.
That is the closest to dialing in Q1 for junior drag bike. They are actually an official FIM class now as well, so they'll be racing when the pros do tomorrow and Sunday.
Be interested to see if some of these girls go up onwards.
It's happened.
In drag. It has happened, has it?
It has happened where some of the progressed from junior drag bike to top fuel bike and a few other classes as well. Absolutely,
Really?
yeah.
The
It happens that
only
way.
lady I can remember was Danielle Dudon, or was it a French lady who used to come over here and race?
Do you know what? That was a long while ago with a top fuel bike, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. But I don't think she drove a junior drag bike.
I don't think junior drag bikes were around then. Okay, Supercomp Q1, 8.90 is the number there, all shooting 4. Once again, this is a perfect example of same car, different driver. Paul Marston standing down there looking on his Bank Nightclub's dragster in the
Oh,
Kestrel
it's
Lane.
Martin.
Yeah, Martin Kirbishley
Wow.
behind the wheel. Great to see Martin back.
Yeah.
Against the one and only John
John
Turner.
Turner, the green fish. A barracuda.
Absolutely that. He had a bunch of upgrade work done on it by Nick Garrett, and that's where he had like 200 pounds chopped out of it. I said to him, you could chop 200 pounds out of it, make it a lot quicker by not having a driver. He didn't seem to like that idea. So John was down in the 8s last weekend. Let's see if he can get there again. 8:55,
Wow.
way too quick, way too quick. John Turner goes 9:11 at 1:49. Great to see these two again. Two very different ways of doing the same thing, if you will. The Huxleys, that's Lee over there with the dark horse. Did you see the pictures last week of Lee standing this on its tail?
No.
Oh, dearie me. No wheelie bars. They miraculously appeared after that.
Strange that.
It's amazing how so many people have wheelie bars in their trailers just in case.
Yeah.
Just in case. Yeah, anyway. So...
Is that Dad Brian
It is
standing
indeed.
at the back there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
taking on Andy Clifford with the Snake Eyes. Beautiful big block Ford dragster from down in Southampton.
Yeah, I was having a lovely conversation with Andy yesterday, and he was basically saying that he needs to press the throttle more was his issue.
That's not normally an issue for anyone.
I just want to give a huge shout out to Claire Meadows, runner of the Wild Bunch. I know she's tuned in on the live stream.
Backing off.
Well, #1 qualifier for Lee Huxley there with the Mustang. 8.94 on an 8.90 index. Brilliant.
And that
Well
was no
done.
throttle stop. That was a guess when he lifted. You could hear it.
Really?
Well, you can see from the speed as well. Look, only 125 miles an hour on an 8-second run. Regularly runs sort of like 160 odd, that car. Another, you see a perfect example here with Paul Hudson. This is a car that does run a throttle stop and runs very, very big speed out the back door as well. That's the dragster in the Kestrel Lane.
Called the pension pot. I like that.
Yes, as in emptying the pension pot. Yeah, his previous car was called the Money Pit. There's a theme
okay.
going
There is
on.
a theme,
There is
yeah.
a theme. Against Simon Bolton with the Blitzkrieg Falcon.
It's nice seeing Simon in a different class than Supergas, especially in the Falcon. Has he run in Supercomp before?
I think he's picked up a lot of performance with this car. Can we have Pro ET into the lanes, please? Q2, Pro ET, please. Yeah, what's the dragster's speed on the big end? There you go, look at that. Nearly 170 miles an hour. But he breaks out, 887. 909 for Simon Thornton. Oh, what a cool little car. I didn't know Clement was entered with this. Excellent. A slingshot dragster, or if you're English, a catapult dragster. Against Leah Kellett. Joe standing down on the start line watching.
Yes, this is basically how it was and how it is now, racing in
Correct.
the same class. So the car you see in the Slick Tricks lane, that's a slingshot style dragster. That's what top fuel dragsters used to look like back in the 60s, 70s. And then obviously you've got Leah Kellett in the Kestrel beer lane, and that's what we drive now. That's a rear engine car, and that's got all of the electronics you can have on it. As the track goes quiet, I'm not too sure what's going on. I'm looking over the top end.
Yeah, someone's wandering out right up the top end. So we just got a quick track check to do right down there. All the wonderful marshals, do you know what? They never cease to amaze me. I was out early this morning for a little bit of exercise, and they were scraping the track at 7:30 this morning. They just never, ever, ever take it easy. We got spotters all the way up the racetrack. You have the track crew. Very good morning to Angie and everybody at the turn-off right down the top end, and Matt as well up there.
Yeah, we were watching them out the back here where they were throwing all the rubber that they'd taken off of the track.
Yeah.
Quite extraordinary how it's almost mat size, the rubber. Quite, you know.
I tell you what, there would be a market for Santapod Raceway rubber mats, wouldn't there? You just scrape a nice big chunk off and flog it. There we go.
Leave it in your dining room so it stinks the whole house out. That'd
There
be
are
fabulous.
people. I don't know. Or, I mean, put it in the workshop. put it on the entrance to your workshop. If you have a race car, it's got to be the coolest thing in the world. Wander in there and
A Sandapod rubber mat.
that's the one. They haven't done it, so please don't ask. But they work absolutely tirelessly. Yeah, all the top end crew. I'm not sure why they're out there up there. Someone's either lost something or something has broken. They're all in radio contact with each other, all the way from here to right up the other end there by those windmills. And if any car or bike comes round the corner at the top end with anything hanging off, any visible oil leak or anything like that, they radio back to the start line to check the racetrack. They also check the shutdown area. Now, the braking area or shutdown area is around about half a mile long. So the racetrack itself is quarter mile. That's about half a mile, just to give everybody enough space to stop. And unlike a lot of racetracks in the world, there is a field at the end of hours for them to run into. There are many tracks around the world that do actually have what we call kitty litter and catch fencing to stop any errant car or bike.
I think it was called a brick wall when I went to Bahrain. I'm sure that the racetrack, then the runoff area, then there was a brick wall.
Just to make sure.
In the Formula One track. It was
That's
inside
right,
the
yeah.
Formula
Yeah.
One track. So they decided that maybe wasn't quite the safest way to do things, and they moved the start line back a bit.
That's probably the way forward, you would think, wouldn't it? Or just not build a brick wall. But
Or not build a brick wall.
Not build a brick wall. Anyway, there are racetracks around the world that do have much less runoff area. Mantorp Park still is one in Sweden, and they had a big area of kitty litter before the field to slow anything down if it went too far. I do think there are a number of racers that have raced here that have said where their chutes failed or something like that, they've gone into the field. They were so happy it happened here, because if it had happened at other tracks in Europe or anywhere else, they wouldn't have a car left, because they would have hit the nets, they would have gone into the kitty litter. So yeah, I think there is some clear up going on down there. Also this morning, what was quite amusing was I went for a wander up right down the top end as well, and the access roads for the windmills run across the top end of the track.
Right.
And there is actually a warning sign saying traffic crossing at the end of the drag strip. So you are encouraged to look both ways, although I'm not sure what would come in the other direction, but you are encouraged to look both ways. And if anything comes past at 200 miles an hour, stand well back and film it.
Yeah.
Is probably
There is a track in the States where they've got a level crossing at the end of the track, haven't
That's
they?
exactly right.
Well, not for trains, but for cars. There's
Yeah.
it's literally a road goes down the end of the.
Do you? You won't be long enough to remember this too, but I think there's Maple Grove is one, National Trail in Columbus in Ohio. There is a regular street at the end of the track, so they had a couple of catch nets, and on the other side of the streets was a bloke's house, and fairly regularly he used to have a smouldering funny car land on his porch. That is not a fib. That's 100. I think it was National Trail at Columbus. There's some horrendous film of people. John Force was one of them where he went straight into it. But yeah, through the catch nets, out the other side, across the road, and yeah, landing in his front yard on fire.
Yeah.
I'd like to know who's been the furthest into this field.
I think there is. Colin knows this one. I'm pretty sure it was one of the Williams cars. I can see his face, but I can't remember his name.
Oh, is it Ollie?
Ollie, yeah, Ollie. What Ollie did, the brakes failed on the Pontiac. It's like a super stock car, 9-second car.
I've seen it here, haven't I?
Yeah, would have done, yeah. Brakes failed completely. Went into the field with no brakes whatsoever, and he actually did a massive U-turn. He went all the way around the field, past the windmill, just did like a huge 180, and then came back, I think, and rejoined the return road.
Good grief.
Martin Jones has been in there a long way. Laura Turbeville with the Drags has been in there a long way too. Martin Jones got to that windmill. which from here, though, looks like it's a long way in the field. And from going up there, it's not that far at all, actually, from the end.
I know Kev's slide field went quite a far way in.
Yeah.
The only reason why I know that is because the next morning his crew decided to play, "Oh, I've got a brand new Coinbon Orchestra."
Nice. And why not? After they'd spent all night repairing the front end.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Anyway, sorry, folks. Slight digress. I can only presume the crew are up the top end, actually clearing something up. I can see some dust up there.
Yeah.
There's a few crewmen, or crew members, I should say, out on the track up there. So the surefire way
to get them restarted is to hand to the radio station.
Absolutely that.
So,
yeah.
Rob, if you can hear us, it's over to you.
There we go. Before you carry on, Rob, sorry. Thank you very much indeed, Callum. Who was that's gone in the field?
That's Ollie.
Oh, that was when Ollie went in the field. Goodness me, look. There you go. A muscle car doing a bit of farming.
Rallycross.
Right, we're going to carry on then, boys.
We are indeed.
Okay, all right.
See, it worked, didn't it?
Yeah.
You did it. Sorry, Rob. So, Leah Kellett against Clement Dubois.
That is a high revving big block, that is.
That's a small block, I think, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah.
Which with equal space headers? Oh, I can't see really. Oh, no.
It's not.
No, it's not, yeah.
It is a 350 cubic inches will be one seriously small big block. But yeah, no, it is. I think that is a small block.
Oh, it's a screamer. Yes, as we were saying before, this is pretty much caveman versus spaceman in terms of
Space Girl. I think.
Space Girl. Sorry, yeah.
No, it's fine. I'm sure Leah would like to be referred to as Space Girl.
Yeah. So Leah's car is got every gadget you can have on it, which is all you're allowed. Oh, issues. Hang on. No, hang on a minute. He's just gone.
Yeah, but he didn't even wait for the green light. He probably would have been sent on a bye run, but he's got no time or anything like that. He just left before the tree ran. Never mind. He's got more qualifying runs to go. Yeah, he left before the tree was activated. In the meantime, Leo was trying to get the car started and couldn't do in time. Anyway, Clement Dubois will still have plenty more stabs at it.
There we go. That's a much better burn-up for Leah. Yeah, so you've already seen this car run in Super Pro with Joe driving. You can see Joe out front backing up his sister Leah. As I was saying before, yeah, this car's got all of the gadgets you're allowed in Super Comp on it. You'll see it launch, fall on its face basically as the throttle stop kicks in, and as it gets to about 330 foot, or that first block you see out there, the throttle stop will come off, it will, and basically run away then.
Yeah. It's a fabulous looking piece of kit as well, isn't it? That, mind you, in fairness, they all are, aren't they, these days? Absolutely superb. I can remember when I just used to play with my Mustang. If the fiberglass are broken, you put gaffer tape on it.
Yeah.
You don't do that anymore. These are so high class now, these vehicles. So we're looking for 8.9. We're in Super Comp. Oh, just breaks out. So 8.888. So once again, of our 7 vehicles that have run, 3 of them are breakouts out of the 7. So we've seen the car on the left-hand lane before, haven't we? The Jammy Dodger?
Yes, so Jasmine was driving that before in Super Gas. You can see her out there by the wall. This is Richard, her dad, driving the car. So he drives it in Super Comp, she drives it in Super Gas. I had a nice conversation with him yesterday, actually, and I figured out he is completely off his rocker. Yeah, he's insane. Taking on Steve Hudson with the intravenous altered. Again, another one of these older body styles that you don't usually see anymore, but...
Well, it's a Model T turtle deck, isn't it, that, I think? Very similar to Rough Diamond.
Yes.
So we're looking for 890, and we get 879, but an 8.9 in the left-hand lane, and that takes Richard up to number 2. So Dad does it well.
Oh, yes. So when Jasmine drives a car, it's got the throttle stop, but it doesn't have a throttle stop when it runs in Supercomp. That's just what it runs, and that's the same as the same as when Steve drives the Altered. That's no throttle stop. That just runs 890.
Yeah. Okay.
As we move into Comp Eliminator.
It's just I'm looking back on my life here before, and the whole essence of throttle stops was new business then.
Yes,
you know?
yeah,
and
yeah.
It's now it's going a full circle. They're all going back to just running it as they feel it. You
Yeah,
know? And
yeah.
it's quite extraordinary. But certainly throttle. Everybody was running throttle stops, as far as I was aware, in Supergas and Supercomp and things like that.
So this is Comp Eliminator. This is a tuning class. As you've got Chris Todd with the Fiesta. This is a Subaru-powered Fiesta. The engine is actually in the back of that thing. Taking on the Super Stocker, or the stock Super Stocker of Spencer Tram. That is the Camaro in the Kestrel beer lane. Now, the way that this class works is, depending on your weight, chassis type, engine combination, all those beautiful things, the scrutineers will give you a number and then say smash it.
Right, smash it.
Literally,
okay.
Yeah,
yeah.
so,
Right.
so as you can see, Chris Todd's numbers are 709. The car's never run that fast before. However, he's going to try and get as close to that as he can. Spencer's number is an 1168. He's been down into the 10s, I believe. Oh, lots of wheel spin for Chris. Yeah, so the way you qualify in this class is lots of smoke and fluid coming out the back of the Subaru powered Fiesta of Chris Todd. 11.084 Spencer Tram. Yeah, as I was just saying, the way you qualify is by beating that number by as much as you can. So Spencer goes 0.6 under his index, and he goes to number 1 qualifier.
So what Subaru engine is in that then, Tom?
Big one.
And that was our technical expert, Tom. Okay. It's certainly a very quick Fiesta, isn't it?
Yes, it's been into the 8s. I think it's the only Fiesta to run in the 8s. And it usually does it in a very wild fashion with very big wheelies.
Yeah, okay. So we're just track checking at the moment because it did seem there was a wee bit of smoke coming out of the back of it. So let's just make sure that the track is clear and dry. It's just an interesting class. Comp Eliminator is getting more people involved with it.
One of those classes you kind of have to build a car to fit into, if you see what I mean. Not just so the whole idea with Super Pro and Pro ET is you can run whatever you like and you just dial it in and that's how you race, which is a great way of going racing cost effectively. Comp Eliminator, you really have to have a good think about engine combination, how you want to run it, what you want to run.
It's basically all down to power to weight ratio and how you want to do that. If you want to go big money and you've got like a nice big block with a supercharger on it, your index will be 6.6 or something like that. So you're going to need to run 6 zeros to be competitive. Whereas you see like Simon Crowley down there with a Volkswagen Golf, and all that's got in it is a turbocharged 4-cylinder engine. But because it's a front-wheel drive car, his index is I think it's 9.2.
920, that's right.
As opposed to like Chris Todd, who've just seen, that's a turbocharged 4-cylinder, but because it's rear-wheel drive, he's got a 7-second index.
Right, okay.
So what it means though, the good thing about it is it's now been opened up to all sorts of different cars, like the front-wheel drive cars as well, which is a great addition. And some of them you're going to see run so quickly, and they have just the most amazing ETs, top-end speeds. A guy from Greece yesterday, Pedros Saxopoulos, was here after door slammers testing, and he set a new front-wheel drive record yesterday in the 780.
Wow.
In the 7.8.
And that's front-wheel drive.
That's front-wheel drive. 100. His best speed last weekend at the door slammers was 185 miles an hour out the back door, which is for a front-wheel drive car is just.
What sort of car is it?
It's
a Seat.
It's a Seat Ibiza. It has a 2-litre turbocharged engine in it. It's based on the 2-litre turbocharged petrol engine, the TFSI engine that you would get in a normal Seat Ibiza, but I hate the phrase on steroids.
Based on.
Yeah. I hate the phrase on steroids, but it's more than steroids. It's just bonkers. And the amount of engineering that goes to get it, because the whole idea with drag racing is weight transfer, getting power to the rear wheels to get them to hook, and obviously as they leave the line, the cars lean backwards onto those tyres to give them traction. Front wheel drive does none of that, so it makes it exceptionally difficult to get them down the track and to run that quick, as you're about to see.
Okay, so back on with the qualifying then, folks. Thank you to the crew, as always, for being vigilant out there on the track. So I assume both of these cars were here last week?
Yes, I believe they were. Simon Crowley entered in the front wheel drive class, and Dan Williams was in big bracket. So as you can see again, Simon Crowley's index for his, I think it's BB-AF, his index is 9.20. To be competitive with an index like that, you want to be 850s, 860s.
Simon's quickest run is in the mid-9s, but that's why he's here on this racetrack on weekends like this, to try and get further into the 9s.
Yep. And you got Dan Williams looking to run anywhere faster than 11.25, which he will do. I think the car's been mid-10s.
Good looking launch for Simon. 964, 147 miles an hour. They look pretty happy with that. 1079 for Dan Williams.
Well, so he was under his index, wasn't
Correct.
he?
That's the idea, is to try and run. You basically have a size of engine. It has to, because of the size of the engine, the car has to weigh a certain amount, and then you go as quick as you want based on that index. And the idea is to run as much quicker than the index as you can. Some will be quicker, some won't. It's just the way it works out.
It gets a little bit more complicated when you get into eliminations and things like that, but right now it is just go as fast as you physically can.
Yeah. Well, in eliminations, it is a heads-up race. They're staggered based on their indexes, and first to the finish line wins.
Yeah.
That's the way it works. Terry Newton with the Escort van, the quickest Ford-powered van in Europe in the Kestrel Lane, dipped into the 8s, 160 miles an hour plus. And Dave Swift.
Wow.
Whoa, Dave.
Oh.
Terry Newton's driving around the blocks. He does an expert job keeping it in his own lane. Still goes 9.48.
That was a massive shame that Terry Newton actually had to shut off, because his 60 foot was 1.54, which for a van was absolutely outstanding. He'll have plenty more chances this weekend, but he would have liked to taken that one. Dave Swift got all kinds of out of shape. Just about half track.
Well, I can't get over how well Terry, because not only did he drive around the block, he kept it in his own lane.
He did. I thought he kept going, actually, to be honest. But there we go. Anyway, so the block will be replaced. Dave Smith does get an ET on the ball, but it won't count because he went over the centre line.
Yeah.
He did a good job of hanging onto it as well, though, because that could have been a lot worse if he'd have gone further.
You don't see many AMC cars, do you, in drag racing?
I think that's it.
What, in the UK?
Yeah, hardly any.
Yeah.
That's a very unique car, that one. That's the reason that Dave actually, I think one of the reasons Dave bought it, he just loved the shape of it, because it was so different and something fun.
I think AMC's biggest highlight of their lives was when they were featured in a James Bond movie, The Man with the Golden Gun.
Is that right?
Where James Bond, I'm sure, to chase the baddie, trying to think, the one who had the golden gun.
Yeah. Mr. Scaramanga.
Mr. Scaramanga, that's it. Well done. And James Bond took somebody out for a test run, broke into the showroom, the AMC showroom, and I think both the cars, Scaramanga's car and the one that James Bond, were AMC cars, you know?
Not like that one, obviously.
Obviously,
but, that was a good bit of evasive driving.
But it's a a sort of a make of car that's almost forgotten worldwide. I don't think it's
Universally forgotten. I think,
universally
really.
forgotten.
Well, there's a lot of American car makers and brands like in the UK as well that just died off over the years.
Yeah.
That's one of them. Pontiac have unbelievably gone as well, and the amount of Pontiacs around over the years and the impact they've had on drag racing as well is massive. And yet
Even
they've
I
gone.
had one. Even I had one.
There you go.
There you are.
There you go. So all we're doing out there, folks, the block will be replaced. There it is. Is a bit of a track sweep. The blocks these days, do you remember, used to take ages to do, didn't it?
Yes.
Now it just takes a couple of moments. There is a new block going out there, a new foam block. They're held down these days with magnets, which makes placing them so much easier because you just put them on the magnetic block.
Yeah.
And that's it. And a lot of the time, we haven't got them today, but when we have racing, a lot of the time, the track crew just stick them on the front of the grandstands because they're magnetic. They just they fix onto the front of the sheet metal on the grandstands, and yeah, it's a good idea.
Wow.
So anyway, Nitro FM for a couple of moments, please. Once again, as soon as we hand over, we'll be back. So we're guaranteed to be back very shortly. Thank you, fellas. So we're back to the live action out on track 2 front-wheel drive cars. Luke Stevenson, who was here last weekend, sitting where Tom is. That's why the tower's not bowing. In the Kestrel, lovely for saying that, always does. In the Kestrel lane, both these two have the same index. Luke is in Mr. Herbert's car for the weekend, joining in comp. Was supposed to be racing a different car this weekend, taking on Matty Davidson, Mr. Boost, with the Honda Civic. See, once again, that Honda Civic Matt Davidson's got out there is a very rare beast these days. That particular version and body style. 23 to open his account. 12:37 for Luke.
I've just got something in my head that maybe last week or another race meeting there was a Honda Civic here that was running very, very quickly
Oh,
indeed.
it's here this weekend
here this
too.
weekend. It's not
just
running
not out in
now.
this session.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's in comp eliminators.
Was it about 170 miles an hour or something it ran?
About normal.
It's like phenomenal.
It's
you know?
amazing, isn't it? This is Brendan Clancy.
Oh
with
my God!
Exactly, the doubling up.
Wow. Oh well, that is a name that I remember from my time. Brendan used to run in Supergas.
Correct. He did with the Nova. This is still called doubling up. This is a 53 Corvette
Okay.
An A nitrous sorted, index of 7 flat. His first run, his first event as well, looking a little ill for about 10 years. 8:39 at 161 to open his account. Nice A to B run. I'm sure the track crew will be doing a bit of checking over the car at the top end.
It's fabulous that people are coming back to the sport again after having...
It's amazing you're remembering all of them. I like this. This is good. That's what I said. It's like a memory test, isn't it? You know?
Yeah.
It's you do remember. Your brain remembers an amazing. I've always thought it's amazing that you haven't heard a song for 30 years and you hear the first 2 notes and you go, oh, remember all that.
Yeah.
So if someone says to you, remember that song, I'm sure that's happened to you like many people.
No, not me.
Well, it's happening with race cars. This is your version of it, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think the race cars are your version of it. Super Pro into the lanes, please, once again. As we move into the second of our 5 scheduled sessions for today.
Junior Dragster. So Ellie Mae Brown in the Slick Tricks Racing lane. Ellie from Rushton, which is, you can walk it from here, can't you? Almost.
Yep, you can.
And Chevy Checkett in the Flame Game in the Kestrel Beers lane. Now, where are they at the moment? Chevy is the number 24 spot. Ellie Mae in the number 12 spot in the qualifying. Qualifying is on their reaction time, so whole different concept to anything else. And a .06 for Ellie Mae Brown. That's really, really good. That should move her up from 12. It does to 10. And Chevy moves from 24, big step, up to 16 qualifying with that .11.
That's exactly right. Chev probably were looking for a bigger move than that, but at least she's in the show for now. They both are. Okay, Jack Taylor being guy. If you ever wonder what the man sat next to us looks like, there he is out there. That's Thomas Cook Abbott, directing traffic and helping out in the juniors still in the Slick Tricks lane. Taking on Neve Deevy. That's big sis Caitlin. I was going to say that's a thinner version of Richard behind, but it's not. It's Matt Fordham. Sorry, Rich. Just kidding. So both these two made runs earlier today. Jack is number 8. Neve is number 19. This is run 2 of 5 scheduled for today.
Well, Jack's first reaction time was a .06. So what's he going to hand us now?
Not any quicker. Great one for Neve, though. 0.43 for Neve. That'll get her the number 6 spot for now.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's any help at all for Jack Taylor. Actually, he gets bumped down 1 spot by...
When you think about it, the amazing thing, I don't think people realise how quick these cars are actually going. When you think that you're doing in these little cars 81 miles an hour at the 8th mile mark. My Firebird that I had, which was an out-of-the-box small block, would run the quarter mile in 16 seconds and was only doing about 80 miles an hour at that time. These kids are sort of going far quicker than that in the 1/8 of a mile.
They certainly are. Daniel Todd and Harry Redshaw, your next pair. Daniel with a 007. My goodness me. Take a bow, your new number 1 qualifier in the Kestrel lane. You heard that right, Mark. He's number 1. Yeah. Frame that ticket. Well done. Harry Redshaw gets bumped back 1 spot. Yeah, you were saying that about how quick these cars are. A number of years back when the Wheelers were racing, Page and Bell
yes.
Wheeler.
Yeah, I remember that.
Andy, their dad, with his Porsche, came down to race his daughter with a junior dragster and got his ass kicked.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Admittedly over the 8th mile, but yeah.
That's the point I'm trying to make. I know we only race them over the 8th.
Yep.
But my God, they're quick over the 8th.
Very much so. Tom Peters and Mackenzie Love, who was testing here yesterday with the Mad Max car in the Slick Tricks lane.
Well, Tom Peters already qualified in the number 17 spot. Mackenzie's in at number 11 at the moment and just records a 0.3.
That'll work.
So that might move her up. It does, up to number 6. Sorry, up to number 6.
Yeah, well done, young man. Up to number 6. Tom Peters stays put at number 17. Oh, Jake Cooper and Teddy Howe. Jake Cooper's number 2. Going to be hard to improve on a 009. Teddy is currently number 25. Points in the Junior Dragster Championship. We do have Liam McDonald, who is out in front at the moment. The young lad from Ireland.
So Teddy in the stock Junior Dragster in the Slick Tricks Racing lane, and Jake in the modified Junior Dragster in the Kestrel Beers lane.
Way too quick that time for Jake. 0.13 red. That's a pretty big red, actually. Teddy, 0.16. Not going to get him on the front page, i.e. the top 16.
Oh, he's already there, isn't he?
Moves up from
he's
25
not.
to 25 to 21.
Yeah.
That's another thing I've just remembered as well. We've got Marie Camilleri. Marie Camilleri. I'll get it right. Kestrel Lane and Kai Cooper. Slick Tricks Lane. I think both went red in Q1. When you started commentating, we didn't have screens or anything.
Bits of paper.
That's the one. That must have been a mare to try and keep up with everything.
I didn't understand it at all. It's only the advent of the computer made me understand what was going on. So we got reaction times of 0.11 and a red in the Slick Tricks Racing lane. But Marie moves up from 20 to 19. And Kai Cooper stays exactly at number 27 in our big list of qualifiers here for Junior Dragster.
Yeah, and you used to get the ETs from, like, they used to pass you the elapsed times or tell you? Yeah?
Yeah, the timing
crew,
I was there.
Yeah.
Timing crew used to be in where we are now, and it was Mr. Billington's equipment that they were working on, and they'd write you a ticket and pass you the ticket through.
So you wouldn't know. And also, no scoreboards, so you couldn't tell what the time was.
No.
It was just who got the win. Finley Fagg, number 9 at the moment. Lola Bell Kemp with an 098. That will get her on the front page, just at number 16. Finn. Is that 004 for Finn? Your new number 1 qualifier in the Kestrel Lane.
Wow.
Well done,
Well
Finley
done.
Fagg. Number 1, sir.
Oh,
Congrats.
004 reaction time. My
That's
goodness
about
me.
as good as it gets, that is. But, so, yeah, there was a whole... how can I put it? I do say this, though, that we are so blessed to live in this age where we have multiple resources to use to inform everybody out there. What you did, would give me a endless headache these days, I think, really, because we never had the screens, we didn't have the scoreboards. We have the screens which give us incremental times and all sorts of information. You had none of that.
Absolutely, yeah. And weeds growing on the track. on the outsides of it. Yeah.
That too. Freddie Taylor, Daniel Weir. Freddie hasn't put in a run yet, actually. Kestrel side of the track. And Daniel at number 25 at the moment. I think that was a red light round 1. It wasn't that time, it was an 021.
Well, red light for Freddie Taylor.
Oh, 006.
But at a 0.02 in Daniel's lane. So that moves him up from, quantum leap. 25 to number 5 in the qualifying. Freddie's in at number 26.
The polite phrase in modern terminology is outhouse to penthouse, or something house to penthouse, if you prefer. Harley Coulsell, again, helped out by Tom down there. Good buddies for many, many years. Kestrel side of the track, and Grace Smith. Harley, I think, went red. Must have done. 24th position. He would have been that late.
Well, Grace already in it, I think you said, number 6, having a 0.02 reaction time, first time out. That time, red light, trying that a little bit too hard, which is what it's all about, examining the envelope. And Harley, with that reaction time of 0.08, moves up, I think, to number 24, I think it was.
So I think
18.
Yeah.
Sorry, 18.
That's right, yeah. The thing is, with so many qualifying runs, you really they try and nail it down many times, let's put it that way. They really are trying to get those points. And the thing is that in the way modern day racing works, is because you get like 10 points per qualified position. So if you qualified number 1, you get 200 more points than the person that qualifies in 20th. Well, 200 points in normal English is worth 2 rounds of elimination racing. So it is very, very worth qualify. A lot of the time throughout the season, you will see in different classes, in a lot of the bracket classes as well, you will see someone win the championship who hasn't won as many rounds as somebody else, and that's because they've consistently qualified higher.
Yeah.
Lot to think about, but all goes well. Molly Openshaw and Lara Bartlett. Your next pair?
Well, Molly's qualified at the number 14 spot at the moment with a 0.07, and Lara is in at 23 at the moment.
That'll help both of them.
That'll help, yeah, definitely. A 0.4 and a 0.5.
Front page for both of them, around about 11 and 12-ish. It was 11 and 12, yeah, look at that. Molly Openshaw.
Are you really Mystic Meg?
Septic peg. Something like that, anyway.
I rest my case.
Thank you. So, Jacqueline Bartlett. It's always good to learn from the best, John. Jacqueline Bartlett in the Slick Tricks car in the Kestrel Lane against Teddy Sullivan with the Bulldog.
Well, Jacqueline is already in there at 13 with a 0.05. Ted is in the number 20 qualifying spot at the moment. So I wonder whether we're going to see both of these move up.
Well, top 16 now, 0.7 is the 16th spot. Tom, everyone's improved massively in this session, haven't they? Look at that. We've got 2 more 00 lights as well in there.
That's good.
Absolutely that, yeah. First Daniel Todd, then Finley Fagg.
Speaking of reds.
Reds, both reds.
Yeah. 004, though. Trying very hard was Jacqueline.
Yeah.
I love about kids are always great at keeping you grounded, aren't they? And I love that, like Suzanne says, that Jacqueline's not impressed at all that she drives a top fuel car. Not even remote, you know what I mean. I last year for my birthday we went away on holiday, and all the kids were standing on the beach while I had to go at flyboarding, which is the thing with the jets that you stand on.
Yeah.
Yep.
So like flying around the harbour in Dubai, it was great fun. It was one of the easier things I've done, to be honest. And I said to the kids when it came out, I said, "Did you see Daddy flying?" And they went, "No, we saw you fall in the water." I thought, "Thanks very much." So what they did was they saw me fall over the first time, and then completely missed all the rest of it, where I flew around with no problem whatsoever, and that was it. So you will never be cool to your children. I think it's just the safest way to be. Ada Kasisi down there with the Cherry Bomber. Ada is doing terrifically well this year. Number 3 in the championship so far. Damien Redshaw for Odyssey Batteries, Kestrel side of the racetrack.
Well, Damien's actually gone in deep stage whilst they were doing a bit of funky stage in the Davis Cup. But she goes 0.4 on the tree. He goes 0.13. He didn't go red.
I was going to say he didn't go red, which is the most important thing. But what would that have been if he didn't deep stage? That's
worse.
The thing. Worse, a lot worse. Yeah, you're right. That's what I was thinking. But so Max Taylor in the Kestrel Lane. Now, this is a name you remember. Out in front of Max is Max's dad.
Yep.
Obviously, Steve Taylor. Steve Taylor, if I'm not wrong, is the son of Graham Hawes.
That's why the Black Magic. It's because the car's
exactly right. Yes.
Right. Okay. Yeah, indeed. I was going to mention the Black Magic name, and I thought, no, well, it's just...
No, it is.
Oh, wow.
That's where it's from.
It's a family affair.
What we also have as well, I mean, it is quite amazing. That's Emmy Cromwell in the Violet Haze from Horsham in the Slick Tricks Lane. We also have in junior drag bike at some of the events, Grace Pollen, who is Dave Pollen's granddaughter.
Well, she's here this weekend.
Is she?
But she's just not riding.
Okay. So a red light in the slick tricks lane at a 0.10 reaction time moves Max Taylor from 27 up to 20.
So, I alluded to earlier Liam doing a bit of travelling with the junior dragster. Thank you very much indeed for the team providing me with notes. Let's see if I can get through them all. So, he's racing this year all around Europe. He's currently number 1 in 3 different championships. He's racing Tierp in Sweden, Gardermoen in Norway, Drachten in the Netherlands, Hockenheim in Germany, then back to France for 2 more rounds of the French Championship. Back to England for the final 3 rounds. Did he ever go to school? And possibly out to Zerbst in Germany, which is out near Berlin. That's a long way to go for them as well. Leon will be travelling Europe for over 2.5 months away from home. And he won the French round at Clastres previously, the last round at Saint-Tropez at the Festival of Power, making it back-to-back wins. He's going after the British, French and German championships, and he's already leading all 3.
Well, you can see why. Reaction time 0.02, a 0.06 for Richard Wilcox, and that moves Richard up from 18 to 14, and Liam up from 7 to 6. So it's very heavily contested in the top 10 here at the moment.
Well, leading a junior dragster championship is hard. Leading 2, very hard. Leading 3,
Yeah.
whoa.
Wow.
Anyway, so Elifag, the other member of the family, number 1 at the moment with 004. Ellie in at 30, I can only presume went red in round 1 against Harry Pieces. Yeah, the top 16 has bunched up significantly from round 1.
Yeah, very much so. Let's see how we do with this A modified and modified, and that's in the Kestrel and Slick Tricks racing lane respectively.
Well, what you tend to see with the juniors is on the first day everyone goes hell for leather trying to get their lights, so you see a lot of those, quite a lot of red lights.
Yeah.
But come Saturday, Sunday, everyone's pretty much got what they can do, because you do 5 runs in one day, you're going to get it pretty close.
Yeah.
So most people just dial back and go for elimination lights.
Take it easy just to make sure all the time. Well,
Yeah.
as easy as you can do with 0 lights, but you're not.
Elifag's car is doing 82 miles an hour at the 8th mile.
807. Yeah.
I mean, that's phenomenal. In my head, that is phenomenal.
It's not hanging about at all,
No.
is it? No.
It's faster than most sports cars.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you said about
Yeah.
Andy Wheeler and his Porsche, was it?
Yeah,
right.
yeah,
And got beaten by a junior dragster.
I think
With his daughter in it as well, which
Yeah.
just makes it, living that one down.
I think Cheyenne raced in Hockenheim, raced another Porsche
Yeah.
and kicked its ass.
Really?
Cool.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Wow. It's just an incredible class. It really, really is. But it leads, as always, on to other things, and there's so many, as we said earlier on, so many of the juniors have moved up and are now racing in other classes, which is what it's all about. You know?
If it was in another form of life, it would be known as a gateway drug, I think, wouldn't it? If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I
It's
don't.
like getting
Sorry,
into...
I'm old. I don't understand what you're talking about.
But it gets you into other things, if you know what I mean. It gets you into wanting to go faster. And the amount of juniors that, as they've got older, have gone, Dad,
Yeah.
can I have a go? But some of them are killing it, to say the least. One of them particularly, Harley J, I'm thinking of, Harley J.
yeah.
Darby. Right now, Harley J. Darby has been racing junior dragster for years. He's 16 years old. He is now driving and doing very, very, very well in his dad's 8-second pickup truck.
Oh, I thought I recognised the name.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
just-
So at 16.
At
Yes.
60, he's not
Yeah.
even
Can't
legal
drive
to
it on
drive
the
on the
road.
road.
Yeah, yeah.
Same as Dave Day and his
Yeah.
lad
Elliot.
Elliot.
Yeah.
Elliot was racing in Street Eliminator, running 8s at 150 before he could drive on the road. Even when he passed his test, this is hilarious. Even when he passed his test, they couldn't get him insured for it to drive it in the cruise.
I had the.
Oh, you had the pleasure.
I
I'm
had
sorry.
the call.
And how did that go? Do you want to remortgage your house, sir, or sell it?
I can't remember
Did you
what
get it
the
done?
outcome. No. It wasn't me. I think the team in my office went, "You're joking."
You've got to be having a laugh. Yeah, a V8 turbo car and you're 17 and just passed your test. Have a laugh.
Yeah. How does no sound?
Laura Baton, pretty obvious actually, is the honest answer. Against Mark Manning with that beautiful, beautiful coupe, turning the nitrous on this time.
Well, a pair of red lights, so they're really going for it here. But you're quite right about the 34. It is a superb-looking piece of kit. Oh, very good.
9.24 breakout for Laura by a couple of hun. Mark Manning, pardon me, up to 9. So Dave Rudd with the family Cobra, that car, like you said, Colin. Colin, you're not Colin, are you? You're doing such a good job. I thought you were Colin. John. Yeah. Okay. All right. That is the Banzai Cobra, but extensively rebuilt and reworked, and it looks absolutely immaculate. That's Dave Rudd in the Kestrel Lane.
And another 23T out there in the hands of Marie Mills. Currently sitting at the number 33 spot, and Dave Rudd at the number 30 qualifying spot. Is that going to change in this round of Pro ET qualifying? 9.54 dialing, 9.57. And they both make a move there. Dave Rudd moves up from 30 to 7th with that run. Marie Mills not quite so...
She moves, I love that. She moves up the qualifying order because she didn't break out by as much as she did in round 1.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got... How many cars have we had run in Pro ET? Let's have a look, see if I can do it without losing. Oh, so we've had 35 put in time runs. We only have 32 spots available in the field. So this is the fun part. It's a race within a race just to get in the show.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Sleeping Beauty himself, Roy Walker, in the Kestrel Lane, 9.16. With the Mustang. Slightly more on time than usual. Probably heard what I said earlier. Against Thomas Bubley. Thomas moves up to 11 with an 18 on the 13. Bumps Roy back 1 spot. That time Roy went 9.35. So this beautiful Nova of the Dowdy family down there. That's a very unique looking car, John, that one.
It is.
It's not the Nova shape and rear end that I've seen before.
I know. Yeah. I mean, the reg plate is 1965, but whether that is actually the year of manufacture or not, I don't know. But I do, because Mr. young Matthew Dowdy was in Junior Dragster, wasn't he?
Correct. Yeah.
And I do remember going to a touring car. I was invited to go and see touring cars in Silverstone. And I said to Deb, at least no one's going to know me there. And the guy who turned up was standing next to me when we went on pit lane walkabout was Matthew's dad. And he said, "You're not at the pod today then?" No.
So Alfie Ratton, 9.04 with the little Celica.
He's already in the number 2 qualifying spot. 9.05.
With a 1, very good, consistent as well. 12.34, still trying to nail down that 11-second run for Matthew Dowdy. Could we have Super Gas, please? To the lanes. Super Gas for Q2. So Kirsty Tram with the Camaro that she borrows, I think, from Andy Dibley. This car normally races in Sportsman ET, which is 12 seconds or slower. At the Door Slammers last weekend, she was solidly in the 11s about every time, I think. And a few weeks ago at the Festival of Power 2, so they thought, why not? Let's chunk it into Pro ET against Warren Watts.
Well, Warren, dial, you can see it on the board there, dials in a 9, and 11.86 is the dialed in time for Kirsty Tram. Red light in the Kestrel Beers lane, but Warren, as you can see the difference in their dialed in times, nearly 3 seconds, and that's what you get on the finish line as well.
Oh, Kirsty, 7 thousandths too quick.
Wow.
Oh, so close to that, nailing down that number 1 spot and the perfect ET money. So we have 2 awards for perfect ET and perfect light. One sponsored very kindly by Tig and Kath Napier, the Bad Habit Award, and the other one sponsored by Twister, the man himself, Mr. Andy Fadster. Hope you're doing as well, so real sorry you're not here this weekend racing with us.
So that's John Bean in the shotgun Mustang. The more modern version, Ford's famous Mustang, and Brett Featherstone. Now then, Brett moves up from 9 to 2, and John Bean goes even better than that, goes from 23 to 7. So well done to him. A huge step in his qualifying ladder.
That's the idea. So we have Little Dragster and Door Car this time round. Will Clark, Kestrel side of the track, 9.70.
It's almost like David and Goliath, this, isn't it? You know, it's the Will Clark is looking up to his side at John Dalrymple, and they've got virtually the same dialed-in times.
Exactly. That Little Dragster is very, very successful. Wow. 74.82. Up to number 11. 17 for John Dalrymple with the 82. Certainly a big help. So, the lovely Amy Watkins with the big orange Pontiac down there. One of 3 for the Watkins family racing this weekend.
So what is that, about 78, isn't it? 78, 79. That
looks about 78.
You know, Smokey and the Bandit type Pontiac.
Yeah, but his never went like this. In the Slick Tricks lane, 9.43 and 8.99 for John Turner, hoping to nudge back into the 8. He's changed class as well. He's gone back into Pro ET. He was in Super Pro earlier on today.
I remember having a conversation with Colin Theobald. Having a conversation with Colin Theobald up here about the new suspension struts on the fronts of the cars, which don't allow them to throw themselves, you know, when they come down to land, they land, you know, and that's absolutely, it's changed the whole way that these cars react, isn't it? Absolutely superb.
And also the way that people can run, so they don't fear having big wheelies anymore, because they know they're going to land and be able to keep going, as opposed to destroy the whole bottom of the car. Absolutely that. That was a good move for Amy, though. I think Amy went up to, I think she was up to number 9 with that one. Mason Griffiths with the appliance, and Chris Newsom. Good to see Chris back for the first time in a while with the MG Rover. Up to number 4 for Chris Newsom. 9.77 on a 76. Mason Griffiths goes 9.06. And that took him to 19.
19,
so he's 0.10 off his dial, and he is number 19. There we go. Top 10 are 03 or better, and we move on with the next pair. Going to be Daniel Fulton and Stevie Gates. Now, I think I said this the other day, John. You may remember this car. Do you remember Pete White's Up in Smoke?
Yeah, I heard you say that.
Yeah. It looks very much like it. It could be. It could be.
Haven't seen Pete for years. So his daughter used to be one of the receptionists on the hotel we used to stay.
Okay, that was handy. So no improvement for Daniel Fulton. 15 on a 12. Breakout for Stevie Gates by just 2 measly hundredths of a second.
So Bob Molden comes from the wonderful city of Leeds, and the White Noise car. That is a Renault, is it?
Peugeot 2FI.
Peugeot.
Yeah.
There we are.
Bit of Yorkshire muscle, mate. That's what that is.
Yorkshire muscle. And Ronnie
Mercer.
Mercer.
French muscle. Sorry, not Yorkshire muscle. I know what I meant.
Ronnie Mercer's the man in the
Anglia, in the Slick Tricks lane.
Oh, Bobby enjoys this drag racing, doesn't he? I mean, he's double classing here.
Yeah.
I think he goes to he was here last week, wasn't he? Was he here with the door slammers?
He was off at races at Melbourne, obviously, because he's just down the road all the time.
Of course.
Looking for a 9.35. I'm not entirely sure I've ever seen him dial that quickly.
Well, you're just about to find out. So 9.35, 10.42, 9.37.
7th spot. Ronnie Mercer breaks out by 0.02 of a second. He's finally got the car working without nitrous. Cheaper, but not as much fun, I bet. So Liz Malcolm with the Just for Fun drags. I haven't seen Liz out for a long time, actually. In the Kestrel Lane, 10.80 for the little dragster, and Dave Cherrett, who picked up the big trophy on day 2 of the big racket last weekend from Worcester.
Yeah, I'm glad to see Dave's winning. We always used to say about Dave, he always broke out. No matter what he did, he would always break out, but a whole different thing. That was that sedan delivery was the overnight sensation. Do you remember that? Years ago, built by
Des Taylor.
Dyno Des Taylor. There you are. And I remember seeing that coming out for its first ever run at York Raceway.
That's right. So 79, Dave goes to 15. Liz Malcolm breaks out and still moves up to 30 because it wasn't as bad as before. There we go. Yeah, that was. I did see Des posted on one of his posts after it won at the weekend. He said, "Yep, good to see I built it and it's still winning."
Yeah,
which was nice. Which was nice.
Yeah, I think that's right too. Yeah, all credit to Des. So Mark Huxley is back round here, sitting in the number 33 spot with the Toyota Corolla, and Simon Innes with his Barracuda out there in the Slick Tricks racing lane. Dials in a 10.54. A 9.71 is what Mark is looking for to get him off of that out of the breakout situation. So is it going to happen? Well, red light for Simon Innes. So 0.3 for Mark Huxley. Now 9.71, 9.79. And that moves Mark up from 33 to 20. And I think 18 is the position of the man in the right-hand lane.
Okay, Jason Pickett with a cherry bong, expertly built by the Williams boys. 10.75, member of the Gasser Circus as well, running deeper and deeper into the 10s so far this season. 10.75, Nick Muggeridge, 9.96, first time I've ever seen him dial a 9 with the little junior comp car.
Yeah, he ran his first 9 in Q1. That was his first ever 9.
Well, when he gets his car dialed, he's going to be killer. He was always like that in Junior Dragster. 9.97 with an 8, that'll work.
Wow. Moves him up to number 5, from 33 to number 5. Well done, Nick.
Jason breaks out again with a 72. It's a bit cutthroat, this, to say the least, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great fun. But, I mean, Lee Morris here with the E-Type. I mean, in my head, it's a Wildcat. A Wildcat replica of an E-Type. It's not, as I recall, an actual E-Type.
If it was an E-Type, I'm sure he'd be flogging it or auctioning it, do you reckon?
I reckon that is worth its weight in gold. That I mean, it's such a super car. Been with us for 30 years.
It's been very, very successful.
Yeah.
Could be one of the most successful cars in British drag racing, full stop,
yeah.
I think.
Oh, it's wonderful.
Well, he's not qualified at the moment, though. Looking for a 9.96 this time. 10 flat for Tom Kay.
10.11. 9.96.
There we go. Look at that. Up to number 2.
Well done, Lee.
Right, we've got one more car, I think, in Pro ET Super Street. Sorry, Super Street. Full. That's tomorrow. Street Eliminator, please. Into the lanes, please. Street Eliminator for Q2. Into the lanes, please. Okay. Pete Dobb with a Metamorphosis. See where everybody lines up, shall we? So the top 16, sorry, the top 20, 06. 32, the bump is a bit soft, obviously, but 2 sessions later, Laura Baton, the red lights start from number 32 onwards. Everybody else is, or the breakout, sorry, everybody else has been inside. So we've got 3 more sessions of these today, and the man on the start line now, Pete Dobb with the Metamorphosis Camaro, looking for 9.10. Oh, that sounds expensive. Very unusual to see that car. I said, well, unusual. I can't remember the last time I ever did to see that car have any sort of problem at all. Bob's wandering over the car. I hope it's something really straightforward, like it jumped out of gear. However, when something stops that suddenly, it isn't normally.
Well, there's what I expected to see was prop shaft
Stuff.
yeah, come falling down. But touch wood, he says, holding his head. Doesn't seem to be that bad. So let's hope it's all going to be okay, and he'll be able to get that back out racing again.
Yeah, fingers crossed. So, as Pete Dodd is unfortunately pushed back, we're about to go with Super Pro ET. We're just about to have JT destroy another set of tyres and wipe the place out. Very huge, massive, unbelievably happy. Welcome back to Mr. Chris Parker up here.
Thank you very much.
Previous champ in Super Pro ET. When was it now? Come on, you're not going to forget that.
2016.
2016.
Yeah, it's forever ago now.
It's a long time ago.
Yeah.
7 years, man.
Yeah, we had
7 years.
We had that pandemic thing in the meantime.
Yes, yes, we did, and all sorts of other stuff going on. Well, Pete Dodd's car still
How are you,
rolls.
mate?
Nice to see you, John.
You too.
It takes me back, you see,
What's
because
that?
I grew up with John Price
Listening,
not
yeah,
only
yeah.
here but at York as well.
We were so unpopular when we took over from you and Graham. It was unbelievable.
I'm sure
There are people chasing us around with pitchforks saying, no, bring them back.
yeah, right.
So, Super Pro, this is Paul Marston with the Dragster. Now, Chris, 4-link Dragsters, worth the effort over here or what?
Difficult to say.
Okay.
4-link dragster definitely through the top end.
Explain
gives
what you mean, Chris.
So, the dragster you see in the right-hand lane has full suspension at the rear.
Like a door car.
Like a door car.
Because a Dragster is normally completely solid
Yeah.
with
Yeah.
the rear axle locked into it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it just gives you more options at the top end. It's much easier to want the throttle, just get on and
Get
off
on
it.
and off it, yeah.
And you don't have to wait for the car to settle.
Right.
With a solid chassis, if you want to be on and off the throttle at the top end, you're waiting for the chassis to settle.
It's also when like people in the States, they race all over the place. That's Paul Marston going 8:36
Yeah.
into number 5. When they race at all different tracks all over the place.
Didn't even stop for a breath.
There you go. Of course not. Know me that long. When they race at different tracks all around the country, some are better than others, some hook better than others. So they can with the 4-link gives you more adjustment.
Yeah, it gives you more adjustment. You know, there's those tracks where you'll just want to hit it a little bit softer off the line, and then bring
Just give me a big pause.
Yeah.
There he is,
Slightly
completely
aware with the
sideways.
jig.
As I just realised he's back to being the crew killer. First time I've had my name on a car in years, and it's on the back, saying because I named it, not because driving it.
Wow.
Yeah, anyway. Letting the smoke out is JT, running 150 miles an hour as well with a 4-pop. Up against Jens Konecki. I always think as well, Chris, it doesn't seem to make as much difference over here, but running a door car does seem to be a bit of a sort of like one hand behind your back kind of way of racing with all the dragsters.
You would think so, but the guys in the States say not. So they're completely equal.
Well, you go to big bracket races in the States and you see all dragsters pretty much, or roadsters. So you got
a lot of them, yeah.
Yeah, loads
This
of
is
them.
going to be close, boys. Look at this.
20 for Jens, 894 for JT. It does actually move up to number 7. Jens Konecki up to number 10 because he didn't break out. There we go.
But there are those guys who run door cars all the time, and win.
Yeah. I guess it's a case of if you know your car that well.
Yep.
So I'm sure these came out the factory as well, like this, didn't they, John? 4 Cortina Estates.
Sure. Yeah, Dad
Yeah.
would have built them just like that. Undoubtedly.
160 miles an hour, 8-skin cars.
But it's another family affair, isn't it? You know, Dad used to race it and was very, very
Still
good
does.
at racing.
Still does
he
sometimes.
still race
Yeah,
it?
they still swap between them sometimes.
Yeah, and it's such an unusual car to go drag racing in. You know, a Ford Cortina estate car, which I think in this day and age are as rare as hen's teeth.
There can't be many.
Probably original, and it's in really good shape as well. That's what I keep saying about these cars that used to be 10 a penny are now really getting to be rare, like Pontiacs, funnily enough.
Well, here's young Brian with his red Firebird, saying about him earlier on. He's been with me since I started.
Street-driven Firebird at that. Still.
Is it? Still?
Yeah. Brian still takes it out.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
I mean, you'll remember, like me, John, when he came up to York in the 80s, 88 or something.
Yeah.
He came up and won the Street Race Championship at York.
Yeah.
Tom moves up to 10 with a 42 on a 38. Getting
And
closer.
Brian stays in number 2.
Yeah, and also as well, what you said about Brian Pateman, his daughter Steph now races as well. Not in this car yet.
Okay.
She borrows mum's BMW and runs in Sportsman ET.
Wow. Okay. Once it's in your blood, isn't it? Now, it's a question for you. The van with no name.
Yeah.
Years ago, there was a guy called Dave Snitter.
I remember the Snitter base.
Wasn't that a Marina van?
No, that was a Vauxhall something or other. He ran it in the Rover V8 Championship, didn't he?
Yes, with lots of nitrous, and that was its downfall. Yeah.
It's not the same vehicle then.
No,
that's the reason for the question, is that I thought Dave Snitter's was a Marina, but obviously not. So,
Pretty sure that was a Viva Dave of all things, if there was such a thing.
I know.
So, Elodie Dubois with the dragster. They must be handing out free tyres today.
Either that or every ones.
Yeah, something like that, and they need scrubbing in. That's Dave Russell with the van with no name in the Slick-Tricks lane against Elodie Dubois. Now, I'm really glad you're here, just for your thoughts on this, Chris, because when Elodie ran earlier today, I don't know whether you saw it.
No, I didn't.
Instant tyre shake. When I say instant, it was shaking, the rear wheels were shaking as they went over the start line, and it was almost instant. What on earth could cause that?
Probably too much traction. Too much traction, not enough power, just not getting enough wheel speed. So when we were talking about adjusting the forelink before,
That's better.
Yeah. It will have probably just dug in too hard.
7:45 is what she's looking for on the board. 7:47 and still nicely done. She dumps to number 5, Dave Russell again, only 200ths off as well in the other lane. He stays at number 3. The custom gang are in the house in force this weekend, which is good. That's the team from France. From Switzerland this time round is Thomas Haas with the Valiant in the Kestrel lane, taking on Al Schofield, who used to run the dragster for a while now in the Orchard. This Orchard was for sale for a while actually as well, wasn't it?
I thought it had moved on again, but it obviously hasn't.
No, because no one bought it. I'm guessing he sold the dragster. I mean, Jess races it in Jess Bishop now races that in Pro ET. But 800, could he run a 7?
So it's a big block in there now, isn't it?
Exactly right. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the car previously owned, built and driven by the one and only Rough Diamond himself, Mr. Dave Gibbons.
Yeah, Funky, as we used to call him.
I
and
remember
then sold it to Tony Morris, and it became Chunky.
That's the one. This isn't the same car though. This is rebuilt to look very much like it.
That was a long way around.
It was. My goodness, a great bit of driving.
Good race.
Wow.
8:06 and 8:11.
Yeah.
And considering how many miles that went on the way to get there, that's not far.
Not at all.
Far off his diamond.
Much bigger speed at the top end for the door car. Much bigger speed at the top end for the door car, but that reflects in like 60 foot and just where they make power, acceleration. Now, another car, again, be interesting to get your thoughts on. Number 1 in points at the moment, just a man doing everything right so far this season, which means he's going to have a horrible weekend. Sorry, Alan. Alan did well in Slick-Tricks Lane. Who did you to run a Cortina? We are correct.
Capri, wasn't it?
Capri, apologies. Sorry. I knew it began with a C.
Yeah.
So do I quite a lot of the time.
So does confused.
That's what I mean. So do I a lot of the time. Kieran Ashley with the Turbo LS in there. Now the closing speed of this thing is massive, isn't it? He still takes it. He walks it off the start line, and then it comes on like an absolute train at the top end. Good way of doing it.
Quite difficult to race against. If you've got another dragster and you're racing against him, that gives him quite a big advantage. If he's got it really consistent, then having the faster car at the top end.
Well, Alan Didwell will get there first. A 005 light as well for Alan. 798, 178 miles an hour again for Kieran Ashley. Moves up to number 14. Alan Didwell stays 9.
Seemed to get very light mid-track.
Yeah.
The turbo car.
See, they don't run much different speeds. If you look, the speeds are within 1 mile an hour of each other. But Alan Didwell was about 4/10 quicker. Yeah. And almost all of that is in the 60-foot.
Yeah. Well, where you were saying it was getting light, John, that's probably where the turbo's starting to make real power. And, of course, he doesn't run a wing. Yeah. So at the same point, he's not getting any downforce.
Sorry, I'll translate wing.
Wing.
You know, aerofoil.
Yeah.
It's all right.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm from Hull, you know.
It's a Scouse accent, this one, isn't it? I don't know.
I'm not joining in with this. I tell you what, I've just had a quick look at the programme for this weekend to see if there were any pro stock cars coming over here. There isn't any, is it?
They're all testing at Gardermoen this weekend.
Okay,
so, yeah.
And that car there, the Patrick Dubois car in the Slick Tricks Racing Lane, is just like a
pro stocker. Check out the engine size as well. Bear in mind, it's a bracket car.
Wow.
781 cubic inches for the GXP, which is pointed very left.
Yeah, very left.
Yeah,
very left in the staging beams. Against the one and only Ron Bartlett.
Yeah, you had to pull that back, didn't he, pretty quick?
Almost straight away, yeah.
And
good looking run.
Ron going much straighter.
736 though for Patrick, up to number 9. Ron clicks it early. But I think they were just concentrating on getting the car off the start line that time round.
I mean, that's a big engine to have in a 105E Anglia, isn't it?
Yep.
Nearly 600 cube.
Anything bigger than factory stock is a bit big.
It's amazing. It's controlling all that power in such a small wheelbase.
I was chatting to Ron earlier, and the difference in the car is new tyres bigger than
Does that really? Obviously, it does.
So that's why they've been having
screw things up that much. Yeah,
they've had to move things around a bit to actually fit them in.
Right.
And that's meant that it's not quite handling off the line.
So the suspension, everything isn't in the same.
Isn't in quite the same
geometry, all the stuff. Yeah, okay. But that does make a lot of sense, even to someone as bracket racingly challenged as me. See, there's a phrase. You never thought you'd hear bracket racingly challenged, or wanted to. AC Bell down there with, again, another car that looks for all the world like a pro stocker, John, doesn't it? Very much
from
so.
a long time ago.
I'm pretty sure it was at some point as well, actually, in the Kestrel lane.
Yeah.
879 against young Pete Walters. I saw an interview that Thomas, who was up here earlier, did with Pete. It was really funny. He said, "Do you like racing the car?" "Yes, right." "Do you like going quick?" "Don't mind." Like, every answer was like, yeah, well. Lots of that. Drag racers are a different breed. They don't get excited by a lot.
Pete enjoys his racing.
I'm sure
just
he does.
Quietly.
Yeah.
He was very quiet when I saw him in the lens.
I think they all enjoy the competitive nature.
Oh, good start line reactions from the pair of them. And Pete looking for a 747, runs a 750. That's going to move him up to number 8. Well done. And AC Bell gets bumped down one to number 12.
Just by going too quick. Only a couple of hundred. Well, actually, just over 100 off. Now, this is a cracking pairing. Really good. One of the good things about Super Pro at the big events is you do get a few interlopers, if you can call them that, who are coming out to see what they can do. And this is one of them. Another factory standard Anglia. Supercomp into the lanes, please. Supercomp, so that means Lee, who's in the Kestrel lane, has got to go straight round and come back again if he wants to make the session.
Yeah, those interlopers, Darryl, do make it interesting. You know, as a racer, they make it really interesting because you know less about them, you know. So you don't really always know what you're up against.
And you don't know what they're going to do as well, yeah. So a 750 dial-in, he has been way, way, way quicker than that.
Simon is the guy that would turn up at a hot rod show and allow people to sit in the car when they fired it up, you know, which was always
this one as well,
Yeah, I think it was this. The Orange Racing Fulton.
Fantastic.
Yeah. So, and Lee, of course, with his, that's a 68, 69 Mustang Fastback, something like that. Really pretty shape. Deb and I had one of those, but we suddenly realised the bodywork wasn't fixed to the chassis at any point around the circumference.
So you nearly had a roadster, yeah?
It was worse than that. We nearly just had a chassis. 0.009 for Lee Huxley reaction time, and a 0.007 for Simon Barlow.
I'm guessing that was a practice launch, first time out. 1.15 to 60 for Simon. And just making sure everything checks out after a long Lee Huxley does actually move up to number 16 with that run of an 8.73 on a 67. So Leo looking very, very fashionable in half of a race suit, running after a brother to direct him back. It's a good look, that. More should try it. More ladies should try that one, like that. Kestrel Lane. It's trendsetter.
Are you working for Vogue part-time now?
No.
Then? Is that what you're doing?
No, of course not. Why would I do that? It's a magazine. We don't have magazines. Sorry. Anyway, Joe again looking for the 890. I've just realised as well, her dad could hear me say that. Sorry, Pete. Do apologise, mate. I hope she has a laugh about it later, because otherwise I'll get a smack in the mouth. Against Billy Gain. Billy, I don't know if did you check out the Door Slammers coverage from 90?
Yes,
did you check in?
Yeah.
Bill's car was doing some strange stuff in the last half of the track.
I saw, and I couldn't work it out either.
Yeah, I'm sure that
unusual for that car.
Very, but it wasn't like it was like once or twice.
No, it was every run. Yeah.
Every run. It wasn't because normally, in all fairness, it may be a track issue, although not probably with this place, frankly. But it was really weird to see Bill. And there were 2 races on consecutive days where he had to save the car as opposed to try and win the race. 34, that's more like it, back on form. Joe Kellett as well, 8.90 with an 8. Your new number 4 qualifier. I'm sure they'll take that. And Leah goes, leave all the same those settings in, that'll work great.
Billy goes up to number 7. So, and they both reacted with a .03.
They are that good these days, aren't they?
They are. It's phenomenal. Sorry, I'm a little bit in awe of it all here today. First time I've come along to anything other than
I was going to say, have you been to like the big show events for a while? I think you have been. I'm sure.
Yeah, but we go on walkabouts when Deb and I come up here, and don't necessarily study the racing too much. We go walk about in the pits. But for me, this has been fabulous today. I've had a really, really great morning to see the way that all these guys and girls have progressed and, changed classes, gone up in classes and things like that. Yeah, it's been an eye-opener for me.
They are pretty good, aren't they?
They're stunning. They're stunning. What we need is somebody like a Sydney Allard to come along with a huge wallet full of money and say, hey, let me take an English team over to America and let's see...
See how we do.
See how we do. Yeah.
So your old team car down there with Matt Peters on board in the Slick Tricks lane. Yeah. Chris, taking Daniel Charles. Sorry,
the other chassis.
Yeah.
With my engine.
Oh, is that your engine that was in there? Okay. Yeah. Wow. So part of your winning combo is in there, not the U part.
And they were pretty much the same anyway.
Oh. Yeah, I thought they were. I thought they had like interchangeable panels and all sorts of stuff. They're same car. Matt, from having, as far as I know, very little bracket racing experience.
Yeah.
Really nailing it this year.
He's doing pretty well, I think, yeah. Yeah, I've been obviously interested in what he's been doing. and I think he's doing a real good job. Real good job.
Good to see Barry out, putting Daniel up to the line. So the old team all together again. Here we go. Daniel looking for a 720 and a 756 for Matt Peters.
That was a 003 red that time for Matt. 20, a 32 and a 52. Breakout by 400 for Matt Peters.
They both stay where they are. Daniel's in the number 9 spot, Matt in the number 26 spot.
So Nick, good. So one thing I noticed, obviously, Nick had a couple of rental cars, which is the one that Matt was driving there. You can actually rent these cars to race them, folks. Newsflash, it's cool, it's fast. Yes, it can be not as expensive as you think if you rent one. Nick never rents this one out.
No, that's Nick's car.
That's Nick's car, full stop, is it? Fair enough, then. I kind of get that. I mean, that's the sort of thing, that's the kind of car I'd love to have a go in. It looks like a huge amount of fun.
Since he bought that car, there's been so much development on it.
Okay.
That is very much Nick doing what Nick wants to do.
Who owned the car before Nick then?
That car came from...
I just love
Gary.
I love the histories.
Yeah, Gary Mellon.
That's right.
It was the second series playtime car.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. And it has a sister car, doesn't it?
But not with that engine in it, obviously. No.
No.
But yeah, 6-second car, 675 for Nick. Flies it past 60 foot. And goes 676.
Wow.
Number 5 qualifier. Again, with a car that not that many years ago, that would have been number 1 qualifier in Pro Comp, let alone, heads up. Big class.
And it's so hard to dial it so accurately when you're going that quick. There's a sweet spot.
I think the thing is that he races here most of the time. The track's always really good, so he knows, I'm guessing, depending on the air quality and the direction of the breeze.
Because it's so quick, because it's making so much power, he does have to make quite a lot of jetting changes depending on the weather.
Okay, yeah.
Which obviously then means you've not got the same data because you've
changed stuff.
You're changing stuff.
That must be a real nightmare to keep ahead of. Actually, it's amazing.
And he does such a great job.
So, he's been so successful at doing it. Mark Coulsell in the ball breaker, the Low Funds Racing Team. 8:15. What are you doing, slowing up the dial-in? Deary me. Have a word with yourselves. Steve, slap on the wrist. But anyway, congratulations to Steve on rebuilding a mint engine that produced them their fastest ever run. Taking on
Scotty Hauser.
Indeed. I think Scott was one of those that was always born to do this, wasn't he, really?
Yep. Yeah, well, they both the boys tried, but Jay was the one that sort of moved aside, and Scott builds the cars with his dad and races them.
Well, they both went red on the tree. Doesn't matter. 729 goes 31 and 811. 165. 165. Beard power to the front, Steve. Well done. Another breakout, though. That is very, very fast for that little slingshot. Okay, last car in class. Another name, car and driver, you may remember from years gone by, John. Jack Brewster.
Oh wow, just mustard.
There you go. So you got the name straight away.
Yeah,
there you go.
Indeed.
This car built by the Robinsons down in Hampshire. For all the world is a baby Pro Mod, pretty much.
Yep.
Could well be a Pro Mod, I think. Jack has had more than his share of directional issues since he built the car, and he's actually down there on the start line looking on.
Yeah, indeed.
He's only. This must be a car that's very, very, very hard to bracket race. Very hard. Supercharged big block Chevy and a door car. But he sits right back in it, doesn't he, Chris? So it's very difficult to judge.
So difficult to see what's happening at the top end. I mean, you've got to dial this car to what it's going to run, and hope everybody else around you does it wrong.
Wow.
So dead straight in the middle. Andy, like I said, looking on very intently. See, look, once again, hooked to the left absolutely immediately.
Yeah.
Which is not what they were looking for on that, I'm sure. But it's so good to see Jack and the team back. It's a load of thankless, very, very, very hard work. I'm sure Andy will have some input in that. We're about to move on with Street Eliminator, I think, or Super Gas. Chris, been a pleasure having you back up here, mate. Please come up as many times as you can. Becky, thank you for lending him to us.
I shall be back sometime soon.
I will
Good lad.
return.
Cheers, Chris. Nice bloke, that. Knows a lot about racing for a musician. Okay, we are on with Super Gas. Tom, welcome, welcome back.
I've gone gallivanting is what I did, and I've wandered off.
Good man. You look like you've been working out. Perfect timing as well, because I need a comfort break. I think there's no near day.
So, Super Gas looking for 9.90. Doesn't matter what you do to get there, as long as you don't go any faster. Quicker, sorry.
So Andy Dibley with the Camaro in the Kestrel Beers lane, and it's Simon Fulton doing double duty, I think.
Yeah, so he's
this
doing
weekend.
Super Gas and Super Comp.
Yep.
Andy Dibley just in Super Gas. So both these cars will launch. You'll then see them stop, and they'll get going right about now. There we go.
Okay, so we get a 9.93 for Andy Dibley, moves him up to number 7. And Simon Fulton in at number 9 now.
Yeah, so moving on, we've got Ronald House taking on Dave Fulton. Dave, well, he raced some door slammers, but he had a race covered and still managed to lose it. He has got wing mirrors, so I know he can see behind him. So you can see the throttle stops coming off. Oh, the car's going to run through the top end.
Well, they're all looking for 9.90. We get a breakout courtesy of Ronald in the Kestrel Beers lane, but a 9.92
with all the zeros for Dave Fulton. That puts him in at number 5 spot. And this is that Vega you were on about earlier.
Yeah, this is Ray Barrows. Used to race in one of the ET classes. And I've got an idea that he was a champion in one of the classes in this machine. Painted red, maybe? Maroon. But a nice little wheel stand from Mark White, the man from Hillingdon, in the Kestrel Beers lane. And it is, of course, Dan Payne. No Hair Racing out there in the right-hand lane, who breaks out. So, but Dan's already at the number 1 spot, so he hasn't got far to fall, has he? Mark White moves up from 13 to 7.
Can we please have Comp Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? That's Comp Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please. As Jasmine Tunstall brings the Jamie Dodger Roadster into the stage side of the Kestrel Beer Lane, taking on Wayne Hiscock. So Wayne Hiscock's one of these cars that doesn't run a throttle stop. So you'll see him, he'll run away, and at just about 1,000 foot he'll get off the throttle and coast along the line.
Yeah, he's pretty good at that, isn't he, too? So, big breakout in the left-hand lane, but that's moved him up, I think. that last run.
Well, he went 9.87, so he did break out. And then we've got Stuart Morris. I think, is he still number 1 qualifier in Super Pro?
Pass.
Because I know he was after the first session, but he's here in Super Gas trying to run.
I haven't got Daryl's retentive memory. Simon is just nodding. There you are.
So he is your number 1 qualifier in Super Pro. However, he is currently number 13 in Super Gas. He broke out in his first qualifier up against Andy Harrison, who's doing his best job to blind us right now because the sun's bouncing off his rear window straight into our eyes.
Stuart Morris, 991. Okay. We've got a few 991s here.
There's 5 of them now.
Yeah. So, and he's, I think, was the 5th one, was he? I can't remember.
No, he's gone into the number 4 spot.
4 spot, okay. Right.
And a breakout on the other side of the track. Mark Huxley taking on Tim Moore. Mark Huxley, again, one of these drivers who broke out on the first run. I think. Oh, no, he didn't. He ran a 9.93, and that's only good enough for the number 9 spot. Tim Moore, however, did break out on the first one. So Mark's going to lift right about now, trying to get Tim Moore to catch up with him.
Breaks out, but Tim Moore goes 999 and moves up from 15 to 12, so in the number 12 spot.
How many Super Gas do we have this weekend? Because what's that?
Hold on.
There we go.
We've got 17 at the moment, so I don't know if there are any further ones to come out and put in a run.
So that will be a 16-car field then.
Yeah, so someone's going to go home unhappy, aren't they? So Pete Creswell into the Kestrel Beers lane, currently in the number 5 spot, and Stuart Doiney. Both these guys were racing when I worked here years and years ago. Stuart Doiney in the number 14 spot in that Roadster in the Slick Tricks lane. So much experience in those two. 9.903. Cracking run there. Well done. And that's Pete Creswell up to the number 1 spot. Phenomenal. Absolutely tremendous. Okay. So Bob Malden with the white Norse Peugeot. And out there, I'm going to let you say that.
Nope.
Nope, okay. It's Stefan Reffeltraff.
Yeah, so he's from the Netherlands. His car did just make a bit of a pop, but he's got it refired now. So, I think he went through and ran something like a 9.5 in the first qualifier. Unfortunately, he's not racing a car with a throttle stop, so they're both going to be guessing at the top end. Bob Malden did a lovely job of guessing, went 9.91 with a 2. He's currently in the number 3 spot.
Great start line reaction. Red light for Stefan in the Slick Tricks Racing lane. Now, is he just staying with Bob? Bob goes through 9.92 again. And let's have a look. 9.82. Well, it's a red light and a breakout. So, full house.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't do that on race day, he'll be fine. So that's 2 runs that he's done now, and both were the wrong side. Although he does manage to move up a spot. He goes from number 17 to 16. No Dave Cherritt, I don't think, on this round, because he's currently the number 17 qualifier, so he's currently on the outside looking in.
Let's have a look. Yeah, you're right. He is on the outside looking in. And Stefan is 1 spot above him at number 16. So, but Pete Creswell, number 1, Dan Page, number 2, Andy Harrison, 3, Stuart Morris, 4, Andy Harrison, 4, Stuart Morris, 5, Dave Fulton, 6, Stuart Doiney, 7, Ronald Huis, 8, Mark White, 9, Mark Huxley, 10, 11 is Andy Dibley, 12 is Jasmine Tunstall, 13 Tim Moore, 14 Simon Fulton, 15 Wayne Hiscock, and then Stefan at 16, Dave Cherritt, as you said, on the outside looking in. So we're just doing a little bit of a tidy up on the track at the moment.
Yeah, a little bit of glue ready for Street Eliminator. These cars run a different style tyre to most other cars running this weekend, simply because they need to be street legal. The way this class works is that essentially these cars can come onto the track, drive off the end of the track, and go to Tesco. Granted, they'll probably get to Tesco a lot faster than any other car you'll see.
Or as they say on the BBC, any other store they could go to as well.
Oh, of course, yes. Yeah, most of these cars can do, well, there's a couple of cars that have done over 200 miles an hour. Quite a lot of them are just because they're not the cars you'd expect people to make into race cars, most of them. You've got transit vans. I can see the postcode on wheels down there. That's Ricky Hale's truck. And all of them are faster than, well, any supercar.
Yeah.
I think, was it Tesla Plaid now can go down into the 9.4s? Most of these cars are faster than that and quicker than that. I can see Mark Sheridan down there with his lovely Cuda. And I know for a fact there's a few more behind him as well. What most of these cars are struggling with, because I know you said correctly earlier that Andy Bond's been down into the deep sixes. I think he's been 6.7, 6.8. That was on a 315 radial. Those tyres aren't produced anymore, so they've had to drop them down to I think it's a 295 or a 285, I believe. Obviously, that's a smaller tyre, so they're struggling to get the grip back down. That's why we're doing a little bit of gluing and a little bit of track prep for them now, just to give them that little helping hand to get down the track.
So the street eliminator cars, they could go on the street. We always used to say tax, MOT, what have we?
Yeah.
Running on street tyres?
Yes. Or street legal tyres.
Street legal tyres.
Yeah.
So does that used to be the thing of cheetah slicks and things like this? Does that include those or not? You know.
Well, I think there's only a couple of tyres that are legal. You're allowed a certain amount of I think Mickey Thompson ET Streets are allowed, and then you've got the block treads, like the quite common hot rodding tyre. I don't know about the cheetah slicks. I don't think so. Because the way in the States they do have like these street car classes, but they're never, you don't prove it for most of them. So you can do something on the track, run with slicks and a wheelie bar, and then take them off and run on the road. The way this class works is how it's on the track is how it has to be on the street.
Yeah, indeed. Okay.
So it stops you changing your tyres and like other things like fuel, because you can only have one fuel tank, so you can't run on like a specific race fuel on the track and then because you have to fill up on the cruise with pump fuel.
Yeah, that was always the thing, wasn't it? Go to the gas station.
Yeah.
Used to always wave the cars goodbye as they went out on the cruise. Never ever went. No one ever said, "Do you want to go on a cruise?" Well, but no one to wave you goodbye.
Yeah.
So anyway, here we go. All things on the track are tickety-boo. So it is street eliminator time. And always with these cars, it's always, for me, that I would say, you don't want to be next to one of these at the traffic lights.
No.
They just blow you into the weeds.
So this is Mark Sheridan with the lovely Cuda, who's made probably the fastest 10-second pass you've ever seen. He ran a 10.0 at 197 miles an hour because he was having problems spooling the turbos up. Taking on the postcode on wheels, that is Ricky Hale's truck. I'm not sure if it's dipped into the nines before, but it's been oh so close if it hasn't. It's a low 10-second truck.
I mean, there's so much weight involved in that, isn't there?
Oh, it's ridiculous. And it still gets wheel spin. The engine in that thing is monstrous.
Quite incredible.
So there you go, Mark's spooling up the turbos, bumping it into stage. Lights go green. There you go, look, there's the wheel spin from Ricky Hale's truck.
You're so right, yeah.
Mark Sheridan's Cuda is gone.
Wow, 8-0.
188 miles an hour. And a 10.48, 132 for the truck.
Well, Ricky Hale goes up one spot from 7 to 6, but Mark Sheridan 5 to 2. So very, very good.
There is tons more left in that car. It's just a case of massaging it out, I think. I think they're going for, instead of the high ET and high speed runs, they're going for Well, just a bit more consistency, I think.
Just incredible. It is an incredible looking car, that Gouda, isn't it? Tom was saying. Such a pretty
gorgeous. Yeah, absolutely. Graham Smith's tuned in from Cirque Motorsports. Graham, who will be part of the class again in the not too distant future, wants to say big hi to everybody and a big hug for Joe Stevens as well. Andy Bond, Rob Carter, your next pair.
Well, Rob Carter was actually driving towards the centre line. He's had to lift and he's overtaken Andy Bond. Issues for the ugly sister.
Yeah, he noticeably came off of it there. So that's Andy Bond is in the #1 spot anyway at the moment. And Rob Carter moves up from 8 to 4 with the Passat. Like you say, unusual cars to put out on the strip here. It's a Dagenham duo out here now. We've got the Transit van and the Mark II Cortina. Oh, I'm not certain they used to build Transits in Dagenham, though. I'm just trying to think. Maybe Halewood or something like that, the Transit production line. Certainly the Mark IIs were produced at Dagenham.
I've just noticed as well that Ashley Cooper's truck's running beadlocks now. I don't think he ever used to run them before, did it? No, so you've got two 10-second runners. James Murray with the Cortina and Ashley Cooper, the Transit God, with the fastest Transit. Is it in the world or in the UK? In the world, there we go. And actually, that's a good race, that is. Actually going to get there first. 984, 143 mile an hour and a 1048, 132 for James Murray.
With a parachute on a Transit.
I'm surprised that's blossomed, actually. Yeah, I don't know if you heard that, but Ashley's pulled the parachute and it's fully come out. I'm surprised he's actually got any air behind it. If he's going 100, near as makes the difference. 150
well, yeah, you're shielding it quite a bit, aren't you, with a van? Yeah, you're quite right on that. Yeah, interesting run. Cortina and a Transit, my goodness. And 143 miles an hour and 132 miles an hour.
And junior drag bike now, Harry Isaacs and Jackson King. Jackson King looking for a 13.20 in the Kestrel Beer lane and a 13.30 in the Slick Tricks lane. Now, last week we had 13.20 come over. And despite my best efforts, they wouldn't stay for main event. However, they were saying how they loved the junior bikes because it's not something it's not a class anywhere else. Well, in the States, you don't have this.
Yeah, it's it's just interesting to get the kids on such good-looking bikes, flex their muscles a little bit to move up into the big boys' bike racing later, or big girls' bike racing later, whichever one you want to see.
Yes, I was a 13.31, moves Jackson King up to the #2 spot. Harry Isaacs goes 13.44, and he's in the #3 spot.
So this is Brad Morrison on his 50cc Gilera powered machine. And Gileras, of course, in my day, were world champions in the 500cc class of motorcycle racing.
Do you do a voice double for Ray Winston sometimes, by any chance?
Ray Winston?
In my day.
Now, I'm used to seeing drag cars be towed back, but not the drag cars, golf buggies being towed back up the return road. So, Richard Wilcox goes 9.46, moves him up the #2 spot at 15.98.
Brad Morrison drops down a spot.
I've got my own screen. Oh, look at that. I've got my own timing screen now. Hey. So.
Tell him how much the rent is now.
You'll have your own office soon as well.
Right, so Alia Lester in the Kestrel Beers lane. Dials in 13.08, very specific. And Anouk Bergering in the right-hand lane, in the Slick Tricks Racing lane, dials in a 13.55. 110cc Honda in the left-hand lane, 125cc Yamaha in the right.
Can we please have Junior Dragster back to the pairing lanes, please? That's Junior Dragster to the pairing lanes. Ali Lester goes 13.12, goes to #1 qualifier. Anouk goes to #2 with a 13.59. Again, this is a dial-in class.
Yeah,
so
pair of great runs.
Yeah, so this is a dialing class. You choose your own dialing, and you've got to run as close to that as you can without going too fast.
So, Lee Morrison in the Kestrel Beers lane. Is that another? Oh, that's a 125cc machine. And the Suzuki 125 of Holly King out there in the Slick Tricks Racing lane.
So Holly's looking to run a 9.45, goes 10.01 issues for her, and a 13.42 on a 13.33 for Leah. No improvement for either. Oh no, Leah goes to number 3 with that. Yeah. So she moved from number 6 to number 3. Tell you what, there was a lot of movement around in the class for that. Number 1 qualifier with a 13.12.
I think the nearest I got to this was when I was a kid, riding my father's pop-pop bike, as we used to call it, which was like a bike with the engine in the back wheel. I can't remember what it was called now. Horrible thing. But it was a sign of the times. This was the 1950s then.
Yeah. Maybe
a little bit before you were born, Tom. Not before you were born.
A little bit before.
Half a decade, maybe. No, sorry. Half a century would be more appropriate.
Well, yeah, I was born 50 years after the 1950s.
Yeah. All right, don't rub it in.
So, Supercomp. Looking to run 8.90. You've seen Super Gas. This is the faster version of that. In fact, a second faster. Quicker, sorry. Darryl, I won't upset you this time.
When I first came along to the sport, just going back, there were so many altereds then at that point in time. I think altereds made up a great percentage of the racing field in these sort of classes, but they all ran on their own indexes and things like that. It was a totally different form of racing to ET bracket racing. I think is absolutely fantastic. I think it's a great sport. You can shine no matter what level you race at. So here we go, Steve Hudson and Steve Field. Steve Hudson in the Kestrel Beers lane. Steve Field out there with a slingshot in the Slick Tricks Racing lane. We got it for a minute. So how did we do? Well, Steve Field moved up to the number 8 position with that run of 8.85. And Steve Hudson got shunted down 1 position to number 9. So not too much of a change there. So once again, we get the mix of 2 worlds, the slingshot and the rear-engine dragster. That all sort of changed, I think. It all started to change. Was it Garlitz who had a bad accident?
Yeah, he had a clutch explosion.
Yeah, with a front-engine dragster, and that's when Russ Carpenter developed a rear-engine car over here, and Garlitz in America. So, but you can see the 2 different forms here. Martin Kerbishley back in the dragster in the Slick Tricks Racing lane, and Andy Clifford with the slingshot in the Kestrel Beers lane. All going for 8.90, and bit of a breakout there, 8.59. But Andy Clifford runs through with a 10.07. Stays in the number 5 spot. Martin Kerbishley stays in the number 10 spot.
So as we were just speaking about the
Pro ET into the pairing lanes now, please. Pro ET into the pairing lanes.
Yeah, so as we were just talking about the slingshot dragsters there, I've just had a message off Rob Brown, who I know is out there on the bank. He just said it wasn't his clutch, it was actually a prototype gearbox that he had that went wrong.
Go. Every day's a school day.
Cheers, Rob. And this is Leah Kellett with the Dolly Daydream Dragster taking on Marcus Oshner with the Oxonator Dodge Ram. That's a big old truck.
Defending event champion.
Oh, really?
1 year ago, yeah. He's part of Marcus Hilt's team. Hence, they both come from Switzerland. And yeah, the truck goes in with the Pro Mods. And Marcus makes a real nuisance of himself every time he comes over, which is a good thing. Who likes it?
Well, a 0.3 reaction time from Lee Kellett. There you go, she came up through the juniors. And an 8.91. Great run for her. Straight into the #1 spot.
Yeah, no, Lee had never drove in juniors. It was always Joe who raced in juniors.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
I always thought Lee had... well...
Yeah, it wasn't until they got this car, and only a few years ago, it was Leah's first ever kind of racing.
Really?
Yeah, she'd been around it for years,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
first ever kind of racing. And she got in it and won the championship in her first year.
Good God.
That's, I mean, okay, good team behind her, but you go, girl, that's some seriously good racing.
So it's Richard Tunstall and Simon Fulton. Richard in the Slicktrix lane with the Jammy Dodger, taking on the Blitzkrieg Falcon. Both looking to run 8.90. 005 reaction time for Richard, and a 005 red for Simon. 9 flat and a 9.84. I think Simon's actually, I think that was his super gas tune-up.
That was wrong throttle stop time, that was definitely. Absolutely, definitely.
Oh,
so, coming around the corner, we have... Is that Clement Dubois with the slingshot?
Indeed it is.
In fact, I can... Because it's a half-body car, you can see the main fuel line going from the fuel tank to the engine. That thing is huge.
Yeah, as opposed to the fuel lines you regularly get in top fuel cars. The size of the downpipe on the side of your house.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, and the great thing is when you're sitting in one of those things driving it, just comforting to know it goes straight between your legs.
Have you actually tried a slingshot? I mean, we know you drove a
no.
No.
Is the polite answer to that one.
Okay.
The thing with the slingshots like this is, believe it or not, this evolved from a regular car. So a regular car, when they were racing them, they suddenly decided back in California that they were too heavy, which American cars, let's face it, are bloody heavy. But so they took the body off to make them lighter and go quicker. That worked. So then they started lengthening them out. Now, if you think about the configuration of a normal car, the engine is in front of the driver.
Sure.
And that's how they came to this conclusion, or this design, if you like. But the thing with it is your feet are either side of the bell housing, and your gentleman's area is unnervingly close to the rear end, where all the metal is spinning round and everything else as well.
Well, when I drove Mike Couch's Little Hemi Hustler,
good looking run, that.
that is actually a really
Brilliant rate. 39, 115. Super comp, fellas. Are you sure? Really?
Yeah, so when I drove Mike's Couch's car, it's got a normal drive shaft in it with UJs and everything, with just a little cover over it between your legs. Well, that cover broke and started clanging against the drive shaft.
Lovely.
As I went through the finish line.
Wow. It's like I said, not like there was anything important close to the area, I suppose.
No. I did say goodbye to my legs, though. Like, I was like, they're gone. That's it.
You imagine doing that with a fuel Hemi in there. That, seriously, honestly. Anyway, Matt, on with Comp Eliminator. Matt Davidson and Terry Newton, or Terence as we shall call him, or the mayor from last weekend. 64-car elimination field last weekend at the Door Slammers for the front-wheel drive class. Well, Terry...
Matt Davidson just went 4 zeros perfect on the tree.
That'll be the perfect money. And a 9.31, which I do think is his new personal best. 158 miles an hour for Matt Davidson. Congratulations, sir. 156 to 60 foot. That's why they come to the big events. Also, subject to confirmation, perfect reaction time award from Bad Habit Racing. Thank you very much. I didn't want to get it wrong. Bad Habit Racing, perfect light for Matt Davidson. 4 zeros in a row. You hardly ever see that, and a fabulous 9.31, 158 miles an hour for Mr. Boost. So if anyone from his team, particularly him, so you don't pinch it, would like to come up and see Simon Groves, who's sitting to our right up here in race control. And, yeah, if you'd like to come up, you have some money coming in your direction.
So just as we're towing Terry off the track, I've got a few shout-outs to give out for people who have messaged in. Like Josh Seaborn's coming in with Sarah. They're obviously crew for Max Love in juniors. So nice to see you guys on your way. Of course, I've got my lovely mum. I can see her with her little bag. She's waving. Hello.
Hello, Hi, Mum.
And just had some messages from Rob and Pete Brown on the back as well. They just said watching Clement go down the track with his slingshot is making them really itch to get their car out.
Yeah, but it's not, it's not much quicker than yours. Don't worry about it. It's fine. No, that'd be a good race, actually, between those two. Although the thing is, Rob and Pete like to check out the centre line and the wall on the same run. Plenty of times.
You can see him nodding.
Yeah, basically that. So it's a way of building up speed because you cover more distance, so you have more time to get. Honestly, it's the way
you've paid to use the whole track, so you might as well use the whole track. Difference is your time is for 3/8 of a mile, not just a quarter. And obviously, shout out to everyone who's watching on the live stream, and everyone who's at home working in chip shops, things like that. Whatever you seem to be doing
Everyone
today.
at home and working in chip shops. I like that analogy. It's very good. Why not? Do you know something? My eldest yesterday went to Cubs and they went on a chip shop walk. Can you believe that? We live by the sea. It's like an old age version of the like an old age version. Yeah, we've got no money. It's him. It's all him. Yeah, an old age version of going on a chip. Yeah, but they did. They met up. Cubs met up. And they went on a walk. They ended up down by the seafront by the sailing club. But yeah, they went to all the different chip shops on the way. But what it was, supposedly, it was a scientific experiment.
Yeah.
To see who got the nicest chips.
I've done the scientific experiments, but with pubs.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Right, Dave Swift, another one who likes his money's worth by trying out both lanes. He's down there in the AMX. Sean having a little jog after him. He got to the semi-finals in Pro Door Slammer last weekend.
Yes, he did. He did really well.
Really, really well. A lot of right place at the right time, but that's what Door Slammers is all about, isn't it?
Yeah.
Running well, running consistently, and literally, I would say luck of the draw, but it really is luck of the draw. It's the way it works. We draw the pairings out of the hat as opposed to from qualifying. That's good fun. Luke Stevenson with the Unicorn Solution Golf, borrowed from Mr. Herbert for the weekend because I think his isn't ready, or his dragster isn't either. We normally see him racing in Comp Eliminator. Plenty of times we've seen Luke race. In fact, his old Golf that he used to have, Major Lucky, many years ago, he used to run that in Comp too. So good on Luke for joining in. However, he's got a low 7-second door car in the other lane. Well, actually, I beg your pardon. When I say Dave Swift's in the other lane, he's in the other lane at the moment.
Yeah, for now.
Yeah. He also does appear to be staged off slightly to the left.
Well, I'd noticed that on his last run, but it actually, I don't know, it must be the way the forelink or the wheelie bars are set up. It just goes straightens itself up again as soon as it launches. Or not in that case.
No, still goes for the wall.
He's still on the power, though.
Expertly steered to a 794. Good speed as well, 178 miles an hour. There's so much more in that car than a 7.9. Luke goes 1467 at 77 miles an hour. Okay, we are collecting cars. That money's got to go to Matt, by the way. You've got to give it to Matt. He earned it. Yeah, you can't just rob it and run away. But we have junior dragsters for the third cycle, if you will, of qualifying. Coming up, ready to go. We can see that the pairing lanes are filling up nicely with Pro ET cars. One of the great things about having a camera right in the middle of the pits, look at that. You can see who's coming down, who's where. No one can get away with anything around here anymore.
Nope.
No, I used to go right to the top end to do interviews, so I could, so I could say right out of the way, and it just doesn't work.
Right, I'm going to run away because I have some crewing duties to attend to.
Top man.
Yeah, I will see you very shortly.
Very shortly. Thank you very much indeed, Tom. So to the 8th mile. Again, with junior dragsters, this is the third of 5 scheduled qualifying sessions for everybody today. All of our sportsman classes do actually get that. 5 runs, that is, obviously. So we go back into junior dragster, followed by Pro ET, Super Pro, Super Gas, Street Eliminator, junior drag bike, Super Comp, and then we do it all again, another 3 times. So we're not too far off of time. Just want to say, everybody on the banking and on the grandstand, first of all, please make sure you do have enough sunscreen on, because we've got enough sun for the next few days. You are going to be totally and utterly pod-faced by the end of today, let alone Monday, which is a great problem to have. I much prefer to have the sunburn problem than the soggy trousers problem. But yeah, please look after yourselves. Make sure you stay hydrated, and by that I don't mean in the bar, but I know a lot of you will. But whatever. Anyway, I only say this out loud because me being the responsible adult I am. I did a 26-mile walk in June last year. It was only 18 degrees, wasn't even remotely hot. It was a very, very windy day, and I gave myself sunstroke like an absolute wombat by the end of it. It wasn't my feet that hurt, it was the back of my neck and my head. So please look after yourselves. And also, thank you very much indeed for choosing Satapod Raceway as your venue of choice for the whole weekend. I can only presume everybody sitting out there today is here for the next 4 wonderful days. It's a festival of acceleration. It's what it is, combined with the first round of the European Championships for cars and bikes too. So back on with Junior Dragster. Let's have a look who is at the top of the pile. Should be Matt Davison, really, but he's not in a Junior Dragster. So, Finley Fag is number 1, Daniel Todd 2, Jake Cooper 3, and Ada Kassisi is number 4 as it stands at the moment. We've had 29 cars put in qualifying runs. Still loads more to go. Neve Deavy, Little Miss Dynamite, Kestrel Lane. She's currently number 10 with a 0.4. Chevy Checkit down in 26. Chev can do a lot better than that. She's got Luke Fulton down there helping out, as well as a dad, obviously. Oh, 22 for Chev. That's a lot more like it. I can even see Mum applauding. Well done. So Chev is going to move up to either the 6th or 7th spot. Chev goes to number 6. Excellent stuff. Letty looks thrilled. No, she doesn't really. You're not really paying attention. Anyway, Letty, you just did it. Never mind. Whatever. Max Taylor. It's all right. She's got headphones on. It's great. Don't worry. Emma, I'm used to kids not listening to a blind word I say, so don't worry about it. It's really fine. Hi, Letty. Hi, darling. Hope you're having a lovely day out there in the sunshine with your mum. So, Max Taylor with the Black Magic car in the Kestrel Lane. Eddie Mae Brown with Miss Stig. Both pretty much on time. Ellie will jump up into the top 16. I think that's going to get her to about number 13 with that run. That light, I beg your pardon. Very good morning. Morning. It's afternoon, isn't it? Jesus. To Mum Tracy, who I'm sure is tuned in from somewhere. That takes her, to the number 12 spot, actually. So, Richard Wilcox, double classing in the juniors. How cool is that? He's currently number 16 with the Firefighter Racing junior down there. That's Dad Andy looking on. Taking on Lola Bell Kent for West End Motorsport. You're going to see a very similar looking car to that one tomorrow because the dad drives a Nitro Funny car. That's Grandad Tony and Mum Shelley hanging about around the back too. 0.196 is not going to help Lola Bell. Richard, I don't think, is going to move up with a 0.10 either. However, it's all good practice. Yeah, they both stay put, 16 and 20 respectively. Okay, the first. So it's Marie Camilleri from Montpellier. Long old way to come to join us, but we're very glad she has. Kestrel Lane against Harry Redshaw. Harry in the Slick Tricks lane. Fairly big red light for Harry. That was a 0.5 red, .20 for Marie. No help for her at all, unfortunately. Right, Jake and Kai Cooper going side by side in this run. Jake is number 3 at the moment with a fabulous 009 light. Any other place in the world, that'll probably be number 1. Not so this weekend. Kai Cooper is down at 28 at the moment. He can do way better than that. See if it's going to be on this run. So, who's going to be the quickest of the Coopers off the line? It is, well, I was going to say neither of them, both of them. 03 red for Jake, 04 for Kai. Super Pro, Q3 please, if you could have you into the lanes. Super Pro ET, qualifying session 3. Could we have you round, please? So, Teddy Howe with the little Howe Motorsport Dragster. Kestrel Lane against Freddie Taylor. Freddie still hasn't actually got a number on the board, curiously. I think he went red earlier. Not entirely sure why. But we will find out. This run will get him in the show anyway, no matter what. As long as he takes the green, even if it's a red. That makes no sense, but I know what I mean. That was good, though. 007. He just waited for the right moment to do it. Unbelievably, that's going to get him the number 3 spot. The Taylor's looking very happy indeed. No help for Teddy Howe with a .23. How sick must you be with a 009 light and halfway through Q3 you're only number 4? Tough crowd. So Tom Peters lines up next. Tommy's number 24 presently. That won't improve, I don't think. A .30. That's actually in English, 0.3 of a second off the green. Daniel Weir with the terrifically pinstriped junior in a slick tricks lane against Harry Peters. The Peters family are seriously busy. Dad's lining up the Super Pro car. Brother's just gone through. And he's now lining up his own junior. He's number 27 currently. Well, same problem as before, funnily enough, for Daniel Weir. He was, 004 red, only so close. However, he ain't got to the finish line yet. Harry Peters with an 07. That won't get him on the front page, but yeah, it does. Well, it doesn't. Makes him number 19, I beg your pardon. Front page is top 16, sorry. Just for clarification. So the young lad who was number 1 still there, even though he's had repeated attempts to knock him off. Finley Fagg in a slick tricks lane. Ada Cassisi, number 5 currently. An 07 red for Ada that time. That's quite a big red light in junior drag racing. However, she still qualified at 5. Finney will still be number 1. He went 05 that time, but a couple of good consistent reaction times always help. It's always good to be consistent. Makes life much easier. So, Tom down there directing traffic on the start line. For young Mr. Taylor in the Kestrel lane. This time round is Jack. Jack is 18, not years old, qualified. And Emmy Cromwell, number 28. This is Emmy's first season in junior dragster. Well, appears no one wants to stage. Tom says, come on, Jack, get on with it. There we go. Oh, and then goes red. What was that, an 05 red? A 0.26 light for Emmy Cromwell, who actually went deep stage that time. But that will help. She stays number 28. So where are we? It is Mackenzie Love with the Mad Max Dragster in the Kestrel lane. Against Molly Openshaw. Both these two well qualified at the moment. 10 and 14. An 03 and an 04 respectively in action earlier on today. They've still got another 2 runs after this one. So yeah, both well qualified. Improvement on an 03 and an 04. That'll be a new, both sides of the track. Molly goes red with an 06. Mackenzie though, nice and consistent. 04. Not quicker, not bad, just not better. So Teddy Sullivan with the Bulldog, very unique and very cool looking junior down there in Kestrel Lane, against Damien Redshaw. $20 and $24. If they want to get in the top 16, they need to be 05 or better on the tree. Oh dear, Mr. Marshall's shutting off Teddy Sullivan. Not sure what's not right, but something isn't behaving. He's got another 2 goes today. .36 for Damien will not help his cause at all. It's unusual to see the Redshaws that far off so far, but so your number 2 man now, Daniel Todd. That's his dad, Mark, one of Europe's quickest streetcar drivers and fastest as well, with both the Aston and the GTO. I think he did a poll the other week of which was everybody's favourite, the Aston or the GTO, and it's a hard pick, really. Really hard pick.
I like the GTO. I've always been a GTO fancier.
It's just so nice.
Yeah.
They're both terrific. They're both fabulous.
Aston Martins, I think, always have that class act about them. But the GTO just looks built to beat your brains out, you know.
Another 009 light. That'll be Harley Corsell Here's the tough news, fellas. It only gets him the number 5 spot. Number 5, would you believe? Yeah, 5. 009. Anyway, a 0-2 though for Daniel Todd. Really, really nice and consistent. Stays put. Well, Mark stays put with his earlier 007. Yeah, you're right about the GTO. Just looks hard as nails.
Yeah,
I think
absolutely. Yeah.
The Aston, I mean, the funny thing is, Mark's always said the same thing. I know we're getting slightly sidetracked, but he said about the Aston, he said that that really is just the GTO is the car he always wanted, but the Aston is a tool to go very quickly on street tyres. And he said that it ticks the aero box, which is a massive thing for him. You know, he wants a car that's streamlined, because obviously trying to push all that air with the GTO must be pretty hard work.
Well, we used to say the aircraft carrier size.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Ellie Fag. I didn't wonder where all those phrases came from. It was you, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
And Lara Bartlett. Lara 07. Ellie's currently number 30. 0.19, see if that improves it at all. Lara's day 16. Yeah, a couple of spots ready. Up to 28. Yeah, sorry about that, Tom. He was 009 and he only gets number 5. Which is...
He'll be happy with that anyway, because that's the first 00 he's got in a long time.
Still very good. I mean, please don't get me wrong. It's just like tough crowd. Oh, seriously tough.
It's going to get tougher as well.
I think the only thing that amazes me is that the only thing that amazes me is that yeah, it's just that they're all so close together. I don't know how they do it. So Lou McDonald from Ireland in the Kestrel Lane.
Well, he will go as 004. That's number 1.
It might be. What's the last number? No, it's not. It's number 2.
The 004 red for Gray Smith.
So there are the top 6 00.
Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it?
I think the closest I've seen to get in the top 12, you needed a 00.
What, here?
Yeah, and then to get
really?
Yeah, to get in the top 16, you had to have an 013 or better.
My goodness.
Yeah, that weekend I think I qualified number 4 that weekend with a 002. That was tight.
So Jacqueline is going to be the last down the track. So Jacqueline, yep, goes red as well. That's quite a big red too. 0.13, unfortunately.
But I mean, that's a quick car, isn't it? 81 miles.
Yeah,
see, I'm
again.
back on that again.
Yeah,
81
right.
miles an hour with a youngster driving it. I think it's absolutely superb. So, you know.
Got mum's lead foot.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Well, absolutely. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, Pro ET qualifying session number 3. See how... we're still on Junior Dragsters. Wait till the... Now, I know towards the lower half, or the lower end of the 32 car field, there are still some people in that have broken out. So, Marie is definitely one of them.
What class is Dave Gibbons' old car in?
Super Pro.
Super
ET.
Pro. Okay.
It's Super Pro.
He's out in America.
Okay.
Just leaving for Bradenton to do some racing.
Okay.
And he's asked me to remind everybody about his carburetor company, who you will know.
Correct. Supergas sponsors.
Yeah.
Exactly. Tony Morris Carburetors.
Yeah, that's it.
And
he said, please, because I've got customers there, please remember me to all the customers. So I think I've done that now. And Steve Young sends everybody his kindest regards as well. So there you are, Steve. Thanks for that. Right.
Roy Walker in the Slick Tricks lane, and Marie Mills from just down the road in Urchester. Dials a 10:45 this time.
Oh, red light for Roy Walker. Okay.
Well, Marie moves up massively with a 10:47, 200ths off, up to the number 10 spot. Let's have a quick look where we are. So, bump spot at the moment. Well, actually, we're out of breakouts. So, the top 23.08 or better. The bump spot at 32 is Stevie Gates with a 0.37 off. That's still very, very beatable, and there will be a lot of them that will do that. So Liz Malcolm and Simon Innes. Liz Malcolm with a little 4-pot dragster, Slick Tricks Lane. Goes that bit too quick. $58. Look at that. Well, Liz breaks out again. Only just though. Simon Innes with a 10.58 and a 56. Where did that get him? I do a big.
That goes up to number 9 with
Thank you very much for even paying attention when we weren't, Tom. That's what you're here for. A young pair of eyes is everything here. I always say Colin has he's actually had his eyes done. He's had his lenses done. His eyes, Colin. He's got bionic eyes, which is great because I can't see a damn thing anymore. So I give him everything to read.
Yes.
Everything. That's great.
Oh dear, biological eyes.
Yes, you better not be listening in, Colin. Otherwise, sure your wife and daughter may be giving you a clip round here at some point now. So Laura Bainton is not qualified at the moment. Look at the 10.28, 10.27 with a 1, still not qualified. Paul says, "Oh, what do I have to do?" 11.83 for Kirsty, breaks out as well. Both of them broke out by 100th of a second.
Yeah.
That's just heartbreaking.
Okay, so John Dalrymple with the full tilt 33 Willis. I tell you what, the Americans did build some really classic looking cars, didn't they? There was a guy called Ohio George Montgomery, was one of the first Americans over here for the drag fests and things like that, with a 33 Willis, I think. And always stuck in my memory that. Daniel Fulton's the man in the Firebird in the Slick Tricks Racing lane.
Another pretty iconic vehicle.
Yep.
82.3. John Dalrymple goes to number 2.
Well done. That is superb. Well,
he was number 24. See, it's going to tighten up so much over the next, day, there or thereabouts. Sean Law, Chris Newsom. Sean with the dragster at 29. This time dials 9.35. Chris Newsom, though, is number 6. Dials 9.76 again. Earlier on today, he went 9.77. I love how the MG or the Rover's still got the little exhaust thing on the back. I don't think they use that anymore, do they, really? Not with a big block Chevy in it.
Well, Sean Law currently with the dragster in 29th spot.
Re-scooped as well.
Oh, good point. Yeah. He lost the scoop. Oh, too quick. I don't think they care, though, because it's running well again. 9.32, 1.42 for Sean Law, no help. Same for Chris Newsom. They both broke out. Stop us if you heard that 1,000 times already today.
So Brett Featherstone in the Nova in the Kestrel Beers lane. And DJ the Bobby, or Bobby the DJ maybe, or just Bobby Molden.
I never knew he did that. So when did he do that? Up at York,
he's been doing it most of his life, I think.
Fabulous.
DJ, and always used to do the Pennine Drag Racing Club event. That's how I knew and got to know Bobby so well. So currently at number 11, Brett is at number 5.
Some very good reaction times there, especially from Bob Molden.
God, boy,
double 0004 for Bob Molden. And a 9.37. He goes up to number 9. Brett Featherstone breaks out. If you can hear me down there, Mrs. Molden, Yorkshire tea has definitely been consumed today. 0004 was his reaction time. 0004 on the tree. Unfortunately, the money's already gone. Well done all the same. Matthew Dowdy with that beautiful Nova. Trying to sneak closer to the 11. I'm thinking this is destined for Nostalgia Superstar very shortly.
Yeah. I just think you're right. To me, it seems a very... I haven't seen one of those before type
Not
cars.
like that at all.
No.
But forgive me for saying, you've been about a lot longer than I have. Look at that. Mark Huxley, number 2. Matthew Dowdy, does he improve? Stays
Yeah.
31. Yeah, you've been around for obviously a bit longer than I have and seen way more American cars than I have. And if you say you haven't seen one like that before, that's a very unusual...
No, it doesn't mean anything.
Oh, okay.
I still can't tell one from t'other.
Shattering illusions since 19... What year was it? 81? Something like that.
81,
yeah. There we go.
No, I started doing car shows in the mid-70s. You know, American car shows.
It must be cool, though, if you just go to car shows for years and then you come and see something like this. You realise that you suddenly realise you can see all those cars that people have been standing around polishing actually going really fast as well.
Yeah. Well, Gary's Picnic was the first thing I came up to. So I didn't commentate. DJing at Gary's Picnic.
002 as well for Warren Watts. 905. Steve Gates breaks out again and stays at 32 on the bump spot.
Yeah. And Warren Watts stays at number 9 with that run of 9.05.
But that is what's so cool about this in general. Is I remember coming up here with somebody long time ago for the first time they'd ever been. Walked around the pit showing them all the cars. And when they got out, they said, "Why do they show all the cars before they're racing?" And I said, "No, that's the pits." "Oh, didn't think you were allowed to go in there." "Yeah, we are. That's part of it.
That's
it's
part of it.
fun.
Yeah.
It's relaxed. It's laid back. It's cool."
Well, Thomas Bublitz is the man in the Nova in the left-hand lane, and lifting the front wheels, John Bean with the Mustang. Red light for him. The Daza the 957, around to 959. Now that moves him up to the number 13 spot. Thomas, however, moves up from 23 to 7 with that run of 10.17. Well done to him.
Tightening up again. Top 20 are 0-4. And obviously it spaces out a bit from there. Number 32 is still Stevie Gates because he broke out that time.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's going to bunch up a whole lot more over the rest of today and obviously tomorrow as well. So Nick Muggeridge with the little dragster, 9.97, which is pretty much what he ran earlier today. He's done. It's interesting and painful to read everything he does because you think running something like this might be simple. It's anything but, is it?
Nope. Especially when you've got a bike clutch that you need to set up and everything as well.
Oh, what? Sorry,
bike clutch. The bike style clutches on these, because they're slipper clutches. They're really finicky.
Oh. Good start line reactions from the two of them. 0.03 for Nick, a 0.02 for Alfie Ratton. Alfie's going to get there first. Starting at 9.05.
And those stay put. Alfie stays 5. Nick stays 9. Nick with a 10.02. Still really good to see him running nice and consistently, which I think is always the key.
It's interesting for me to see 1000cc engine size in that car.
Yeah.
You know? And I'm thinking my old man's Vincent that he had was 1000cc, a V-twin. I don't think that would go as quickly as what's in there.
Maybe. With a bit of fettling, you never know.
I don't think so.
Mark Manning, Ronnie Mercer, two fabulous looking.
They've been out here together, haven't they, before this?
I think so,
yeah.
Mark Manning, 924. Not sure if Mark Manning's ever run an 8. He did enter Super Pro years gone by.
Yeah, it's a good car, isn't it?
919 this
Breaks
time at
out.
145. A 49 for Ronnie Mercer and a 40. Could we have Supergas into the pairing lanes, please? Supergas Q3. Still loads more cars to go. 2 dragsters this time. 2 very different ways of doing it. One little car with a bike engine in, and one bigger car with a Chevy LS in there.
Yeah, 1000cc's again. But I mean, the Japanese engines rev so much higher than the good old British engines. But still produce the performance, don't they? Quite extraordinary. So Mason Griffiths.
Oh, that will be your new number 1 qualifier. Mason Griffiths goes to the top with an 8.99.2 on an 8.99. That is the way to do it, folks. And problems that time for Will Clark, though. Only 12 seconds.
Yeah, it started skating around about 330 foot, and I think he backed out a bit after that.
Remember the time as well when an 8-second dragster, there was only a handful of them, wasn't there?
Yeah.
And now we're overrun with them, which is terrific.
Well, considering that's a pretty stock motor in that thing as well.
So, Tom Watkins with the best name ever for a Dodge Charger. It's called Doris. Against Dave Cherry.
Oh, dear.
I call my wife that sometimes as well, and she said, "Why do you call me that?" I said, "It's named after the coolest car ever. It's a good thing. Stop worrying about it." Yeah. Against Dave Cherritt with the van.
Well, sedan delivery, old boy. All right.
Yeah. Okay.
Not a van.
Sorry.
It's
so. Hang on. Is that posh American speak?
Yeah.
If there is such a thing.
Absolutely.
For
Sedan
van.
delivery.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Van, I think, is posher and more English.
So. Well,
Tom Watkins backed out of it, goes over towards the wall. 9.7
breakout, isn't it, for Dave?
Yeah, 9.72 too quick.
Back to his breakout days that I was talking about earlier.
Oh, you might be jinxing it, mate. Definitely
Yeah, I better shut up. I won't say that.
That's sister, Amy Watkins. Just seen Tom roll through there.
Yeah, Tom was getting very close to the wall. You can actually see his tire marks. It looks like he was actually spinning the wheels going down the track.
Which is slightly unusual, to say the least.
Yeah.
Jason Pickett with the cherry bomb. Look at the paint on that 50.
Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it?
It's lovely. And again, back then, these sort of cars were very rare. There's now so many of them, which is a good thing, obviously. 9.51 for Amy.
I think that's just about as close as you can get to an LB3A.
To what, sorry?
To an a left before third amber. Was it 0.47? It's a 0.5 roll.
Yeah,
now.
that's right. It was almost a whole light too early, wasn't it? Yeah. So, Tom Kay with Black Belt Dragster.
I can see Mr. Jake Michelle down there as well. He's looking on obviously, he's done quite a lot of work on this junior comp.
Made a bit of difference as well, by the look of it. Oh, no run again for Andy Thetford. That's a shame.
008 light from Tom Kay. As they tend to say, you can take the juniors out of it, or take the junior driver out of the class, but you can't take it out of him.
Wow.
You got it. Dave Rudd, though, goes to number 2. Terrific run, sir. Well done. The family try and set the standing jump record on the start line. 8.56 with the 2 thou off. Still not quite quick enough to get round Mason Griffiths, but terrific effort. Well done. And the last of the Watkins family. This is Neil.
It's called the Little Purple Express. Certainly you get your delivery quick, wouldn't you? Something like this.
Yeah, but it'd be mashed up. It will stuck to the back, wouldn't it? Another one of regular Nostalgia Superstock competitors.
Well, we've got all that up and coming at Dragstalgia, haven't we?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
28. Neil stays 19. Sorry, John. Yes, absolutely. Month of July, I think. Start of July?
Middle of, I don't know, 19, something like that, yeah.
Check out the calendar.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. They're looking at us. There we go. 7th and 9th of July.
Okay,
there we are.
we're all wrong. It's in July. So Dragstalgia is certainly the next time I'll be up here at Dragstalgia. Looking forward to that. I got so
it's always fun.
I got so wrapped up in the super stocks thing. It's such a great class, and they were qualifying within 0 something or other of one another, weren't they? It was quite extraordinary.
And there's a very realistic possibility. We just had the record set for the biggest class in UK drag racing ever with the front-wheel drive class last weekend.
Right.
64-car ladder, 59 cars qualified and made round 1.
Wow.
59. From all over Europe as well. Terrific international class. Nostalgia Superstock have all the has everything in the locker to be the same, if not bigger, at Dragstalgia as well this year. But it's just endless muscle cars, isn't it?
Yeah, no, there's something there for everybody. So, I mean, dragstalgia. I always tell people that dragstalgia is people of my age doing things they know they shouldn't really be doing. But they still do them.
And very well.
It's just great atmosphere. So if you're around and want to come along, it's the 7th to 9th of July. That's dragstalgia. Look forward to seeing you here. It's going to be good. Going to be massive. So maybe a few surprises. People turn up, don't they, that you don't expect to turn up and things like that. So, yeah, quite interesting.
And cars and bikes and all sorts of stuff you haven't seen a long time ago. I myself, I love looking around. I really enjoyed a few years ago Janne Johansson from Sweden bringing over all the
funny cars
and everything. And because it just like everything nostalgic, it takes you back to being small, or a time when things were simpler, or it seemed to be anyway, whatever.
You've always been small.
I know, I've just never grown older. That's what it is.
Oh, I've grown old.
No, grown up, sorry. Grown up,
no,
yes.
Not grown up.
I think some people I know have a theory on that all men get to 12 years old and just stop. They don't actually mature any more than that. Growing old is mandatory, growing up is purely optional. It's an optional thing. But anyway, yeah, it's but looking around all those cars in exactly the same condition as they would have been all those years ago. And the thing that always struck me about them, especially the funny cars, is how dinky they are.
Yeah.
Really, I mean, I could get in one. They're really small. Used to, at the time, they were just monstrous, weren't they? But these days, they just seem to be that bit dinkier.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's quite. I do watch a lot of things on YouTube. You know, there's Nick Pettit who puts loads of stuff on there. Nick, if you're here, thanks, mate. We always enjoy watching it. But to see the cars, the funny cars that were racing here when I first came along, you know, for the first Cannonball and things like that, and the difference between them. Well, we're going to see that this weekend in a way, aren't we? Because we've got retro funny cars and the modern fuel funny cars. But to see those old ones, we used to think they were absolutely wizard, you know?
That's right.
Roy Phelps always used to say to me, don't have to worry about anything else. People only come along to watch the funny cars. And that was true up to a point, I think. You know, everybody enjoyed it. So
yeah, look what we've got now. Look at the place we've got now. Look at the weather we've got now. Look at the cars we've got now, and obviously the entertainment around the site with the live action arena, live bands, everything else. So John Tebenham with the crew killer. Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please. I don't know if you know the story of why that car's called the Crew Killer, because you know he does those Larry burnouts all the time.
Yeah, did he aim him? Or
he
not
nearly
aim,
ran the crew over a couple of times, so that's why I coined the phrase Crew Killer. Yeah. And John heard it and thought, actually, that's not a bad name for a car. It's not the greatest name for a car, let's face it. I mean, he could be called, I don't know, anything. So your number one qualifier after the first session. This is the quickest of all the bracket classes as we welcome back into the tower the young, youthful-looking. Oh no, sorry, no, it's Chris.
Yeah,
it's Chris.
Yeah, I haven't looked youthful for a while though.
Thank you for lending to us again, Becky. If you're out there, I hope you're having a wonderful time being back.
She's loving it.
Good, as I'm sure you are as well, old chap.
Of course.
Of course. Beats sitting in front of a screen looking at it all, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's not the same thing.
John Tebenham and Stu Morris.
Well, JT pulls the red, and start-in times are fairly similar. Stuart Morris gets there first. Well done to him. And breaks out. Yeah.
Well, they both do. Now, John Tebenham has been trying to get that pesky little pop over 150 miles an hour for about 5 years now. That's 2 runs in a row. Shows you what the air conditions are like, because it's normally aspirated. 151 miles an hour, and also the breeze behind him helps as well, I think.
Yeah.
A little bit. So Alan did well with the Dragster, another one of those falling monostruck cars, and taking on another monostruck car in the other lane. LED Dubois.
Yeah, one of the 2 American chassis they've got.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I said my youngest daughter is called LED. She's going to be looking up to this LED, I'm sure, watching on TV going, how am I doing that?
Sign of the times. I love the illuminated, dialing numbers on the back of the car. My goodness me, LED electronics.
Yeah, all controlled with a little control panel in the car.
Is there?
Yeah.
So the driver can, well, that's dangerous, isn't it? Letting the driver set the dial in.
All red lights for both of them.
But only getting an 11 red light for our midline.
Couple of hundreds too quick. 55 with a 9 that time for Alan Didwell.
Alan Didwell's lights are looking a bit awesome at the moment.
As in bang on.
Yeah. I mean, that 11...
You say that like it's a bad thing.
No, it's a great thing, but it's just hard for anybody else to beat. That's the problem.
Well, that's the idea, though, isn't it?
Yeah,
Surely?
that's what he's got to do.
He's also points leader in the Super Pro Championship, Pete Nee Memorial Super Pro Championship. So 8.10 is the dial-in this time for Alan Schofield. This is when it will run an 8.0, obviously. When they slow the dial-in down, it will go in a straight line and run an 8.0 or a 7.9 against Tom Atkinson.
Well, Tom dials in an 8.38. He's our number 16 qualifier. Alan Schofield in the altered in the Kestrel Beers Lane. Dials in an 8.10, as you said. Now, let's see. He's in the 22nd position at the moment. Let's see if anything changes now. A 0.6 reaction time for the altered.
See, I told you it'd go straight now.
Yeah.
And
Wiggled its
it'll
bottom a
break
bit.
out. And it goes an 8.01 at 160 miles an hour, knocking on the door of the 7.
Yeah, my goodness me. You can't get much closer than that, can you?
Tom Atkinson moves up to the number 9 spot, 300ths off, 8.41 with a 0. That's very, very quick. 8.0 knocking on the door of the 7.
Yep.
I think that's all motor as well, no nitrous, no nothing else. Ron Bartlett with a noticeably shorter burnout this time. So, what? Go on then, Chris. Tell us. So the thing. I know he's got new slicks, but why the bigger ones and everything else as well?
He went bigger to try and change the gearing up a bit, I think, as well. That was
a bit more legs at the top end.
Yeah, I think he's tried a few different gearing things in the last few years anyway. I think that was part of the deal, and just a bit more tyre. They just wanted a little bit more footprint. They've got quite a bit more footprint than they thought, and they're just having, like I said earlier, problems getting them to fit in the back of the car where they want them. And that's meant they've changed the geometry.
Isn't it amazing that just changing the slicks has, I'm not going to say it screwed him up because he's really, really good, but it's thrown him a whole new learning curve that they didn't want.
Even a couple of inches bigger on the slick will change your geometry anyway, because you're looking at where the footprint is compared with how the car's sat.
Well, here we go then. Nick Good, Kestrel Beers Lane, Ron Bartlett, Slick Tricks Lane. 0.7 reaction time for Nick Good. He is good, isn't he? Dials in at a 6.76, runs a 6.78. Stays in the number 5 position.
Ron Bartlett breaks out by just over 100th of a second, but I think they'll probably be happy with that because it was straight, it was strong. Also, it's about what they normally run, so now they know what to dial, don't they?
Yeah, I think they've got, that one looks like a good baseline.
So, Thomas Haas against Dave Russell. So, you've raced against a lot of these. I don't know, are you sure you've raced against Dave? You ever raced against Thomas? Maybe not.
I've run against Thomas in qualifying, I think, but not raced against him.
I just wonder how long, obviously, because you study everything meticulously.
Yeah.
How long does it take you to learn each driver's own little traits? Or do you never stop learning?
I think a lifetime.
Yeah.
And there's always new people coming in anyway, so you're still learning. And then people will change things on the car, which means they change how they stage.
Yeah.
You know.
But do you know someone's going to hang you out on the tree? Someone's going to let you take the strike because they think you're going to break out?
Do I know that Brad Jackson and I are going to hang each other out on the tree, did you say?
I thought that was exactly what I said, yeah. Thomas Hastow, your new number one qualifier.
Well done.
8.05 with a 1 at knocking on 170 miles an hour.
And Thomas on the big roll after his success at Dartford.
Nice looking run for Dave Russell, not quite quick enough.
No, there's things you learn that you know what other people are going to do when you come to know the thing of it when you're going to burn out.
Yeah.
Because you know how much
procedure.
heat you want to put in them.
Yeah, procedures are different.
You know that stuff compared with somebody else, and you try to always be around the right time together to get to the tree together and all that stuff, and it matters. It really matters.
Yeah, like you said with heat, because an extra few degrees can make a massive difference. Problems for Mark Corsell out there. I think he wanted to make Steve have a run. But yeah, the engine died after the burnout. That's a great shame. They're having a really good day to that point. Even Tommy's running like a girl. Look at that. Sorry, I said that out loud, didn't I? Oh my goodness, no.
Oh dear. I can just sit and laugh.
I can't because he sat next to me when he comes back up here. Supercomp into the pairing lanes, please. Supercomp, please, into the pairing lanes.
Well, is the car still running? And because the lady's lining it up. It is. Oh, thank you. I thought it had died out there. The reverse has gone by the looks of it. Sorry. I don't know.
It does. You're dead right, actually. Maybe he just lost reverse. Looks like he did.
The guy at the back said the engine's still running.
Excellent. It's all right then. Okay, up against Lee Huxley.
But you're talking about procedures there. You'll see the problem.
Yeah.
Lee shut the car off.
Yeah,
And sat and waited.
And waited until he knew to make sure that his routine wasn't
Yeah.
screwed up.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. They've been at it a while, haven't they?
Yeah, I think they know how to do that.
Well, at the time, obviously, we didn't know what was up with
No.
Mark. So, fingers crossed for the ball breaker team in the Slick Tricks lane. 8.10 is his dial in this time. He went 165 miles an hour earlier, which is knocking on for a small block.
Well, 0-1 reaction time for Lee.
8.19 at 165 again. That'll work. Takes him up to 21. Lee Huxley, though, up to number 6. 8.72 on an 8.71. Stop me if you've heard this before.
That's unusual for a reverser to go these days, isn't it? Or not?
It no doubt is on the trans brake in the car, and I would guess he pressed the trans brake button and nothing happened with
So,
the solenoid.
does the trans brake? So what happens when you stop after the burnout? How do you get the car in reverse?
If it's a pro brake, all you need is reverse and the button.
Okay. So what does the button do then?
So the button actually makes it go into reverse.
Okay. So it could just be as simple as that.
So when you're
then,
on the start line, you're in first,
Yeah.
and the button still makes it go into reverse,
Oh.
which is what locks it.
Okay.
So it's in first and reverse at the same time.
Right. Have you ever seen two more confused faces than these while we're here?
So if you're using the trans brake,
We must look like the
When-
two unwise monkeys, I think.
when you're on the trans brake, the trans is in first and reverse at the same time.
I think I'd know more if I was a monkey, actually, at this point. I think, yeah.
Do you want to share my banana?
Oh, dear me. I've got one. See it. Patrick Dubois. Please don't write in, folks. And don't send in job applications to people that know what they're talking about. Jens Konecki in the Slick Tricks lane, 8.18. And that's terrific. 7.34 for Patrick Dubois with the Milwaukee Tools Pontiac. What's it going to be this time? 7.37. He's on the
7:34.
money every
moves
time.
up
Yeah.
4 spots to number 12. And Jens Konecki stays at number 19.
So So 2 different ways of going faster in the 7s. One with a turbo and one with a slightly more traditional big block. Now, Scott and Jeff have been running this car now for a number of years, and it looks as good, as spotless as when it rolled out the trailer for the first time. Goodness knows how many years ago? 10 years ago, maybe more?
Yeah, could well be right.
Yeah, I think we worked it out the other day. It's a good 10 or 12 years since Scotty debuted this car. And, yeah, looks mint as ever, doesn't it? Going up against Kieran Ashley, or Kai Ashley, with the Joker from Stoke-on-Trent. Stoke-on-Trent? Where the hell's that? Stoke-on-Trent.
It's near Stoke-on-Trent.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's up the road. Okay. It's the place up the road for the people that can't talk properly. Yes. So Kieran 790, Scott 7.30. Big chop in charge from the car in a slick tricks lane.
Both full reds, getting very, very keen. 7:30 for Scott. 7:30 for Scott.
Fabulous. Number 5, that is. Another great consistent run for Kieran Ashley, though. 7.95 at 1.75. It looked like he wanted to just before the finish line, but it doesn't tend to blossom till after the finish line, so it doesn't really make any difference.
Scott's light again, though. Just 14 red. Just in that window.
Is it easy to... Is it easy to pull that back to being a green, or do you have to just stage the car slightly less deep, maybe?
Well, 14 red is probably millimetres.
Yeah.
Somebody once told me 200 is about 2 inches.
Goodness me. Was that your wife?
No, it was somebody in the States. I think it was somebody in the States really clever like Luke Bagacki, so I think I'll take it.
It's all right, no problem. I know Becky quite well, and I'll be getting a right hook later.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, Beck. Anyway. The good thing was, Chris stayed totally pan-faced and professional, which is terrific. Unlike my co-commentator who has lost the plot. So, Matt Peters and Ashley Bell.
A 009 reaction time for Ashley Bell. The start line reactions are getting absolutely electric now, aren't they? So, any difference for anybody? No. Matt Peters stays in 29. Ashley Bell stays in 25. He dialed in an 878 and runs an 874, so both of those guys broke out.
Oh, so close, but...
Yeah.
So, Chris, throughout qualifying, do you try and nail it down throughout qualifying, or do you try and kill it every single time? Is that the plan, or do you just have one run to?
Some people do really try and kill it every time.
Yeah.
That's never been a thing for me. I will try and nibble at it. I nibble at it in a very specific way when I was racing. So. But yeah, I mean that was a lot of the time. Yeah. We were known for being number 1 qualifier off the trailer. I think in over a 2-year period, we were number 1 qualifier off the trailer 6 times.
Oh goodness me!
But that was only because of the strategy that I was using compared with so many other people.
How you approach it.
Yeah, so many other people. I mean, as we saw today in the first round, I think there were 9 breakouts in the first round. Well, we just knew we didn't want to do that.
Didn't want to break out, yeah.
So I would always go 300 safer than I would any other round.
Does the weather play a part in any of that? As in, if you know the weather's going to be a bit iffy, do you make sure, or do you still have the same approach?
I would be safer still. If I remember running a couple of rounds at Shaky where the weather was not particularly looking great, and I think actually the first ever race I did at Shakespeare County Raceway. We were number 1 off the trailer, and I'd never actually driven the car down the track. We had no data, and I was going on Dave Catton's say-so, and we were just like, oh, we'll do this. And I just went a little bit safer than I normally would, because I knew the weather was bad. That puts number 1 off the trailer, and it stayed there.
Excellent.
And that's sometimes you've got to do that.
Ashley Bell taking on Daniel Giles. Ashley rolls through stage. Daniel with a bit of a wiggle at the top end, goes 725, 182. Wow. That's one of the quick, if not the quickest runs I've seen that car ever make, actually.
Congratulations.
They didn't want it, though. They wanted to run a 725. Sorry, 731, but there we go. We're on to, I think this is Super Gas. Is that right?
It is.
It is, yeah.
And I'll be seeing you later after I've spoken to my wife.
If Becky lets you ever come near me ever again, thank you. Chris, it's a pleasure as always, mate. Thank you.
So here we go, Jasmine Tunstall in the Slick Tricks lane. Currently number 12 qualifier. Simon Fulton with the Falcon in the Kestrel Beers lane. Currently our number 14 qualifier. Breakout for Jasmine Tunstall. They're all shooting at 990, of course. She runs a 975. And just having a look to see where they all are now. Pete Creswell is our number 1 qualifier in Supergas, having run a 9.903. Then Dan Page, Bob Molden, Andy Harrison, Stuart Morris, Simon Fulton, Dave Fulton, Stuart Doiney, Robert Huis, and number 10 Mark White. So currently out here we've got Dave Fulton and Andy Dibley in the Kestrel Beers lane and the Slick Tricks Racing lane respectively. And both break out. Conditions are so good here today. Air condition, track condition. Track condition is always good here at
Certainly I've just realised I've got about 85 messages while I've been paying attention to the racing. It's okay. Tom, you're sat next to me and you sent me one, which is nice, though.
Oh, I was down the start.
I know. I'm only joking. It's all good. It's all good.
So Tim Moore, back round again. The man from Basingstoke with Tim's Toy. What else would you call it? And that's the 55 Chevy. Currently at the number 14 spot. Bobby, however, in the Peugeot, is in number 3 spot. So red light from Tim Moore. 9.90 is what they want. And 9.86 out that time around. And 11.96. Tim not doing the 990 as he would have liked. So can we have Comp Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Comp Eliminator into the pairing lanes. Well, Wayne Hiscock is the man in the Kestrel Beers lane in the Chevelle. Another one of these cracking looking cars. And a big, big wheel stand from Mark White in the Vega. And breakout for the man in the left-hand lane.
Can we please have Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes, please? That's Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes for your Q4.
We're getting there.
So this is Stefan Raffletrath taking on Andy Harrison.
So cool, that Nova. It's been around a long time in European drag racing. It was originally raced by the late great Robert Houston.
Oh, really?
As well. That was his car. But I think he cut his teeth in this a long time ago now, and it's looks as good as it always did.
Well, currently Stefan is number 16. Andy Harrison number 4 in the qualifying. Is that going to change? Well, we get a 986 breakout and a 987 breakout. So at least they're doing it together.
Has anyone run the right side yet?
Oh, I think so.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So Dan Page and Ronald House
Well, Dan's number 2 qualifier now.
Yes.
With an O'Hare racing car.
Yeah, 9.9100 for him.
Yep. And Ronald House, Huis, I don't know how you pronounce it, I don't want to be rude. 9.92 was his last run, which got him the number 9 spot. So you can see the surge of the line, and then on comes the throttle start. Some of these cars, not all of them, and then they're running. But here we go. That's a pair of great runs. A 9.91 for Ronald Huis. He goes up from 9 to 5. Dan stays at number 2. A number 1 qualifier down there now. Pete Creswell. The car is called the Full Monty. I've only just read that off of the computer. I've known that for years, but never ever said it. It's just one of those things. And he's on his own here. Yes, because I think we're moving back to Street Eliminator after this.
Unfortunately, I don't see that many of them. I only see 3.
Well, Pete's sitting with a number 1 spot on the moment with a 9.91. The man is on a mission here this weekend. That is looking fabulous there for the Creswells. Well done. Super stuff. Nice to see you guys. So, Street Eliminator, the battle of the pickup trucks.
I don't think you can call Ricky Hales a pickup truck. I think you'd call that a pickup house. It's huge.
Yeah.
That's 3 bed and 3 bath. It's got an ensuite as well.
You've got a vivid imagination, Tom.
So, of course, Ricky Hale's truck can run down into the low 10s. And it has done it. It ran 10.4, I believe, in the last run. Yeah, qualified with a 10.48. Taking on the rapid howling hauler of Al Williamson. That's been down chasing the 7s.
Yeah, well, he's qualified with an 8.2. That is amazingly quick. Well, the pair of them defy logic, don't they, when you watch them race? So another, is that another 8? No, it's an 8.32.
Yeah. And a 10.48 again for Ricky Hale. He's run 2 of them in a row now.
Yeah, it's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Right, now then. The Bel Air of Robert Slater coming through into the Kestrel Beers lane, and the Volkswagen Passat of the man from Huddersfield, Rob Carter. It's called Percy.
Percy, and his wife has a Passat as well, called Patricia. They have a Passat family.
Oh, okay. All right. I don't doubt that for a minute.
The thing
this is my serious face.
That's why we're laughing.
Yeah, indeed.
So Rob Carter has been in the mid-8s with that Passat.
Issues for Rob Slater. No such problems for Rob Carter. Goes through 8.45, 156 miles an hour.
Turning it up again. Also, I've just had a note from Mr. Blackett, who said that he's in place up the top end to get parachute photographs, folks. So obviously Rob Carter pulled the chute on that one, so I bet he'll have nailed that. But yeah, folks.
Well, next pair then. James Murray with the Mark II Cortina Estate, and the Ugly Sister, the 210 sedan out here, which is sort of Bel Air shaped, but it's a
difference between a 56 Chevy and a 210 sedan. Are they the same thing?
Well, I think so, roughly, but they got different
trim again, probably, yeah.
That sort of stuff, yeah.
Andy Bond with a lovely looking run.
My safety thing is to call them a tri-Chevy.
Good idea. Lifted again, 8.17 at 131. 10.62 for James Murray. Nicely done, sir. 132 miles an hour. So, junior drag bike. As you can hear. I just needed a quick apology as well, if you don't mind, John. Sorry, Thomas. I don't know if you heard, but I did say you were running like a girl.
I heard.
I've successfully managed to insult both of our colour commentators today. Just one to go.
That's me. Well, keep thinking.
I don't think. That's the problem, you see. That's how it happens anyway.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please. Pro ET into the pairing lanes.
No, I'd hate to see what I look like when I run. I do run a lot. I ran this morning. I hate to see what I look when I ran. So there we go. I just do it in private with only a few thousand people watching. It's the best way to do it.
So Richard Wilcox in the Kestrel Beers lane. Alia Lester in the Slick Tricks Racing lane. So dialed in time, 9:48 and a 13.10.
Oh, just that bit too quick.
9:40, yeah. Goes too quick, so no change. They both stay in their respective positions.
Bad luck, Andy. Yeah, just dial it down even further next time. Okay. Anouk Bergering, Kestrel side of the racetrack from Heemskerk in the Netherlands.
Currently your number 2 qualifier.
Do you know, that's one thing that's really good about this event, and last weekend as well, it's really good. It's probably, the longer we get on from COVID, and Brexit as well, I don't mean to say it like that, but you know what I mean, the more and more people are realising they can come back, and they are, which is wonderful, really, really wonderful, because the thing that makes events here is the international competition, international rivalry, but also our international friends who we missed dearly for a long time while they weren't able to come. So Anouk stays at number 2, 13:45 on a 52, otherwise known as a
breakout.
Yes.
Lee Morrison, all the way from Yeovil. God, that's a bit of a schlep up here, isn't it?
Yeah, the whole family, obviously.
Well, and Harry Isaacs is in the Slick Tricks Racing lane on his Lex Moto. They come from Crewkern, so in the same sort of area, isn't it? Crewkern and Yeovil? It's west of the Alfair Island? You don't know. When you go on Eggheads, I'll ask you questions on geography.
So, Leah actually goes up to number 1, though, 11:43.
Yeah. Well done.
On 11:40. Congratulations. Harry as well moves up to the number 3 spot with that one. 13.40 on a 13:34. Well done.
Jackson King coming out into the Slick Tricks Racing, flying the Union Jack on his levers. Very reminiscent of your team shirts with Les and John, wasn't it, all those years ago?
Indeed.
This flag can fly.
Sometimes did as well. Despite my best efforts.
Well, Jackson King currently in the number 6 position, dials in a 13:31 and runs a 13:23 and stays in the number 6 position.
Okay, so we hear the rumble of V8s once again. It's time for Super Comp 890 class. Rolling round now. Stu Doyney.
That's a beautiful car, isn't it? That's the first time I've turned around to see it face on.
Very, very nicely
colour
turned
scheme
out.
is really nice, isn't it?
So we've got Super Comp to go, Comp Eliminator right afterwards, and then we're back into Junior Dragster. My goodness me, you're going to be fit at the end of today.
Oh, I've got my steps in.
Not that you weren't to start with.
Oh, thanks.
He's just trying to gain favour with you after saying you run like a girl. Okay.
Yeah, but the fact is, if you bring up the fact all the time that he runs like a girl, people think he will run like a girl, and then he'll run like a girl just as a matter of habit. That's right. I'm in a big hole anyway, so what's the problem? Just keep digging.
Stu Doyney out there in the right-hand lane, and Stephen Field in the left-hand lane.
Steve Field turned up to the Nostalgia Nationals, and in that weekend, this car can run deep into the 8s, like 8.2s, 8.1s, I think.
Yeah, it's really quick.
And yet, he spent his whole weekend running 890s.
Did he? Yeah. Trying to? Or?
No.
Oh.
I think the car was a bit wayward that weekend, and that was it. He ran. I think he genuinely ran an 890.
I think he gets bored when it goes straight.
Well, a 0-2 reaction for Stu Doyney. Now then, 8.9 for the pair of them. Sorry, mate.
Yeah,
okay.
Both of them were all over the place then.
8.80, slowing 142 for Steve Field. And Stu Doyney. That was his first run in Super Comp, actually. An 8.83. Now, one fellow I'd really like to see put in a good low 9, maybe even a high 8, is Andy Clifford down there with the Snake Eyes drag. So this car is just, it's just nostalgia. Honestly, you squint and you think you were back in the 60s. It's immaculately turned out. He has run 9.2s, I think, as his quickest, or thereabouts. I'm sure Claire, if she's watching him, will be in touch and say, no, it's not, you fool. But I think that's where he normally is.
That's what is what Rachel told me he needs to be.
Oh,
yesterday.
really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's his issue at the minute.
So a bit more right foot, yeah?
Yeah.
Taking on Richard Tunstall. Do you know, we've actually got, I think, I was talking to Martin Kirbishley about this the other day. There are actually 4 of these Brogy Roadsters racing in the UK all the time, yeah? There's quite a few of them.
Yeah, because Martin had
He's
one,
still got
didn't
it,
he?
yeah.
He's still got it.
Yeah, yeah. He lives down in the West Country now. He lives down in Penzance.
Oh, okay.
And he said the thing is, obviously, he used to live in the Midlands or thereabouts, so it's not that far to come. He said it's a long way.
That's a much better launch from Andy Clifford. He's actually side by side with Richard Tunstall going down the track.
8.19. There you go! 9.05 for Andy Clifford. 145 miles an hour. 9.23 at 149 for Richard. I think that's one of Andy Clifford's quickest ever runs, actually.
I think it
I'm
will
not entirely
be,
sure he's
yeah.
ever been in the 8s before, but anyway, whatever. The signage worked, mate. Well,
It did.
It certainly did. Okay, so Marcus, the way we used to say it was, it's just imagine the biggest, nastiest looking spider is under your right foot and you've got to squash the thing. Wasn't
Yes.
that, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You've got to stand on it really, really hard, otherwise it'll bite you. And that certainly focuses the mind, I can tell you that.
Marcus Osher's the man in the pickup truck. Steve Hudson in the altered. And all looking for 890s, and they all run. Oh no, it's a breakout. Sorry, it's 881. There was an 891. I'll have to get some of your glasses, I think.
Oh, I wouldn't do that. Don't worry, mate. For the longest time, Steve Hudson was struggling to get anywhere near the 9s. Now he has the lovely problem of slowing it up.
Yeah, well, Marcus moved up one spot there to the number 3 position. So well done to him. It's gradually climbing up the ladder.
And we get another chance to look at this gorgeous junior fueler of Clement Dubois.
That's actually pretty much what it is. You're dead right, isn't it? That looks like a fun way to go racing, though, that does, doesn't it? Looks really good. Goodness me, earlier on he ran 8:39.
Yeah.
He does know the class has an index of 8. No, never mind. Anyway, some people do that, don't they?
I think that's one of those face bothered moments.
Yeah, pretty much. You can break out as many times as you like in qualifying. You do it in what you do in eliminations. You're going home.
Oh yeah.
But again, it's good to see the custom going over here from France as well. I know a number of the UK racers go over to race at Clastra and a few other places as well. It's real nice for that family to be over here.
Oh, lights didn't burn down there.
Did they not?
No.
No, I think he must be having issues with his trans brake because it seems to be every single time he goes to go on the 2-step, the car just goes.
Well, he's got one running. So, comp eliminates Q3. All front-wheel drive match-up, but 9-second indexes, not style-ins, indexes.
I think this is probably one of the better ways of showing what you said earlier about how building a car for the class is probably the best way to go here, because Luke Stevenson, that car was not built to go comp eliminator racing. And to be fair, I don't think Simon Crowley's was either. However,
It wasn't, no.
However, his one is much more competitive than Luke's car. They've got the same index, 9.20. That's what you get if you've got a turbocharged 4-cylinder front-wheel drive car.
Correct. There's a number of front-wheel drive cars that can absolutely smash that. The only issue is their chassis tags are nowhere near as quick as they go. That's a good-looking run for Simon Crowley as well.
That, yeah.
9.6. Look at the speed as well. 160 miles an hour for Simon Crowley. That's kind of like the mark of a front-wheel drive car. This is the car you were talking about.
Ah, okay. Yeah,
Ahmed
yeah.
Jamshed. Last weekend in the 8.4s. Yes,
But
that
it's
is
something like 170 miles an hour. Was
Oh,
it?
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that's extraordinary. All this from a Honda Civic.
It's not an ordinary Honda Civic.
No, I can tell that. Look at
154
this.
to 60 foot, and this car will back half like nothing else. Goes through the finish line to an 869, 167 mile an hour. Sorry.
And number 2 qualifier.
That is something
Now
else.
he's got a bit of a double whammy going on this weekend. He doesn't. Number one doesn't want to destroy the index. Well, actually, he doesn't mind because he very politely went round and asked everybody, "Would you mind if I knacker the index?" Frankly, by going way too quick. But that is about half a second under his index. But the other problem he's got is that his chassis tag is to 850.
Oh, so he's got to run 850.
So if he does, yeah. Anyway, well done to the whole team. Number 2 qualifier for Ahmed Jamshed. He does have the chance of going a long way in eliminations this weekend in Comp Eliminator. It's
I think
very, very cool to see.
it was one of the Smiths in Street Eliminator whose chassis tag was only to 10-0. So he'd go up to the line and have to brake and try and run 10-0.
That's right. And what we mean by chassis tag is that the scrutineers give you, they check out the build of your car, if it has the correct design and number of tubes in it as well, then you're allowed to run to a certain tag or elapsed time, as it's called. So the pro cars have what we call unlimited chassis tags, so they can go as quick as they want. But then when you get into especially Super Pro and Pro ET, a lot of the 50 tags or 6 flat tags, if you see what I mean, and they can't go any quicker than that in qualifying.
Yeah, makes sense, doesn't it?
Well, it is very, very much a safety thing. So I think if someone doesn't have a full cage and a full funny car style cage in a door car, they can't go quicker than 750. If they do, they can, which makes perfect sense, because if you're going 750, you're going very, very fast. If you have an accident, you want to be able to walk away.
Well, here we are. We're with the juniors again.
Q4.
Tom Peters is in the Kestrel Beers lane. Now, where is he at the moment? Number 25 qualifier. Max Taylor in the Slick Tricks Racing lane is in the number 22 qualifying spot as we speak. Will that change? Let's have a quick look. Yeah, indeed it does. Tom Peters moves up from 25 to 16. Well done. And Max Taylor gets bumped down to 23.
So moving on with the programme pretty well. They've got, well, this session and one more in about an hour and a half's time. So Chevy Checkit and Neve Deavy are your next pair. Chev is in the Kestrel lane. Let's see if Letty's paying attention this time. What do you reckon? Maybe not.
Well, number 9 qualifier for Chevy Checkit, and Neve is number 13 at the moment. Heavily contested this, isn't it? I mean, it's quite extraordinary.
And on a school day. Sorry, I just had to add that a little bit in there, you know.
School's out all summer.
That's the one. 0-3 for Chev, that'll help. Actually, no, it won't. My goodness me. Neve, though, Caitlin very excited with that 0.56. Stays at well, they both stay put, 9-13, but they are both very consistent. Well done. Sorry, Matt, I did say you looked like a very thin Richard earlier. I know, sorry, it's all right. Well, you do. I mean, in all fairness, if I have my eyes shut, yeah, look at that. No, don't big it up. It's not a good thing. So, Kai Cooper and Teddy Howe. Kai in the Kestrel lane. Number 30 at the moment. How many cars have we had go through in Junior Drags? Let's have a quick look. 30, actually.
30, yeah.
I think we've got maybe a couple more entered, but it will be a 32-car elimination ladder. It is
so
massive,
at this moment,
isn't it?
everybody's going to run, aren't they?
The way it looks at the moment,
At the
yes,
moment,
unless anyone else is entered that hasn't run.
Okay, so a pair of red lights there, so they will stay where they are. Kai Cooper in 30 spot, Teddy Howe in the number 27 spot.
And right behind them again, we have Pro ET. Now, because we have, one of the reasons we don't have the normal eclectic selection of classes that we would, let's just say at the Festival of Power or the Summer Nationals, is because we have the pros here this weekend. We got Pro Mod, Top Fuel, all the bikes as well. Is that there is only so much pit space and only so much room in the racing schedule to get everything done. So it's limited to a number of sportsman classes along with the pros for this weekend. So Mackenzie Love on a bye run, Super Pro again, please. Seems like they've only just been here. 008 for Mackenzie. That's going to get him the number 5 spot. The double O's go all the way down to the number 7 position.
Yeah, do.
Outstanding.
Yep. So Harry Peters with the machine he calls the Raptor in the left-hand lane, and Ellie Fagg with her machine she calls Double Trouble. She hails from Margate in Kent.
So Ellie, who's number 28 at the moment, looking to improve. 0.13, that might help a little bit. That's not going to move up that far though. Harry Peters with a red light definitely won't improve. Yeah, Ellie actually moves up to number 27 spot. So for Odyssey Batteries and the Redshaw family down there in the Kestrel Lane, it is Harry Redshaw taking on Marie Camilleri from Montpellier. Imagine living in Montpellier and coming on holiday to the UK. A lot of people do, you can't knock it. Then if you want to race, this is the place to come.
Well, Marie's in the number 26 spot at the moment. Harry in the number 12 spot.
That was good. Both lanes, actually. 0.33 Marie, that's really going to help. I'm not sure Harry's going to move up. But Marie jumps to the number 12 spot and actually bumps the bloke in the other lane down one spot.
Indeed. So with zeros, just having a quick look here to see how... it's very difficult to do it on the screen that way, John, because it doesn't give you the just what I was looking
reaction
for.
Times. Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of the time, that is based. That just gives you the figures of what they've run, as in the ETs and things. So Annie-Mo Brown, Dad Lee standing behind. Long-time crewman for Spuff is Lee in the Kestrel Lane. That was good. 0.57 for Ellie. I think that's going to improve. I know she went 0.4 earlier. And 0.45 for Ada. That won't help either. Would you believe they stay 8 and 15? This happens a lot in later rounds in qualifying where, because they've done so well earlier on, there's very little shuffling around.
They get another couple of qualifiers tomorrow as well, do they?
They do indeed, at least, I think. Let's have a quick look. Where are they tomorrow? Junior Drags are out first tomorrow. They've got 1, 2, another 2 tomorrow. I think they might even have 2 on Sunday before they start eliminations. So they have 5 today. Today's obviously All Sportsman Day. And then, a couple tomorrow, couple on Sunday before they go into eliminations. Liam McDonald from Ireland and Lola Bell Kent from about as close as you can get. Hyam Ferrers just up the road. Slick Tricks Lane, Liam at the moment, number 2. Lola Bell can do way better than number 25.
So Dad, presumably, is
Kevin,
the funny car driver.
Indeed, that's right. Mum is Shelley Pearson. That's Shell standing down there. And that's Tony Pearson, who used to drive Maiden Warrior, if you remember, way back when.
Wow. Yeah.
Well, Lola goes red with an 0.5. Liam with an 0.8. That won't improve him at all. Yeah, the connections are just almost endless, aren't they? If you know what I mean. Yeah, that's Tony, granddad to Lola, and Frankie as well.
Oh dear. Right.
So Damien Redshaw. Is this the last car? Oh no, loads more. Sorry, it's because they all hide around the back of race control. We can't see them from here. Young Mr. Taylor's going to be round next.
Currently, Damien's in the number 23 spot.
And we'll stay there. That was a 002 red, though. Oh, so close to being perfect. However, it's still red. Okay, so Freddie Taylor with the Outlaw car. The Taylor family very heavily involved in Outlaw Anglia racing as well. That's where they come from. Kestrel side of the track, and Emmy Crundwell. They may have history too, I'm just not aware of it, I'm afraid. But Emmy doing a good job. She's 29, not years old obviously. Freddie is 4, not years old obviously. You normally say someone is 4, you tend to think, well, you know, anyway, whatever. So looking for reaction times again. The numbers flash up on the scoreboard as soon as they've left the start line. If nothing comes up on the board, it's because it's red. That was very, very red for Emmy. The tree hadn't even run. An 04 for Freddie. Backs up the 007 he ran earlier. So still pretty good. Okay, so Daniel Weir on the start line this time. Let's hope Daniel actually gets to make a run and make the turn off this time. He is number 9 qualifier with a 02 light, but I think a light so far is all he's got. He hasn't actually got an ET yet.
Jack Taylor is in the Slick Tricks racing lane. Currently our number 21 qualifier, but Daniel, by virtue of the start, is the number 9 qualifier at the moment. So all eyes on these 2 modified A's.
Once again,
yeah.
Daniel Weir. 068
What a shame.
0.14 for Jack. Neither are going to improve, but yeah, the car dies every single time he nails it. Every single time. Dad Jason down there, he's one with the Suburban. Very cool looking 7-second Suburban in Street Eliminator. He's building something else equally as mental, if not more mental, which I can't, it escapes me what it is, but it's just mad. Absolutely mad. Okay, Harley Coulsell down there. Very recently down on the start line helping his dad in Super Pro. Alongside Lara Bartlett for Slick Tricks Racing. Both of these two 790 cars. Harley at the moment is number 7. He's the last of the 00 bandits. See what I did there? Look at the car name. In the Kestrel lane. And
Okay.
Lara, number 18 at the moment. To get on the front page, top 16, you need to be 04 or better on the tree. That's Lara, obviously.
That looks
And
a
she
good
does.
start.
Yeah.
03.
She got it.
06 for Harley.
It's going to make Lara number 12. That is good move. Both run 794. Look at that, over 80 miles an hour.
Yeah,
I know. It would be good, wouldn't it? Actually, be good to see one race. I'd like to see it actually.
Yeah, I'd bring my car up and race one, but it'd only break down. That would be the problem.
No, it would cause a traffic jam here. You get towed out the way.
Yes, true.
Okay, Jacqueline Bartlett, Kestrel side of the track against Molly Openshaw. Jacqueline 19, Molly 17. Again, to be on front page, you've got to be 047 or better. Actually, you've got to be better than 047, 046 and better. I don't know whether you caught that one, Thomas. I just said Harley is the last of the 00 bandits at 009, which is still very, very impressive.
I think it's him and Ada, isn't it, in the standing 7 and 8?
I think Ada's, right behind. 08 red for Jacqueline, 0.11 for Molly. Not going to improve at all, unfortunately. I'm not sure. What was Ada's race number?
I don't know.
I can't remember.
I think
they're
she
pretty close
anyway.
though, yeah. Yeah, I think they're pretty close. So Daniel Todd, who was number 1 for a little while, he's now 3. You would expect a 007 to hold up. No, maybe not then. Against Richard Wilcox. Again, Richard double classing between dragster and bike. Differences as well. He has to learn a different tree, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Sportsman tree for junior dragster, pro tree for junior drag bike. That must be really actually running 2 different trees. That's got to be tough to do. Just to explain, a pro tree is when all the lights come on together and then go green. The sportsman tree is when they count down. But the difference is as well, is that that's a really good one for Daniel Todd again. Not going to help, but it'll help Richard Wilcox with an 03. That'll make him number 12. Yeah, look at that. Well done to Richard. Well, we were just saying how difficult it was, and he nailed it. Yeah, superb. Yeah, the amount of time that the light is on for is different for a pro tree to a sportsman tree.
Yes.
0.4 of a second for a pro tree to 0.5 for sportsman. Doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're talking 0 point whatever's or perfect reaction times, yeah.
I think one thing that makes it easier is the fact that the junior bikes don't react that quickly, so it will just be you see a light and go.
Yeah.
Compared to the juniors where you're watching the light, you're trying to find your point on the tree, and then you've got to go on that point, otherwise you'll get it wrong.
Well, Grace Smith is in the Kestrel beer lane, already our number 11 qualifier, but in the right-hand lane, Finley Fagg is our number 1 qualifier at the moment. The pair of them pull reds, so positions are not going to change.
Yeah, but look at the reds though. Grace Smith 005 red, Finley Fagg 01 red.
Wow.
Very close.
Yes. Yeah.
Terribly close. Nerve-wracklingly close. So here we go with Pro ETQ 4. So this is the 4th. They've got one more after this. Junior dragsters are down to their last one. And if anybody wonders why we do it this way, where we have a sportsman day, then a pro day, in days gone by, where it used to be a 3-day event, if the weather got a bit tight or track delays or anything like that, sportsman races would be restricted to 1, maybe 2 qualifying runs, if that.
Yeah, I remember that.
Much fairer to give them a whole day where it's just them and they do get a number of runs in. So when the pros run, if there are any delays for any reason, whatever it might be, weather, track, whatever, they still have had a decent number of runs before they go into elimination.
Oh, the title, I'm just looking at Roy Walker's car, 60 Shades of Grey for the Mustang in the left-hand lane. I didn't know it was called that. And a big block inside that. Thomas Bublitz back now with a Nova in the Slick Tricks Racing lane. They look pretty tight together, don't they, those two? And on a 9:30, he runs a 10.15. That's Roy Walker.
10.17 on a 16 for Thomas Bublitz, and he stays number 9. That's how close they are. There's going to be a whole lot of bunching up in this session. Sean Law, can we have Supergas into the lanes, please? Sean Law with the Wicked Lady. 9.20. I think they're just happy. It does look like they put those headers on upside. Sure, they haven't. but they look like they put the headers on upside down or the wrong side. They should be up the other way, shouldn't they? I know they do it for a good reason, I'm sure. Against John Beam with the shotgun, 960 for John.
Well, John's number 15 at the moment. Sean number 30 qualifiers.
Nobody's taken the perfect DT money. Oh, 908 for Sean Law. Well, I don't think they'll be too worried about that because it's back on form again. Well done, 147 miles an hour. And on the other side, a 9:59 breakouts. John Dalrymple and Kirsty Tram up next.
Well, John is sitting in the number 5 spot at the moment, having run a 982, dials in 982, and Kirsty's in the number 28 spot in that Camaro. Did you say she rents this to race it?
Borrowed from Andy Dibley. Yeah, what happened with Kirsty is that obviously all the family have been racing.
Yeah.
She never was. Came to a dial-in day, which is the day at the start of the season where people learn how to race, and won it. Okay, so there's a competition. John goes 960.
Yeah,
really?
Breaks out. Yeah.
1186 for Kirsty. 28 to 24. That is. Yeah, what she did was she won the dial-in day, and as a result of winning dial-in day, the prize is you get free entry into the Easter event.
Yeah.
Just to sink that hook in a little bit further if you didn't need it. And that's basically, that was her gateway drug, if you like, into pretty much full-time drag racing now.
Wow.
And so she borrows it. She hasn't got a car she could race herself. Andy Dibley very kindly offered to lend her that one, and it's
paying dividends, isn't it?
You got it. Stevie Gates, hopefully not going to break out this time with the Hailing Island Garage Duster in the Slick Tricks lane against Will Clark. .941 for Stevie Gates, finally nails it down to number 13. Will Clark does as well, though. Look at that. 974. Will Clark, I think, before the screen changed, went up to number 11 with that one. So let's have a quick squiz where the bump is at the moment. 25 is 05, 27 is 05, 28 is 06, 29 is 07. And then we've got Roy Walker, Sean Law and John Turner hanging around down the bottom. A few more to come as well, I'm sure. Mark Manning with the coupe. And Liz Malcolm.
Little bit of a move for Mark Manning.
Well, something happened, didn't it, to the coupe there? And certainly slowed at the top end.
So, Disco Bob? Fair assumption?
Absolutely.
Good. Well, we have a Disco Dean racing in No Prep.
Yeah.
We do. So, Disco Bob from Yorkshire,
well, Bobby,
I'd say is a pretty good effort as well.
Bobby the DJ is what I've always called him. So, Bob Molden with the white noise Peugeot. Dialing in a 937, currently number 15 spot. Daniel Fulton with the Firebird, dialing in a 10.19, currently number 20 in the qualifying.
Funny enough, his daughter had one of the best names for any race car I ever heard. 936 with a 9, oh so close.
Oh, wow.
Daniel Fulton breaks out as well. Yeah, the car's called White Noise. The junior dragster was called Slight Noise. And in also the other one which I loved, which was, I think it was Bruno Bardo's daughter, I can't remember, definitely from Switzerland anyway, and the car was called Race on Sunday, School on Monday.
That's cool.
That's very cool.
Okay, here's our next pair then. Matthew Dowdy, dialing in 11.99. Warren Watts in the Kestrel Beers lane, dials in an 897.
Now, come the end of qualifying, Matthew is going to be in a precarious position if he can't pick up the pace a little bit for that 11.99. too quick, and 12.19. Well, Matthew's getting closer. He moves to the number 31 spot, but he's still 2/10 off of his dial-in, which is going to be precarious when it comes to the bumps.
Well, yeah, because they are all so tight together, aren't they?
That's the idea. Okay, Alfie Rutten, Dave Fulton up next. Dave Lift Fulton, as he will forever be known, I think.
Well, his car has got like wing mirrors on it.
Has it?
Yeah, I can see him from here, so I'll just...
No, don't.
So Alfie Rutten looking for an 898 with Mijuli. Dave looking for a 938.
Alfie on the money, on the tree. Still only number 6. How does that work?
Yeah, that's extraordinary.
898 with a 6 on a 98. Dave Fulton stays 3 with a 940. Goodness me, they're that good.
So Plum Crazy Racing is the title of Simon Innes's Barracuda in the Slick Tricks Racing lane. He comes from just down the road as well. Rawns. There's a lot of local talent here this weekend. And Ronnie Mercer with the Anglia, he calls it. Annie comes from St Helens.
That's quite a trip as well, isn't it?
That's a bit of a, yeah.
Too quick and no improvement. Ronnie Mercer stays put 0.02 of a second off and a breakout in the other lane. Yeah, unfortunately, the screen's clear. In an instant, the screen is queer. I can confidently say that the screen's clear in such an instant because they come round so quickly. It doesn't give you a huge amount of chance to.
True. So Nick Muggeridge is the man in the Slick Tricks Racing lane in that motorcycle engine powered dragster, and Mark Huxley, number 4 qualifier at the moment with the Toyota Corolla, if I can say it properly, and runs through with a 9.71, breaks out, and as you say, the screen cleared before I had a chance to.
Yeah, Nick went 10.01 on a 98. No improvement for him as well, unfortunately. Yeah. So Laura Brayton, teeth with a capricious Capri. Let's see if she can get the right side of the number. She's number 35 at the moment. She's been oh so close though. Against Brett Featherstone, defending Pro ET champ from last season. Oh wow, 39. Laura breaks out again. 300's too quick. Paul.
Just about to give up on it.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Just give her a big dinner before the final session. That will slow her down a bit.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it's hard work, isn't it? Hard work. But where did Brett move to with that one? Let's have a quick look. I think
number 7.
You're kidding.
Nope.
Okay, Tom Watkins with Doris. Kestrel Lane, 898. And Tom Kay with the black belt.
That's the Dukes of Hazzard shaped Charger, isn't it, that one?
It is. A lot quicker though. Break out for Tom Kay by 1 measly hundredth of a second.
And the other car didn't move position at all.
Not at all. 1/10 of a second off.
Yeah.
So Amy Watkins, number 23. Not used to seeing Amy that far down the order, but she's still got plenty of time to nudge it forwards against Chris Newsom. Let's have a quick look again. So the top 20, to be in the top 20, 02.
That's extraordinary.
Top 30, 07. And then you've got Matthew Dowdy and Sean Law. We haven't seen John Turner again, though. .46 too quick.
Oh,
and 69.
Yeah, stay exactly where they were.
So Mason Griffiths, your number 1 qualifier at the minute with the Appliance LS powered dragster. He went 8.99 on a 99. He's changed his dial now to an 8.98, taking on Jason Pickett.
Just in case.
Yeah.
So tell me, Tom, what makes LSs so popular? Is it just because they're easy?
Cheap.
Yeah, are they cheap? Are they? Yeah.
They're
Easy to
cheap,
get hold of.
lightweight,
Yeah.
easy to get hold of, and they make quite a lot of power without many modifications at all.
Sounds ideal way of going fast.
Well, Key Astley's 7-second
Yeah.
dragster.
Admittedly with the turbo on it, but yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Mason's slowing at the top end. Jason's going to go around him and race out.
Well, Mason stays at number 1. Jason stays at 28, breaking out. So no change on that pair.
I just realised who we haven't seen today. Jess Bishop.
Yes, so she was having issues on Thursday with her gearbox. If you remember,
Yeah,
she
right.
retired.
Yeah.
She retired from one of the weekends with transmission issues, and still there. They thought they sent it away, and they thought they got it covered, but fortunately not.
Any idea whether they could be out? Or
I don't know.
okay, no problem. Anyway, commiserations, Jess. Sorry, Jim.
Neil Watkins with the Little Purple Princess and Dave Sherritt with the Dark Revenger in the Slick Tricks Racing lane.
It's a battle of the purple things.
Yeah, it is. Well, red light there for Dave, trying really, really hard. A .10 red light. Now he's looking for 9.7, and he runs 9.72. Moves himself up to the number 16 spot, which bumps Neil Watkins down to 22. There you go. One man's fortune is another man's hard luck. So
Okay, we have one more car. Oh no, beg your pardon, we don't. It's Brian doing a rather sedate burnout. So there we go. Welcome back to the town, Mr. Parker. You've been allowed. You've been allowed back.
Only just.
Thank you, Beck.
She's sent a letter to the management, she said, about your inappropriate
What does that letter begin with? F, by any chance? As in fired. Of course. So, Brian Pateman with the Firebird.
starting in a very specific 8.83.
He was running this at Doorslammers yesterday with the nitrous running in the 7.
And an 8.9, so that's he's in number 2 spot at the moment anyway. No change for him.
And look at that little red light. Little red light. Another one right in that window. 009 red.
Teeny weeny red light. Okay, so thank you very much indeed to Sharon for sending me a quick note on the altered in the Slick Tricks lane. Yes, the car was for sale. Yes, it's actually sold to a new owner. But Alan Schofield wants to try it in the 7s before he waves goodbye to it. Also, of note, is he's on the lookout for something else, he's not just quitting. What a really interesting story, taking on AC Bell with the Pontiac. Really interesting story about Al. He'd come here for years and years and years as a spectator, and then just got roped in one day and thought, actually, yeah, I could do this. And that was kind of it.
It happens, apparently.
It does, apparently, doesn't it?
Certainly got a handle on that car, hasn't he, though?
Oh, 807 and 160. 879 for AC Bell on a 75, stays in at 18. No improvement.
Which was the tri-Chevy that caught fire here, belonging to the
Henry
Dutchman.
Houston.
Henry Houston.
Yeah, that was nasty.
That's what that puts me in mind of a little bit. You know, the olds over there. That was very squashed. That's not the correct terminology for
melted,
it. I have to tell
melted
you
I
that.
think is the right word. The word you're looking
Or
for.
melted, yeah. Dave Russell back with the van with no name.
Jens Konecki after 8:23.
Both break out.
I may have said this before. Right numbers, wrong way round. Those are all the right numbers. They're just in the wrong order. The 3 needs to be over 1.
You didn't
Konecki
write scripts
breaks out.
for Eric and Ernie, did you? At one time, was that you who wrote the scripts?
I wouldn't have had a job.
No.
Would I?
Oh, well,
Exactly. There we go. Dave Russell went through with a 72 and a 73, broke out as well. So Thomas Haas and Joe Kellett. Let's see what Joe does this time. I don't want to ask this question, but I'm like picking a scab. I'm going to anyway. Why would I have written?
Eric and Ernie.
Yeah.
Not necessarily the...
All the right notes.
All the right notes.
In the right
Not
order.
necessarily
in the right order.
Yeah, utterly seamless.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to remember.
We'll start calling him Mr. Preview.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. With him and him, go.
I was chatting to Joe earlier about, going back to running 1 car rather than running 2.
Yeah.
And he said, it's just easier.
Really?
Yeah, they're much happier running 1 car. The car's happy to turn around anywhere.
And again! Sorry, 8:05 with an 8. He's already number 1 qualifier with an 8:05. I think he was anyway.
No, he's number
not.
5.
He's now number 5.
No, he was number 5 and still is number 5. And running right on the numbers,
Exactly.
you know?
Yep. He was number 1 for a little while. Joe Kellett stays 4, 8:91 at 1:67. Sorry, Chris, carry on.
Yeah, Joe's just happier in the old car, he said. He finds it more comfortable.
And
he's more at ease.
They only need to bring 1 car to the track.
Yep.
They could still both race.
Yep. Logistically, it's just far easier. So that was the decision eventually, and that's where we're at now. So they're both sharing the car again.
I'm sure Leah's thrilled. Of course she is.
Yeah, she gets thrown up and down.
I was just going to say,
So-
before it was Dolly Daydream, it was Drumming Man.
It was
wasn't
Drumming
So
Man, yeah.
Be completely fair. In the interest of fair reporting. Tom Atkinson and Andy Dibley. And Alan Dibwell, even, not Andy Dibley, you fool. Oh. Got John Price disease. .754 goes 59. Stay 17. However, Tom Atkinson, though, huge move.
I actually think Alan Didwell was a bit deep.
That may have knocked a bit off the ET.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Hence the red.
It was 60 foot was down and he was red, so
Well-
it looks like he was deep to me.
Well done, Tom Atkinson, up to number 2 in amongst such close company to move up there from 15. Well done, mate. That's perfect.
0.005 of a second off. So, Daniel Giles and Lee Huxley.
You know, you were talking about this with Colin the other day, I think, about how different things are now from how it used to be, when people used to do so many practice starts
That's right,
and
yeah.
things like that.
Burnout,
and
everything.
Drive across the start line a couple of times, you know, they think you're going into stage, no, I'll have another pop at it and things like that. It just runs like clockwork now, doesn't it? I think, in my...
Kind of has to with the way that the cars are set up, like you said, Chris, about routines.
Yeah.
Because
so massive.
they want to make sure, especially like someone like Lee, well, both of them actually, that they do the same thing every single time.
Yeah.
So there's no variables, it's all the same. But you're right, I mean, I remember when I first saw Fuel Funny cars, they do 2 burnouts.
Yep.
Yeah?
And then
all
they
the time.
chirp up to the line.
That's the one.
And sometimes turn around on the track and come back.
That's it.
So Daniel Giles dials in a 724 in Kestrel Beers Lane. Lee Huxley dials in 871 out there in the Citrix Racing Lane.
Wow,
And
big
Daniel-
wiggle.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a big wiggle for that car.
Yeah.
Drummed off a bit of speed and DT. So Lee Huxley, no help for him, around about a tenth off with an 8.82, 7.38 for Daniel. That was well held, sir. Okay.
I think the frightening thing for all of this is when you get into the competition, there are so many people doing zeros or, reaction time.
Oh, it all goes to pot in elimination.
Oh, don't say that.
No, it really doesn't. I am joking. It really doesn't.
It has got really tight.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a difference even in the last few years.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, even from when you did?
Yeah, it's definitely tighter.
Yeah, and I agree with that. Just with what I watch on YouTube and things like that, it's so desperately tight. Not just in these classes, but really across the board. I think everybody for Christmas got a practice tree at home. It's sort of.
You can get them to download on your phone now. You
don't even. Really?
Yeah, you get practice trees on your phone online. I know they're not the same. I'm only joking. So John Tebenham and Matt Peters.
For JT and 08 reaction time. Well done, John.
53 and 1
Yeah.
John Tebenham is going quick, too quick every one.
Yeah.
Goes 151 miles an hour again. Matt Peters with a 53 on a 52.
Yeah, that's a big move, isn't it?
It's good. Nice
big move.
Your kind of move up to number 10, but you'd have already been number 1.
Yeah, it can't stop. I wish.
So Ron Bartlett in the car that Harry Potter wished he had in the Kestrel Lane.
Very good. Yeah.
It's totally true, though. I mean, if you're a wizard, you need a big block.
In its day, with that colour scheme on it, it would have been a deluxe.
Is that right?
Yeah. Maybe a 1200 deluxe it would have been.
Not quite as quick as now.
I'm throwing that out there because now people will come back and say, oh, no, it wasn't.
And we get that more than ever with people's ability to listen in all around the world. Because obviously, when you did this originally...
It was just here.
It's just here.
Yeah.
And it's only if people heard what you said. That's the thing. Because all the crews can go back and check what we've said, which is fatal, frankly.
Scary.
A lot of the time.
Well, an 08 and an 09 reaction time for those two.
Yeah, Scott wisely lifted, moved out towards the wall when it hooked right. 8.23. Ron Bartlett breaks out again by 5,000.
Yeah, but it looks like Ron's
You see the little sandstorm?
Yeah.
There's actually a little sandstorm over there in the field past the finish line. That was weird. So Jack Brewster round 4.
Interesting to see what happens here after you were talking about it before.
Hopefully the answer is straight. Most importantly straight. I mean, the car's already run 7-1. And then that was, I think, last year at the European finals.
But it never seems to have just really calmed down and run straight.
I mean, many, many times. Jack absolutely knows how to drive. Been doing this a long time. He's got a lot of experience. The thing is, though, is that when the car gets out of shape, there's been a few times where he's tried to stay with it, and the wiggle just gets bigger.
Does it?
Yeah.
What would cause that then, Chris?
Once it's not doing what it's supposed to be doing, the answer is to lift.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah. And pendulum effect as well. If you start the pendulum going, good luck, Jack. Let's hope this is the one.
Yeah. Fingers crossed for you.
That was a lot straighter. Even though he's still sort of going left. That was a lot calmer off the line. Well done, gentlemen. Hope that was what you were looking for.
Yeah, there's that desperate want to get down the track, you know?
Oh, yeah, you bet. Otherwise known as
It's got to be so hard when it's like that.
Red Mist, you got it. Chris, thank you very much. Once again, I'm sure they'll be back in 5 minutes. It feels like it anyway, doesn't it, really?
It felt like it that time.
Racing through the day.
Yep. I'll see you soon.
Will do. Thank
you,
you, sir.
Chris.
So, I need to think of something quick. I didn't manage to insult him before he left. Damn it. I think we're up with Supergas next anyway. Just move quickly on and gloss over anything like that. Let's have a look. Yeah. Supergas in Street Eliminator, Junior Drag Bike, Super Comp. And guess what? We're going to start all over again. Thomas.
Hello.
Well done. I'm guessing you didn't go far away.
No.
No. Good lad. So we have Tony Morris Carburettors Supergas coming round. You alluded to that earlier.
I did.
John. Is Tony Morris actually sponsored? UK Supergas, and I think it's Dave that does all the servicing and the aftercare.
I believe so.
Yeah.
But I mean, it just made me like phoned up one day to say he was going over to America to see Tony Morris, his business partner, and the next time I spoke to him, he said, "Oh, and by the way, I'm driving a race car out there as well."
While I'm there, yeah.
While I'm there.
So, 990 is the number. Andy Dibley, last year's champ, against Simon Fulton with Blitzkrieg. You're very welcome to make that announcement because I couldn't quite read the name, Tom, so just give it a second. Dibs goes 985, too quick. 994 for Simon Fulton, up to number 7. Way you go, Tom.
Yeah, so shout out into the pits. Does anybody have a parachute bag? Kieran Astley with the Turbo LS Dragster is looking for one. Unfortunately, he's burnt his on one of the runs, so he needs a new one.
Burnt it?
Yeah, because of it's spitting flames. And it's burnt the parachute bag. So if anyone in the pits has got a parachute bag they would happily lend to Kieran Astley, please go see them in the pits.
Wayne Hiscock and Mark White with the FX Vega, the car we just mentioned earlier. That's going to be way too quick. It was indeed. 975 for Wayne, backing off way early, only 104 miles an hour, to a 995 for Mark White.
And they stay in exactly the same positions they were, 10th and 16th, no change at all. Ronald, I'm saying Huis. House, is it?
House Brothers, yeah.
Yeah.
It even says it on the trailer as in House, House.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. And he's out there in the Kestrel Beers lane. And, of course, Dan Page out there in the Slick Tricks Racing lane. That doesn't enough rise up, doesn't it, when he's loaded up there on the start line.
Can run 890 as well, that car. Been double classing before. 988, just that little bit too quick. And only a thousandth too quick for Ronald House. However, that was a deep stage thousandths too quick. So maybe that would have been the right side if he just didn't nudge that bit too far forward. So, Mr. Fulton. Or Don't Lift Dave, as he's now going to be called forever. That might stick. Sorry, Dave. And against Andy Harrison with the Brute Force. Andy, previous UK Supergas champ with the Ford-powered Sierra. There was a time back in the 90s, Sierras were all the rage in Pro Mod, wasn't it, John? Do you remember?
Yeah, I do. With Tim Hines.
That's right.
Trying to think who else. There was
Andy Robinson had one.
Jeff Hauser had one.
Jeff,
yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Jeff
was the first one into the 7s, I think, in a Pro Mod. So, and that was in the Sierra. Well, I mean, they're quite aerodynamic in shape, aren't they? You know, they're low.
983 for Dave Fulton, 994 for Andy Harrison. Andy Harrison goes to and stays, actually, number 4.
Well, they both remain where they were. So this is Stuart Doyney coming through into the left-hand lane. I do like that colour scheme on that. It's fabo. And DJ Bobby the DJ. Or should we call him Bob Molden?
No, don't be silly. People don't get recognised if we call them by their names. You should know that by now. That's why you guys are always known as Smashy and Pricey. you see.
It's true.
After the Harry Enfield show. 008 for Stu. The car wasn't quite as good as the driver though. 10:01. And a 9:97 on the other side. So Stu Morris, number 6 at the moment with a number 6 with a 91.
Yeah, it's incredible.
It's amazing.
And Mark Huxley back round again. Had some track time today, haven't they, these guys?
Well, if you double class, it's 10 runs a day.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
That is a lot.
It is a lot, yeah. Clear move first for the Camaro at 004. Mark Huxley's going to be backing off. Goes 984, not quite enough.
Yeah.
A 94, no improvement for either. As we are on with
Street Eliminator.
Top speed automotive Street Eliminator. Transit got himself. The only unfortunate thing for Ash with us sitting up here is we can see that he doesn't wash the top of his car. or his Transit, I should say. However, we will forgive him that because he runs really quick and tries to blow all the dust off, doesn't he? Up against the Hales. Ricky Hale. That's got a Pro Charger on the front of that, and it weighs a couple of tons, I think.
What, the whole thing?
More than a couple.
More than a couple of tons,
say,
yeah.
Northern American car will set you back 2 tons.
And has a lot of power. He's black tracking. See what Ash can run. 975 at 145, 1104 for Mr. Hale at 129.
Yeah, that truck is all steel bar the front end, I believe. And the only reason why the front end isn't all steel is because it was a pain in the...
What's it?
To try and get on and off when it was all steel.
Entirely fair enough. Good point. Fair point, well made. This is a great matchup because these two are fairly evenly matched. I think that is until Mr. Sheridan gets the handle on it.
Well, that's the same with... Because what's underneath Rob Carter's car is just as...
Turbo LS, I think, is in there.
Is it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. 427, sounds about right. In the Kestrel lane, 521. That is a Hemi, twin turbo Hemi in there. Same as they've got in 5-second Pro mod cars, is what's in that CUDA. Built by Andy Robinson as well.
Little bit of wheel spin for Rob Carter, but he gathers it up nicely. And Mark Sheridan's car is running, trying to catch him.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It gave him a head start.
885 at 175. He was braking also before the finish line at 175.
There's 45 miles an hour difference between those two on the finish line. And one ran an 896 and the other an 885.
Yeah, I think that shows you the difference in the ways these guys are trying to tune their cars up. Rob Carter started with the start line and is going to work his way up to the finish line, and Mark Sheridan's done it the other way around.
Definitely that. So the ugly sister of Andy Bond. This is the ugly sister to another one of his tri-Chevys. I was going to say the street-driven one, but so is this. It regularly takes it to McDonald's and Costa, apparently.
In
This?
Greg's.
Down near Swindon. Yeah, yeah.
Well,
You see loads of photographs. It's very, very street-driven, this car. He's knocked a little bit off on the ET because he deep-staged.
he's come out of it again.
He has. A lot of the time, that's because he's testing. A
Yeah,
lot of the
well,
time.
that's what the day's all about, isn't it?
James Murray, 10:34, 133. Yeah, a lot of the time it's because he's trying to just... He's very analytical and very, very successful and good at it too. So we've got Junior Drag Bike up next. Where are we? Then Super Comp Eliminator, and we're off with Junior Dragster again. Let's have a quick look.
So Jackson King goes through looking to run a 13.21. He's currently your number 6 qualifier with a 13.31. Going to run it through to a 13.23. Takes him up to the number 1 spot. So he has taken the crown off the number 22 bike. So So Alia Lester looking for a 13.16 in the Kestrel beer lane, taking on Harry Isaacs looking to run a 13.37. These are your number 3 and 4 qualifiers. So Alia looking to run the 13.16. She'll get to the finish line first. Goes over the line with a 13.12 breakout and a 13.32 breakout for Harry Isaacs. So no improvement for either of them. Leah Morrison on the Morrison Racing bike.
And Anouk Bergering from the Netherlands. In the Kestrel lane, Anouk's number 5 at the moment. Leah is 2. Yeah, how good's that? You've got your own screen these days.
I know.
I know. Couple of respectable reaction times for a Pro Tree.
Oh, look
wow.
at that.
That will be your new number 1 qualifier for Liam Morrison. 11.41.
With a 7.
Outstanding on 11.41.
Well done.
Anouk not far off either, but not quite that good.
Okay, so Richard Wilcox from Peterborough out there in the Kestrel Beers lane, dialing in a 9.40, and Brad Morrison from Yeovil. There's a difference between those two places. Out there in the Slick Tricks Racing, dialing in a 15 flat. So these are our number 6 and number 8 qualifiers at the moment. 9.40, 9.47, and 15 seconds, and runs underneath. It breaks out. So I don't think anybody changes position there in the qualifying. Richard Wilcox stays at 6, Brad Morrison at 8.
Yeah, Alia Lester moved up to number 1 for a little bit, but then Leah Morrison took the place back.
Yeah.
So I can see Super Comp in the pairing lanes. I can also see Comp Eliminator.
Well, it's been a fabulous day, Tom, hasn't it?
Oh, it's insane. You know it's good when you've got to put your sunglasses on. That's what it is.
Yeah, indeed.
Perfect, thank you. Right, so I think we've got a little bit of track prep going on, so I'm going to hand over to Nitro FM 96.2, if you wouldn't mind taking the airwaves just for a little bit. Thank you very much to Nitro FM for taking a little bit of the time off. So we're into Super Comp. This will be Richard Tunstall taking on John Turner. John hasn't made a representative pass yet. He was in the 8s at Door Slammers, but he seems to be fallen off the pace a little bit. He's missed his run in Super Pro.
Yeah, so John Turner. Pro ET into the lanes, please. Once again, Pro ET into the lane. So, yeah, John Turner had a great weekend at the Door Slammers to start with last weekend.
Yeah, I saw that, I think. Yeah.
Deep into the 8s. And then broke the car in the final round of the big bracket on Saturday. They did fix it. He did fix it in time to join in on Sunday, but the car didn't quite run as it did earlier. See what he can do now. Back in the 8s, hopefully. Against Richard Tunstall. 895 and a 916 with the speeds there for John Turner, just not quite the ET. Stays 7, Richard Tunstall stays in at 4. We've got 13, I think there's about 14 entries in Super Comp this weekend. 13 if put times on the board, yeah.
So number one at the moment is Lee Kellett, then Lee Huxley, Marcus Oshner, Richard Tunstall, who we've just seen run, Andy Clifford, Simon Fulton, John Turner, who we've just seen run, 8th, Paul Hudson, 9th, Stephen Field, and in position number 10 out of the 13, Stuart Doiney at the moment.
Who hopefully will be round again. Leah Kellett, definitely benefiting from the fact that Joe, down there again, look, her brother has been running 890s in Super Pro as well.
Paul Hudson's got problems and he's getting repairs from Jeff Mouser. Okay.
So Steve Hudson in the Turtle T in the left-hand lane. Lee Kellett out there in the dragster in the Slick Tricks Racing lane. And an 8.93 for Steve. Moves him up to position number 2. Well done to him. Lee Kellett stays in the number 1 spot.
Yeah, Leah breaks out by 8 thou. Thank you very much indeed for Mr. Simon Groves of the ever-excellent Eurodragster.com for the info that unfortunately Mr. Hudson with the dragster, that's Paul Hudson, is broken something, looking to Jeff Hauser for some repairs, so hopefully he'll be racing later on in the weekend. So Andy Clifford with lead boot attached to right foot in the Snake Eyes car, the Kestrel lane, and against Simon Fulton with that Falcon.
We've seen that a few times today, haven't we? These have become really popular now in the rodding scene over here.
That was my fault. I said with lead boot attached and he didn't make it to the tree. Excellent. 990 with a right number, wrong class.
Oh, if you did done that.
Who's in charge of flicking the switch on the delay box? Is that you? No.
Oh, well, issues for Andy Clifford. It just seemed like the car didn't go.
No, I think he did stand on it. Something either let go or wasn't in gear.
Yeah.
More than likely. Cracking matchup this time. Couple of slingshots coming round.
So this is an old school slingshot taking on a new school slingshot. Steve Field with Black Pig 2.
Oh, there's a very good chance the old school slingshot's newer than the other one.
Yes. So the way that, if you look at his knees for Steve Field, his knees are, yeah, they're up by his hands because he has to sit right over the diff. Where if you look at Clement's car, he sits quite high up at the back.
Yeah.
So that's essentially got a second floor in it to keep the diff away from the driver's compartment.
Good idea, that. I like that idea.
Yeah, it's a lot safer.
Well, yeah, because some of them as well, I wince when I look at the photographs. I don't know whether you've ever seen it. There are a couple of cars in the States, there may have even been one over here, where the driver used to get in the car and their legs went underneath.
Yes, famously freight train.
Oh, goodness me. Of all the things you could do, just... I always say it, but a lot of drag racing is proper Wile E. Coyote with engines, and goodness, it is. It's like, yeah, it's mad. But how do you get in and out of them, Rob? Carefully.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you get in and out of any of them like that. But yeah, I think the driver must have had to slide their feet underneath, then their legs underneath the diff. It's just unbelievable. It's to keep the back end really low, weight transfer and everything else.
Yeah, safety wasn't one of the things they were thinking about.
No.
As Steve Field takes a wander around his lane, he's going to get to the finish line first. Goes 8.80.
He tried.
Sorry,
Well, I think in his own sweet way, Clement Dubois was trying to run an 890 then, because he shut it off to 137 miles an hour. Still failed miserably, but it's all good entertainment. I'm only joking. It's great to see the car, and it's very good. Well done to Andy Clifford and the team. Well done on getting in the 9-0s. Hope that isn't too serious. Car looks immaculate as always, mate, and fingers crossed for that 8-second run sometime this weekend.
Well, here's Martin Curbishley back again. And currently in the number 12 spot.
He's driven a lot of stuff over the years, hasn't he?
Seems to be mastering this car quite well, doesn't he?
Yeah, one interesting thing which everybody hopefully prick your ears up is that Martin said when you run your own car compared to the cost of hiring pools, this works out to be very... And the fact you've got to bring your own car here and everything. The cost of doing this is very favourable indeed. Basically turning up and driving the car for fun. 9.33 at 152.
Okay.
Maybe a little too much on the stop that time, but there we go. That is qualifying done for Supercomp. A little bit of track fettling. And we'll be on with Comp Eliminator, followed by Junior Dragster for the last time today. Yeah, the only issue we have as well when we're cracking on with a schedule like this is that sometimes we have gaps because the racers have to catch up.
Yeah,
because
sure.
it's just so
and
much
cool down.
That as well.
Yeah.
Absolutely that. But anyway, we're going to do a little bit of track sledding. Hand back to Nitro FM for a few moments. We won't be far away with Comp Eliminator at all, and we'll be back with you shortly. Down in the 8s last weekend. Let's see if he can get there again. 8.55, wow. Way too quick. Way too quick. That's not normally an issue for anyone.
I just want to give a huge shout out to Claire Meadows, runner of the Wild Bunch. I know she's tuned in on the live stream.
Back it on.
Number 1 qualifier.
He's picked up a lot of performance with this car. Can we have Pro ET into the lanes, please? Q2, Pro ET, please. Yeah, what's the dragster's speed on the big end? There you go, look at that. Nearly 170 miles an hour. But he breaks out, 887.
Well, it's a Model T turtle deck, isn't it, that, I think? Very similar to Rough Diamond.
Yes.
So we're looking for 890, and we get 879, but an 8.9 in the left-hand lane, and that
into the 10s, I believe. Oh, lots of wheel spin for Chris. Yeah, so the way you qualify in this class is lots of smoke and fluid coming out the back of the Subaru powered Fiesta of Chris Todd. 11.084 Spencer Tram. Yeah, as I was just saying, the way you qualify is by looking to run anywhere faster than 11.25, which he will do. I think the car's been mid-10s.
Good looking launch for Simon. 9.64, 147 miles an hour. They look pretty happy. Miles an hour plus. And Dave Swift.
wow.
Whoa, Dave.
Oh,
Terry Newton's driving around the blocks. He does an expertly job keeping it in his own lane. Still goes 9.48.
That was a massive shame that Terry Newton actually had to shut off. Different car this weekend. Taking on Matty Davidson, Mr. Boost, with the Honda Civic. See, once again, that Honda Civic Matt Davidson's got out there is a very rare beast these days. That particular version and body style. 23 to open his account. 12:30.
well, a pair of red lights, so they're really going for it here. But you're quite right about the 34. It is a superb-looking piece of kit. Oh, very good.
9:24.
And Dave Rudd at the number.
Back on with Competition Eliminator, and the winner of the Bad Habit Perfect Light Money is in Slick Lane. Also, owner of another new personal best, Matty Davidson. Mr. Boost himself, 9.31 he ran earlier today. Up against the one and only, which is a good job if you know him, Luke Stevenson in the Kestrel Lane.
These are both Golfs, aren't they?
Civic.
Oh, Civic.
Yeah. Old style Civic for Matt Davidson. Right. Well, I think missed second
How
gear there.
How similar they look from the back.
They do. Matt Davidson does 984 at 159 that time. You can see where he missed, where he shifted,
yeah.
Because if you look at the tyre track, look, there's a big gap between 60 foot and 100 foot, and then another gap, then another gap. 12:52 for Luke, 109 miles. Well, how good is it to see Brendan Clancy?
Yeah.
We were just reminiscing the other weekend about where this car was, and hey presto, maybe it kicked him into gear.
Yeah, he brought it out for a Flame and Thunder.
Oh, did he? Okay.
I think it was probably 2-3 years ago now.
Up against Simon Crowley with the hopefully not very aptly
That's
named
a Golf.
Trailer Queen. Yes, it is.
So you've got a turbocharged front-wheel drive Golf taking on a big motor nitrous-assisted Corvette.
So this is a C1 Corvette, isn't it? I think
It's a 53.
Yeah.
So I think that's a C1. I think Rob on the radio station will know.
Issues for Brendan, unfortunately, but no such issues for Simon. Going through the top end, under power goes 972.
160. Look at the speed. Excellent stuff. That's 3 real good A to B runs for Simon Crowley today. We are missing a number of cars in comp this year due to parts availability, mainly the lack of them. The Chaos Brothers, Robin Orthodoxy, out with the Alters, not here.
Jordan Payne.
Yep. Go on.
I had a message from him earlier saying that he's watching, so I know you're on the live stream, but yeah, it's same thing, waiting for parts.
Parts issues. All of this stuff's been ordered last year.
Yeah.
We're now at the end of May, and they're all still waiting.
What, from America?
Yes.
Parts
Yeah.
from America.
Yeah.
So are they feeding their own homegrown racers before they're feeding us, yeah? That's a shame.
But yeah, what's happening is as well is that the thing is that people over here tend to have one engine of a specific type. Racers in the States have 2 or 3, like comp racers in the States have 2 or 3 of the same engines and a bunch of spares. So they'll be at the front of the queue when ordering parts because they use a lot of them and they race more often, you see. Dave Swift. Nice looking run for Dave, and it's not down the left-hand wall. Will it be a 7-1? 39.
Very nice.
183 miles an hour. Shoots, please, Dave. Wouldn't go amiss. In your own time before the field. He's not listening. Either that or he doesn't need them. Anyway, I think he's slowing down at the top end. I'm sure he'll make the left-hand turn. Go on, Dave. Yeah, look at that. Nice and easily round the corner. We had a couple of people last weekend at the Door Slammers. Wow, did they make the turn at some speed? not in a good way. You know, trying desperately not to go off the end into the field. But yeah, so last qualifying cycle stroke session for everybody.
Yeah.
So, Tom Peters and Jack Taylor. See, it doesn't take you long to get into and know all the names in the cars when they come round 5 times in a day, does it, John?
Possibly not.
But we have seen them all a number of times today.
Well, Jack Taylor in the Kestrel Beers Lane is our number 21 qualifier. Tom is the number 19 qualifier, so they're not that far apart. So it's all now back down to the reaction times, which will alter their position. But I mean, some of these reaction times, the number 1 reaction time is 0041, and that 00 goes all the way down to position number 6.
I don't think that's going to help either of them. 0.1s on both sides of the racetrack.
So Jack Taylor breaks out.
So these are their last runs of the day. Okay, Chevy check it with the flame game.
They're so nicely put together, these things. They're
show cars. They are show cars, definitely.
Yeah.
You imagine being a kid having one of these at show and tell at school.
Yeah.
Yeah. Most people take a pet hamster. Teddy Howe in from just down the road in Rushton, Kestrel side of the track.
So number 28 is the present qualifying position for Teddy. Number 10 is Chevy Checkit.
Oh, Chev moves up even further. 0-1-2.
Just looking to see where that would take her.
Not much further up by the looks of it. Number 7, number 8 that'll be, sorry, yes. Teddy Howell actually moves up 1 spot to 27 with a 0.11. 27th qualifier. 0.1.
Wow.
While I remember, just want to say a quick hello as well to all the people listening around the world. Lawrence out in Sweden. Sorry you couldn't make Shula Dragway this weekend, Lawrence. Hope this is keeping you entertained. Meanwhile. Anyway, Brown. Finley Fag. Finn goes red by 07. Ellie May goes very green, as we call it, with a 0.29. Yeah, I would be surprised to see too much shuffling, especially with the top so tightly bunched.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Very impressive. Very impressive.
They're not too bad, are they, really? Not bad at all. The other thing from then to now as well that's different is practice tree. There weren't such thing as practice trees in the 70s and 80s, were there?
No.
You just went out there and nailed it when you thought, and that was as good as it got, really, wasn't it?
Yeah.
People weren't as much into reaction times. Obviously, they still played a big part. But the more things wore on, the more important people realised it was, and guess what? They got a lot better at it. So, Neve Deavy, young Neve Deavy.
Well, currently number 16 qualifier. Damien Redshaw in the slick tricks lane. Number 23 qualifier at the moment.
Weird not to see the Redshaw boys in the top 10, and they still won't be in the top 16. I doubt that's going to move Damien up much, if any, actually.
Yep, I think you're right, mate. So, red light for Neve Deavy.
Neve was 05 red, trying hard.
So it's Harry Peters now coming through for his last run of the day. And currently in the number 22 qualifying position. Freddie Taylor in the machine he calls the Outlaw in the slick tricks lane. He's currently at number 4.
With a 007. He's got to go some to improve that.
Yeah, it's extraordinary. These youngsters are so good at this. And like I said earlier on, it transfers, and when they get older...
Yeah, they're absolutely killer when they move into other classes. 08 red for Harry, 0.11 for Freddie. That will not help either of them. Mr. Marshall goes for a quick jog.
Our very own Usain Bolt.
UNC Bolt. He didn't even make it round the Christmas tree. Deary me.
Well, here's our next pair. Max Taylor, number 24 qualifier at the moment. And Emmy Crundwell, number 29 qualifier at the moment. But they have got to go some, haven't they, to get into this top lot here. My goodness me.
It is a big ask, isn't it? Top 10, 02. There's a bit of wiggle room in the top 10. I wouldn't say there's much at all in the top 7 or 8, frankly. So, Emmy Crunwell, Violet Hayes. I keep going to call it Violent Hayes, but that's Top Fuel cars, isn't it? Really not juniors. Both red, big red for Max Taylor, 0.13. Not far behind him was Emmy with a 0.07. Excuse me. They're trying to, like I said, they're trying to nail it down. Just trying that a little bit too hard. So Lola Bell Kemp with a West 10 Motorsport dragster down there. Mum, Shelley, and Lola do an awful lot of kickboxing and martial arts, and it certainly shows. Sharpening her reactions. Let's see if she can sharpen her reaction on the start line. She's number 25 at the moment. Then let's hope Daniel Weir gets to the other end this time.
Yeah, fingers crossed for you, Dan. See how we go. Here we go, lights burn down.
Yeah. Made it to 60 foot.
All together, yeah.
Well, it wasn't the reaction time he wanted, but he's got to the other end, which is a big improvement.
Yeah, so well done.
Even though it went slightly too quick.
That's fabulous. And it looked a good run too. Very, very smooth.
Yeah, they've got something to work with now. Lola Bell, 0.16. That's not going to help. Unfortunately, she will stay 25 at the end of day 1. You all right, Tone? You all right, Shell? Okay, Daniel Todd was your number 1 qualifier for a little while. He's now number 3 with only a 007 reaction time against Molly Openshaw, who is 18. Qualified 18, I keep saying that.
Well, they both look good, but they're in the 0.1s, aren't they?
Yeah, that's not going to improve either of them, unfortunately. Daniel definitely not. Molly, not at all either, unfortunately. So, moving on. Kai Cooper against Harry Redshaw. Now, Harry is the highest qualified of the Redshaws, in at number 15. It's It's very unusual not to see him in the top 10. Kai Cooper, I think, actually, currently is last at 30.
Let me check for you.
He is. He won't be now. 005. There we go. That's a bit more like a Redshaw kind of number. Harry will go to the number 3 spot. Kai will move off the bump, or the last qualified position at least,
Yeah.
to 25.
Yeah, good pair of runs. Well done.
So the top 8 are now 00. Perfect.
So we've got Richard Wilcox in the left-hand lane, and Mackenzie Love in the right-hand lane. Currently sitting at number 13 for Richard, Mackenzie in at number 6 as qualifiers.
So Richard Wilcox, the young lad who double classes between bikes and cars. That's pretty impressive going. In the Kestrel lane against Mackenzie Love. He's deep stage this time. Doesn't go red, he goes 002. He's number 1. That will count even though he went deep. It really doesn't matter. Richard Wilcox moves up to the number 1 spot. Mackenzie Love wasn't exactly late with an 08, but Richard Wilcox, even though it was deep stage, doesn't matter. 002. We now have the top 9 all in the 00s.
Yeah, that is extraordinary.
I know, they're a bit good, aren't they? I know. You see, they all have to go into school next week. Oh no, next week's half term. But when they go back to school and go, look, miss, look what I did. I did this. I qualified really well for my day off school. Okay, Ada Cassisi, number 11.
She hails from Hinckley. Isn't that where they build Triumphs now, isn't it, Hinckley?
Could be.
Triumph motorcycles.
As in Hinckley and Rugby, yeah?
It used to be in Meriden. Now I think they're in Hinckley Triumphs. So, just as an aside, sorry. And Grace Smith out there in the Slick Tricks Racing lane. Currently our number 13 qualifier. Ada, our number 11 qualifier. And I'm not certain that's going to change because red light for Grace and a 0.16 reaction time for Ada. So it remains unchanged. What time are we starting in the morning, old boy? I want to set my alarm.
Same as.
At the old folks' home where I live. So I get.
I'm sure Deb would be impressed to hear that. Actually,
she's laughing at
You're his carer, are you? You've got him out for the day. Nice to know. Jake Cooper and Lara Bartlett. Yeah, kickoffs at 9:30 again with, you guessed it, Junior Dragster.
Yeah, indeed.
And then we move into the pros around about 11 o'clock, I think, for their first qualifying session of the year.
I'm looking forward to that. It's the first time I've been here.
Mate, it's going to be so much fun.
Yeah.
I think the feeling of anticipation never really goes away, does it? No matter how many times you've done it. It's always a lot of fun.
I'm looking forward to it.
So Jake Cooper, current number 8. He's one of those, the 00 gang. Lara is 14 with an 03. 0.12 red for Jake, way too quick. 0.24 for Lara. That moves her up 2 spots, I think. It does, actually. No, maybe 1. That'll be 13. Yeah, there you go. Okay, we have Liam McDonald, leader of 3 championships at once in Junior Dragster. Brought forward by his dad. His big sister, Gabby. You remember Gabby?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Real good in Junior Dragster. Licensed in Top Fuel as well. Against Marie Camilleri, who's gone in deep. Goes 074 on the tree. That's not going to help. Liam has already been 004, so an 04 is not going to help. Okay, Ellie Franklin. I'm sure Mum's down there on the start line as well as Dad. Staging off out of the groove. quite so tacky, excuse me, and doesn't bog the engine down.
No, stack is good.
Stack is good, isn't it? Yeah.
Of course.
English is even better if you can, if it's your first language, unlike me.
Well, both domiciled in Kent, these two. Margate for Ellie Fagg and Bromley for Jacqueline Bissett. Oh, Jacqueline Bissett Bartlett, I mean.
See, there we go.
That's old age, that is.
I don't.
You know, Jacqueline Bissett, my goodness.
You could have just glossed over that. You've been all right.
Yeah.
Apart from the fact it's the boss's daughter. 04 red. And Ellie with a .18. That will help neither of them.
Can't blame them for trying, though, can you? That's
the idea, yeah.
The whole idea of it.
Okay, Teddy Sullivan with the Bulldog against Harley Coulsell, who is, again, one of those members of the 00 club, and he's only number 9 qualifier. My goodness me. Tough crowd.
But has it been like this before?
Yeah.
With the double O's,
yeah. I mean, thing is they're that good. To be brutally honest with you, be very straightforward about it. They're all kids. They've all got great reactions. They're all really into, presumably, computer games and all that kind of stuff. So they're really good with electronics and all that sort of thing. And they're on the practice tree. They're doing it all the time. So if anyone's going to nail it, it is a bunch of kids. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, of course.
.13 for Harley.
.12 for Ted.
And again, I don't think that's going to help either of them. They will stay number 9. They do. And number 27. That's a wrap for Junior Dragster for day 1 at the main event. Lots more racing still to come your way. Pro ET up next. Yeah, it's basically, it's like kids have got a focus. I mean, I'm not saying they're better focused than adults, but they're really good at timing and all that sort of stuff you're good at as a kid, you know, when you're younger.
I was good at moaning when I was a child.
How did that translate into adult life?
It's what you got now, mate.
Seamlessly, I think, is what I would have said.
Right, here we go then. So Kirsty Tram, our number 26 qualifier in Pro ET, takes to the track in the left-hand lane. And Marie Mills, local lady from Urchester, with the altered in the right-hand lane.
We are rejoined by Thomas.
I'm back.
Harley is number 9 with a 009 reaction time.
Yeah.
You got it.
So 10:45, 10:47.
Both move.
11:03. I don't think. Oh yeah. Kirsty moves up. Well done, Kirsty. Number 19 now.
Absolutely. Both 02 off, and both move up into the top 20. Just admittedly, but it's all the same. So Matthew Dowdy, number 31 at the moment. He is going to be, unless he steps it up, he's going to be very perilous come the bump qualifying session over the next couple of days, as is Laura Bainton. She keeps going just that little bit too quick. Could this be the one?
Oh, it should be.
Always should be. Never quite works.
No, I've got my fingers crossed for them both. Here we go. Well, good start line reactions from the two of them. Now, let's see what we get. What are you going to give us? 10:29, yeah!
It's the right side of the number, but
Well
not the
done.
number that they wanted, I shouldn't think. Gets him into number 30 for now. He said he was missing you. He said he couldn't believe it. He hadn't had a hug all day. He really was. He really was. There we go. Give him getting a hug now. Daniel Fulton taking on Chris Newsom out there. Daniel 10.17 against the 9.74 of Chris Newsom.
Chris Newsom currently your number 10 qualifier.
Nice reaction time too. Always helps. Too quick. And bang on for Daniel Fulton. 10.17 on a 10.17. Believe it or not, only number 6.
Yeah, he moved up from the 22 spot to number 6.
Okay. Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
Dave Rudd. It's almost like we think about the same thing exactly the same time.
Exactly.
Yeah, there we go. So Dave Rudd with the Cobra in the Kestrel lane against the one and only Warren Watts with the Camaro. Dave is actually number 2 at the moment. He was 2 thou of a perfect run earlier today. So, do you have a plan to come back racing? I keep meaning to ask you. I do, yeah? Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's just the part and the money part, I guess. Yeah, they kind of... It's like a lot of things with what I do for my day job is that when you're buying houses, your budget has to meet your expectations.
Yeah, yes.
9 flat, 957, 2 and 15 they say. Yeah, when you're buying any sort of property or car for that matter, your expectation must be aligned with your budget. If one is out of skew, then the other one ain't going to work either.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I mean, although saying that, drag racers are not famous for aligning their budget with their expectations, are they, in any way, shape or
No, my
form?
budget's probably about here.
Yeah.
My expectations are
way higher.
Maybe there.
But one good thing about drag racing, I guess, is there's lots of available stuff to go quick for not a lot of money.
Yes.
Comparatively, anyway. So, Sean Law getting ever closer to the 9 flat dialing again. Car's running a lot better this time. John Bean looking for 959. 889. Whoa, yes, for Sean Law. Congratulations. Deep in the 8s as well. 148 miles an hour. That's about the 4th breakout in a row, but I think they could care less. They're still number 33, but they don't give a monkeys. 956. Breakout, that was for John Bean. So, number 1 qualifier, still, Mason Griffiths. Thank you very much indeed to Ashley Dale for sending me that photograph. I know it wasn't Mason in the photograph, but it was a really cute picture of a dragster at York taking on, well, not taking on, right next to a junior dragster, and they do look like little and large. It looks really good. John Dalrymple is number 5. Both these two are going to have a hard time improving on what is basically perfection already. 9 flat, Deputy Law. Super gas into the pairing lanes, please. Super gas into the pairing lanes. Well, I'm particularly impressed that Ronnie Mercer has resisted the urge to turn the gas on.
Yeah, I don't think I'd be able to do that.
Well, the thing is, you've got like a mid 10-second car or an 8-second car. Which one would I like to do?
Yeah.
Which one's more fun? But he's obviously just whittling away on getting the 10-second version consistent, which is good. Against Thomas Bublitz with a very ratty but cool looking Nova. 1017. Here's what he's looking for. 10-12, 10:52. Thomas breaks out. Ronnie Mercer, not quite quick enough.
So we have Brett Featherstone with Nova Scotia, currently your number 8 qualifier, and I think he went bang on as well. I think he ran the number.
He did indeed against Bob Moulden. You know what you were saying about those really funky LED dialing boards?
Yeah.
Brett Featherston's got one as well. It's in the back of the car. Can you see it? No.
If you want me to be honest, no, I can't.
Exactly. We've never been. It's a blue one,
okay.
but it must be at such an angle that it's impossible to see.
No, I can't see.
So I think the crew have to have their own dialing board as well.
So here we go. Let's see how we get on.
9-3s for both.
9-3, 9-4 on the 9-3 dial-in.
Very, very even all the way through the finish line, but no improvement. So Mark Huxley and Simon Innes. Mark Huxley with a Can-Do Reborn. And Simon Innes with the Plum Crazy. So you feel better now the governor's been to see you? Didn't share his ice cream though.
No. I asked where ours were.
Oh yes.
So
and I'm sure he was very forthcoming with the answer. There we go. I'm leaving it there.
Right, so 10:54 dial in for Simon Innes. And the 972.
001 on the tree for Simon Innes. I presume he'd prefer a 001 on his dial-in at the moment, though. 74 and 58.
They both stay exactly the same.
400's off his dial-in, he stays 22.
Yeah, 22. And Mark Huxley, number 4. You have to be good to be at the top of this tree, don't you?
You got it. Do you know what's going to be interesting, Tom? We've been talking about, obviously John's been talking about how quick junior dragsters are to the 8th. Be really interesting to see how quick Liz Malcolm's little Ford dragster is to the 8th mile. Just out of blowing curiosity, 'cause it's not a slow car. Runs high 10s, about 120 odd miles an hour. I reckon it's going to be about the same.
I think it's a little bit quicker.
You think?
Yeah.
We'll see how it works out. Against Stevie Gates. Also, Liz isn't qualified at the moment.
So that's a 2-litre Pinto engine in that.
Yes,
It is,
676 to the 8th.
9:45 and 10:77. Liz bumps up the order to 25. Yeah, it is about a second quicker, actually. But good stuff. Let's have a look where we are. So Kirsty Tram is number 20, 026. Number 30, Pete Dodd, 073. We haven't seen Pete since this morning, since the car stopped out on the start line, have we? Roy Walker, who we just saw towed off up there, is number 32 at the moment, 0.91. Matthew Dowdy, Sean Law and John Turner are on the outside looking in at...
But they have a couple of qualifiers tomorrow.
Yeah. And
so
a couple
still
more. 4 more qualifiers after today. They've still got a chance.
Oh, yeah. On Sunday as well, they're qualifying.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, all right.
Yeah, they still have it. They still do.
This isn't the last chance saloon today, then, is it? No, okay.
No, spend your evening having a barbecue, scratching your head, working out what to dial in tomorrow, probably. It's normally the way it goes. So, still got lots more to come in Pro ET. Next pair, by the looks of it, is going to be an all-junior comp matchup. By junior comp, these are. Could you may know this as well. Could Will Clark actually run, or either of these two, run in comp eliminator with their cars?
No reason why not.
I don't see why not, because the reason I ask is because Nick Mugridge's, even though they're not coming round now, but Nick Mugridge's car was a junior comp car in the US, wasn't it?
The only issue is,
go on.
You'd be in the same class as people like Robin Sattler, who runs deep 9s.
Yeah, but
High
that's
8s.
got a different engine in it. It's not.
Doesn't matter. It's 4-cylinder.
Ah, okay. Good point. Very good point. I remember Robin. I was up the top end doing interviews, and Robin Sattler's a guy from a really nice guy from Germany. With a comp eliminator dragster, and I was standing right at the top end at the turnout doing interviews, and he red lit. And when he came round the corner, I knew a lot more German swear words than I did about 5 minutes before. He was very, understandably, and obviously a lot of racers, that's their kind of sanctuary. No one can see them up there, so they can do what they like, and he was miffed, I think. That's not a German word, but yeah, he was not happy. Neil Watkins, Jason Pickett.
Yeah, so 23 is the current qualifying position for Neil Watkins, and 29 for Jason Pickett. Darling index is 11:22 and 10:72.
Well, Jason keeps breaking out. I think he's had one run the right side of the number.
Well, we're going to see.
Oh, and again!
It breaks out by about 0.02 of a second.
Exactly right.
And Neil Watkins dialed in 11:22, ran at 11:25, which is, in my book, fantastic.
And stays
at 23. 22 it was. 22.
So both these two are junior comp dragsters. So it goes on the amount of cylinders, is that right? Not the size of the engine, yeah?
Well, it's both.
Okay. So maybe there's wriggle room for me. I have to ask Nick.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah. If you close your eyes, you look at it's two Hayabusas having a race.
Absolutely. That's exactly what was going through my mind.
Will gets there first, goes too quick.
Well, Nick moves up to 10 and bumps Will Clark down to 13. So, but there's just nothing in it, is there? They're just all so close.
Well, with Nick's reaction times, that's bad news for the rest of the class because he's got a car dialed. Yeah, Nick's very, very good. Always was in Junior Dragster as well.
Now, this is the man we've got to watch, haven't we?
He's not in at the moment, number 35, John Turner, with the Greenfish Barracuda.
So he's dialing in 9.1.
Which means he'll be back in the 8s knowing John. Yeah, that was a lot more like it.
However, he has backed off.
Yeah.
Yeah, and slowing, isn't it? Okay. That comes under the banner of work to do, I think.
If you talk to John, there's always work to do. So, Amy Watkins with the That a Bird, as opposed to That a Do. That's another name you'll know.
Yeah.
Actually missing this weekend. No Ian Brown or Harrison in any class this weekend. Against Alfie Ratton. So, last couple of pairs of Pro ET cars before we move back into the final Super Pro session of the day. Amy, 9:45. Alfie, 8:98.
$99.
Amy, big move. Up to number 12 with a 9:46 on a 9:45. That's more like it from young Miss Watkins. Well, both of them actually. Look at that. Both of them were just 100th off their dial-in.
Yeah.
So, Tom Kay with the black belt. Another one of these bike engine dragsters.
Yeah, you see, this is something that has only come to pass. How recently have these been out here?
They've
Tom?
been around a while.
I think this was the first one in this country. It was Rhiannon Bellini campaigned it when she came out of juniors. So I don't know how many years ago that was, but 2016, 17?
About that. No, before 2016, I think. More like 2006, I should think. It was a while ago. No, maybe not that long.
No, I'm still here then.
You were. Sorry.
If you understand what I'm saying.
The thing is, though, what we were talking about years gone by, John, about lack of V8s in this country, I'm really surprised no one back then tried this.
Yeah.
Putting a bike engine in a dragster.
Well, certainly people tried putting bike engines in cars. I mean, the series, the Roundy series, vintage things with Yamaha FJ engines.
The Legend races.
Legends, that's it. The thing.
Dave Jarrett moves up to 16. And Tom Kay breaks out. We need to call that the word in Edgeways pop, don't we? Because there's no chance when JT's doing a burnout. Okay, for the last time today, welcome back, Mr. Parker.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
You're right, mate.
Yeah, very good.
Enjoying being back, I'm sure.
Yeah, as usual.
All too infrequently these days, I think. Isn't it?
It's been a bit infrequent due to recent situations.
Developments.
Yeah, developments. Yeah, but developments are now good, so we're all right.
That's good. So the timing system's having its first reboot of the day. Probably trying to keep up, poor thing.
So we have another Dagenham duo out here, and start line Marshall's just trying to hold them back at the moment.
Till the tree till the light comes back on in the middle of the tree.
Yeah.
To signal that it's ready. There we
There we are. Well done. So John Tevedham with the full pop, and Tom Atkinson, of course, with the Cortina Estate. 891 and 840 as a dial-in. Okay, Tom stays at 2. John stays at 16.
Well, JT with, I think, his first ever excursion.
Oh, yeah.
Into the 880. He spent honestly, he's got to have spent a good 5, 6, 7 years trying to get that blasted pop, as he calls it, down, he doesn't say that, but close, into or over 150 miles an hour. And now he's done it. I think he's done it 4 times in a row today, and he did it once last weekend as well. So, well done, JT. Make up for breaking the Pro Mod last weekend, sadly, at the Doors Manners.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he lunched the heads on the first qualifying run, then lunched Andy Robertson's spare heads on another run, unfortunately.
Okay.
Dave Russell and Thomas Haas, your next pair.
Yep, 873 plays an 806. But Dave Russell currently the number 4 qualifier, and Thomas Haas number 6. Red light for Thomas Haas. Looking for 06. Oh, runs an 806.
Well, he stays, guess what? Number 6. Dave Russell stays number 4.
That's extraordinary. I've spent the whole day going, wow, it's extraordinary.
Well, these days, the teams can have a printout of all of their runs from the day. Thomas is going to want to frame that one, because I think every one has been bang on or within 100th, isn't it?
Yeah.
Every single one.
He's just carrying on from where he left off last week.
Terrific stuff. He's going to be hard work on race day.
Yeah.
So, Daniel Giles. In the dragster, after having got wandered around earlier on against Lee Huxley. You think you've heard these names a few times today, that's because you have. Lee's you've heard, this is the 10th time, oh maybe not because he hasn't run in the Supercomp yet, but anyway, 9th time today. That's a lot of track time, isn't it? A lot of track time.
Well, it's what everybody needs, isn't it? That's
Yeah,
everybody.
Yep.
The moan has always been we don't get the same track time as they do in America, and now here we are with the track time, you know, which is fab. So everybody's supporting the day as well, which is good. So
I think the thing is as well, again, Chris, you might know this one. I don't think double classing's allowed in Scandinavia, is it? I'm pretty sure it wasn't. So I remember Tim Adam years ago going over to race, and that was when he was
I
double
get a
classing.
feeling it's not.
And he had to choose which class he went. He went into Super Gas in the end, but you know which class he wanted to run in.
I'm just looking for Barry Giles. I'm not seeing him.
Good.
yeah, he's been here today.
Yeah, no, but hopefully he's strapped in.
Oh,
the
round the
dragster
corner.
ready to run.
Yeah,
Yeah.
They banged the blower earlier, but I don't know if there was a fix.
So Daniel Giles, no improvement at 13. Lee, no improvement with an 877. 600ths of a second off. Oh, look at that shiny parachute pack for at least another run anyway. Kieran Ashley burnt the chute pack earlier.
Oh, really?
It must have been the turbo popping and banging. Yeah, we put a call out for another one for him. Obviously, he found one or bought one, whichever. You don't want to be going 180 miles an hour.
No, it's always nice to have it there. Whether you plan to use it or not.
He uses it every run now, I think. Up against AC Bell. With a happy face on the back because I got his name right. Thank you, sir. In the Slick Tricks lane.
Well, Kieran in the Kestrel lane is 21 position at the moment in Super Pro, and AC Bell number 19. So quite evenly matched, these two.
Well, either of these really, they've been only just off their numbers so far. Kieran with about a 10th off his 60 foot of earlier. Might not be a 7, that one. No, 8:33 at 171. That was lost on the start line, I think. And 8:86. But AC Bell does not improve either.
So what will be interesting to see this time is Alan did well. Whether the reaction time goes back to where we think it should be, and whether his 60 foot goes down from the 113 he ran last
Well, interestingly, he's changed his dial into what he ran before, Chris.
Yeah.
So let's see how your theory works out. First run of the weekend for Andy Thetford with the Black Pearl.
That's good to see.
This car previously, John, in its previous life, was campaigned by the Gibbs family.
Oh, okay.
It's that car.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was in Supermod with Craig at the wheel.
Yeah. We went out to Hockenheim with it.
That's the one.
Yeah. Well, I'm blown.
He used to run some time ago in Supergas, now with a turbo engine in there. Andy's been down a couple of times today, but not made it to the line. So.
Oh, well, good luck, Andy. Seems to run at a sort of angle.
Oh, Alan. 7.60 with a 0 goes to 8.03 on the tree, 7.60 on the quarter, 8.46 at 169 for Andy Thetford. That's the quickest car Andy's ever run, and they're just getting a hang of the whole tune-up, everything else as well. I think the 7-second dial was more a hopeful thing as opposed to a that's what we're going to do type thing. But they'll get it.
It's nice to see him making a pass that was moving forward.
Absolutely that. So how many cars have we had go down? Let's have a quick look. If I can get the screen to pause. There we go. 30 cars we've had so far in Super Pro. I know there's more than that entered.
So at the moment, as I said earlier, we're on all cars run.
Correct.
At this point in time. So
Clement Duar with the Milwaukee Tools. Pontiac. Sorry, Patrick. And in Pro ET by Bailey Ashdown.
Oh, great start line reaction from Paul Marston, but you would expect that, wouldn't you? And let's have a look.
34 with a 6 for Patrick, too quick. Paul Marston moves up one spot with an 8.41 on an 8.38. Gets him to the heady heights of number 14. So it'd be interesting to see what Ron Bartlett dials this time.
Yeah, where is he sat at the moment?
What, in his 1200 Super?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
Deluxe.
I wonder how much nitrous you'd have to chuck through one of those to get it to go this quick.
Well, it'd just explode.
You wouldn't. Yeah, it wouldn't go anywhere. You'd be lucky to run an 8 to 60 foot.
Yeah.
So he plumps for an 8.25, which I wouldn't say is that safe, to be honest with you. Oh no, 8.23, sorry. He runs it what he ran before, so he is trying to nail the number perfectly.
Well, that's definitely where he's at when it's all right.
Yeah. Against Alan Schofield from up in the Wirral. Dials an 8.01, would love to break out by at least 0.02 of a second. The car is sold. I can only guess this is Alan's last weekend with it in his possession. See if we can get it to run that magic 7-second interval. Not going to be this time. Ron with another good looking run.
Yeah, it is, absolutely.
That'll be 19th spot. The crew looking at each other. Simon looking at... Simon looking across going, hang on, that's what we dialed the last run. We just changed it.
Always the way, isn't it?
Something like that, yeah. I remember someone who shall remain nameless saying, any dial-in changes before the run, it's the driver or the rider's job, not the crew chief, because said person had done it numerous times and nosed it up, shall we say.
Yeah, it is difficult.
Well, it's also been known as well, Jeff Hauser with Scott in the family dragster, the family shop dragster down there. Jeff's actually changed the dial-in standing down there on the start line, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has done it. I mean, I don't think he ever did it to us when we were against them. But we've done it too. Sometimes you just feel you've got to do it.
Yeah, but it's not at that point. It's not a scientific one like you're looking at the weather station or anything, is it?
No, it's usually I'm looking at the track and what's just happened and trying to judge this. You know, as good as the track is, it does change throughout the day.
31 with a 2 for Scott Hauser, your new number 1 qualifier.
Well done. Well done, Jeff.
Matt Peters goes 7.55 on a 7.53, and he stays put at number 11.
Oh, that's good. Because Scott was champion, wasn't he? One or 2 years?
If you ask Chris about it,
he's got 3 now.
3? Okay. It's nice to see Jeff happy.
It is very, very good. And
excellent.
As Chris will tell you, Scott's one of the more formidable races you can go against.
Most definitely.
Yeah, very much so. Well, winning 3 championships.
Yeah.
Kind of gives that away.
You don't get those 3 from nowhere.
Okay, so it's another one of the Bells. This is Ashley Bell with the Barracuda.
And it's for sale.
8.93 is what he's looking for.
Oh, I thought that's how much it was.
Oh, 893 quid. Yeah,
no,
well, 10 of them.
93. So if you're interested in going racing at this level, Ashley Bell, his car is for sale. It's sitting here in the Slick Tricks racing lane. Go and have a word with him in the pits.
Against Mark Coulsell, the low funds team. Looking to run an 8.10 this time. It's been 165 miles an hour now, 2 times in a row. He also went 8.08 earlier today. Chunked it in a little bit on the tree. Took a little bit of ET off of it that time, did Mark Coulsell. Stood a good run at 8.17 at 164. Stays 24.
Yeah.
Ashley Bell stays 27 with a 968. So Nick Good with the Lucas Oil Dragster in the Slick Tricks lane.
You have to be pretty fit to be a crewman these days, don't you? The speed that you have to run up the track.
Well, there are different schools of doing it, and I will, I will explain it. I'll show you more tomorrow. There are certain crewmen who don't walk in front of the car till it gets back to 60 foot. There are others that go all the way out to 330 to back up.
I don't like somebody in front of the car.
Really?
Which is the weird.
You run them over for a start.
Well, you never know. But yeah, I think it's a Frank Hawley thing. He taught me to do it without somebody in front.
Yeah.
And so if I ever have, Nick had a thing about he wanted me to have somebody in front. So if you would run back in front of me, you always run off to one side. I never had somebody in front of the car. Yeah. It was always off to one side.
Well, Nick's got a deep stage. That's going to knock a bit off the ET. 110 to 60. He's not going to break out. That's for sure. There you go. 10th off, and that was most of that was on the start line. Stays at number 9.
Yeah, the 60 foot was well in.
Well, because he deep staged. Yeah, he rolled in a bit too deep, which knocks a bit off 60, which as a result obviously knocks a bit off the quarter mile time.
And made him go red.
So we got Barry Giles back round. You could really hear that big Hemi go at that time, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Especially from up here, and obviously as we're plugged in and everyone's listening around the world too. So Barry is going to be taking on Joe Kellett down here. Also a very, very big good afternoon to Laura Turbeville, and a very special hello to the man himself, Mr. Ian Turbeville, her dad, obviously. Also want to say that I'm pretty sure that the Bad Blood Dragster, a 7-second Super Pro Dragster, is still for sale. So if you want to get yourself in the mix in Super Pro, get yourself in touch with Laura or Turbo, and you two could be out here mixing it up with all this lot. Although I'm not sure you want to and have a blown Hemi car in the other lane, but there we go. So Barry earlier was in the 6.7s, but all kinds of issues. Drop cylinders, pop the blower. Dials are 6.00 on the gantry. The quickest you can dial in bracket racing anywhere on the planet. Even in top dragster now in the US.
Yeah,
610. That's to keep you away from the chassis tag, isn't it? Or the yeah, that's what it is. And they're bang on 610 every time. It's just amazing to watch.
You go on the 6.0 now, you go home.
6.0s now go home. Under 6.0.
6.10
under 6.0.
On the 6.10's a breakout, on the 6.0 you go home.
You're going home, yeah. Anything beginning with a 5. All sorts of ills still going on with Barry's car. That was not running clean at all, and still. Brilliant. Well, he's number 25, 6.17 at 2.11, and no shoots at all for Barry Giles. I hope he's getting stopped down there. You see a puff of smoke, he's not got stopped. There are no shoots for Barry. He's gone round the corner, look at that. Yeah. Cool as you like. Well, I must admit, he was
quite well down on speed, though, so he probably...
I know,
211, yeah, but you know.
The thing is, though, that that was still, I'm not going to say off par, but it didn't look well at all. Still got to the other end in pretty good fashion, and was still in the 6.1s.
Yeah, 211 miles an hour as well. It's such a ferocious sounding animal, isn't it, that one? My goodness.
I do know that Sid had moved pedals around and stuff for Barry, so that's probably not helped at some stage. So they would probably, you know.
In the other lane, I do apologise. Joe went 891 again on that 890 dial-in. Unreal. So, Elodie Dubois with the dragster, 745. She's number 12. Billy Gain hasn't got a number on the board. I'm not sure why, because we did see Billy earlier.
Yeah, we did.
We shall see. Anyway, here we go. Whoa, Elodie going for a wander around at the top end. Goes 791. Bill goes 832.
No.
And breaks out by 4 measly thousandths of a second. He's in at 31 though. Jack Brewster rolling around now with Just Mustard. Once again, keen observer on the start line is the one and only Mr. Andy Robinson. Yeah, car way off to the left. I'm sure they're going to back him up and bring him back over to the centre. Not too far though, so they didn't go back in the water box. This car though, John, does look for all the world like a Pro Mod car, doesn't it?
Totally, yeah. You'd think it was going to be running sort of Pro Mod time straight out the box. It looks so nice.
I think the only difference is he's got a blown big block Chevy in there. Although saying that, Walter Strobel, who's in Pro Mod this weekend, has got a blown big block Chevy in there.
A lot of it now is things like carbon brakes and floor and all that stuff.
There's a lot of extra that goes into them. Nice and straight for Jack. That was much better.
That looks so much better, yeah.
Just taking baby steps a little bit further down the racetrack each time. That's what they were looking for.
And unbelievably not that far off his dialing. He
actually 899. Yeah, I think he might be qualified for now. Chris, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Pleasure seeing you against...
I shall see you tomorrow.
You will.
Oh, that'd be great.
I shall be here.
Good stuff.
He will. Try moving him now, honestly. Actually, John, no. Try moving now. You've been sat there all
I
day.
know. Legs have gone to sleep, yeah. Right, we're in super gas then. 9:90 is the time they're all shooting at.
Yeah. Tony Morris, Carburettors, super gas. Andy Dibley and Jasmine Tunstall. Jazz hasn't put in many runs today. Oh! 991 with the 9 for Dibs. Goes to number 7. Jasmine, no improvement because she breaks out by 6 thou. How many cars we got in Supergas? Have we got 17 cars in Supergas? Terrific turnout. Terrific turnout.
Is that good now?
That's
I can remember
good.
when it used to get really, really rammed.
20 plus, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
But that's a pretty good show. Pretty good showing these days.
Top half of the field are all 991s or better.
The top half?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Up to 8
Top
now.
8, my goodness.
Yeah, you're right. Well, Stefan Reffeltraff in the Nova, running alongside Mark White with the Vega. Nova and Vega, great names. And they cross the finish line together. So, no change for anybody. Breakout for Mark White, ran a 9.82. And we don't seem to have any numbers.
No, unfortunately, he left before the tree ran.
Did he?
Yeah. Simon Fulton, the man who has done 10 runs by the end of the day, as he's double entered in Super Gas and Super Comp, with the Blitzkrieg Roadster in the Kestrel Beer Lane, taking on Andy Harrison with the Brute Force Sierra. In fact, both of these drivers have gone 991. Simon Fulton gone 991 with a 9, and Andy Harrison's gone 991 with a 5. And that's the difference between the number 4 and the number 8 spot.
It's incredible. Well, an 03 and an 04 reaction time. It's synchronized super gassing, isn't it, this? Look at this as they head towards the top end and... they both break out. So, although they go quicker, it doesn't affect their position in the qualifying. So, Wayne Hiscock with his Chevelle, the man from Reading, coming out into the Kestrel Brewery lane. And he's currently number 16. And Ronald House, now I know how to pronounce the name, the man from the Netherlands. He sits in the number 5 spot with the what he calls the wagon.
Yeah, Wayne Hiscock's usually pretty on it. Unfortunately, he hasn't. He's managed to do 4 runs all the wrong side.
I must have heard what you said, my friend. So, I'm not certain that's going to change where he is, though.
No, stays at number 15.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ronald House was having a bit of a wander out there about the 8th mile, so he lifted and backed off around an 11.1 at 91 mile an hour.
So Dan Page in the Kestrel lane, and Stuart Morris, our number 6 qualifier. Was number 1 a little while ago, wasn't he, Stuart?
He wasn't Super Pro.
So 9.96 breakout there for Dan Page. 9.85, so no change for him.
Tim Moore and Stu Doiney. Both of these drivers have not made representative runs yet. Stu Doiney's in the number 10 spot with a 992, which is still close, but not as close as he wants to be. Tim Moore in the number 14 spot with a 999. An 0-1 light for Stu Doiney as he moves his way to the centre line.
9.90. And Tim Moore, 10.60. And a breakout for the man in the opposing lane.
Yeah, not too sure what happens to Tim Moore there. Goes over the line at 107. He was already doing 111 at the 8th, so he probably backed out at the top end.
Yeah. Will it be interesting to see what happens tomorrow when they come out tomorrow morning? A lot of investigative work overnight, presumably.
Yeah.
So Mark Huxley back with the Corolla, Toyota Corolla, in the left-hand lane, and Bobby Molden, Bobby the DJ, with the Peugeot. Don't forget, they're still looking, all these drivers are looking for 9.90. 9.903 is our number one qualifier. And no change. Breakout for Mark Huxley, he went a 9.88. And Bobby Molden, no better, 9.93. Both of them stay where they were.
Here it is. Don't lift Dave Fulton in the Kestrel beer lane. Up against Dave Cherrett with the Dark Revenger. Dave is currently in at the number 9 spot. So number 9 is a 9.92. That's the number 9 spot. Dave Cherrett currently at number 17. He's on the outside looking in. And he's still on the outside looking in. 987, 992 for Dan. Oh, sorry, not Dan. Dave, sorry. But no improvement on the 992 he's already got.
So in Supergas, this is our final singleton here. This is Pete Creswell, number 1 qualifier at the moment with a 9.903. And it's just great to see Pete out on the track again. And because do the boys normally race the car, don't they? Or one of them.
Chris Creswell, I believe, races in Sportsman T with his Fiesta. Well, that was a big wheelie. But the throttle stop kicked in just in time to stop it actually hit the wheel bar. So go through the top end at a 989.
Wow.
I think he's actually probably got the best average of everyone else in qualifying. He's been there or thereabouts on every run.
Yeah, bang on, pretty much most of the time.
Well, he was only about 8 thousandths out there, so
just the wrong side, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Okay. Top Speed Automotive Street Lemonade Q5. We've had some great runs in this today. Rob Slater against Ash Cooper. This would be a pretty good race between these two. Now, I'm sure a lot of people know out there, these cars run on street tyres. They are MOT'd, taxed and insured, although some are exempt. They qualify here over a couple of days, then they go on a cruise around all the local towns just to prove they're street legal, and then come back and race on a race day. Well, Ash won't get a time for whatever reason. Rob Slater will, though. That's a great looking run for Rob. He ran 9.4 earlier, and he goes 9.18 this time.
Very
147 miles an hour, his quickest
Well
ever
done.
one. Well done, Trudy's doing a happy dance down there on the start line. I'm sure if Graham Smith tuned in as well, the cheer was just as big from over there too. 9.18 at 147, and he drove that here yesterday from Stoke-on-Trent.
oh, marvellous.
So, James Murray and Rob Carter with Percy the Passat. Rob's in the mid-8, 8.45. Another car beautifully done by Robinson Race Cars.
You can see the falling.
Wow.
Oh, it's like working on that one. You see the rear end stand up on the car. It literally leans the car forwards, goes through. 8.35, 159 mile an hour, and a 10.1.
James Murray knocking it out of the park as well. 9.14 at 1.34. I'm sure Cortina vans were built to do that, weren't they? Also, 60 foot as well, what you just said about Rob Carter's car. 1.19, that is stout on street tyres. That's the difference the rear end setup makes.
Yeah, you could properly see the rear end of the car stand up as it leaves the line.
That's what a lot of them do in the States. That's what Mark Todd's Aston does as well.
Yeah.
Instead of squatting, it stands just to keep traction, keep it pointing down. Mark Sheridan, Andy Bond, number 1 and 2 at the moment, these two. Breathing heavy for Mark Sheridan. Whoop.
Whoa.
Andy Bond breaks traction. I think Mark Sheridan did as well, actually, but he's got back on it. 9:06, 180. Another one of those stupid times and speeds. I'm going to call it stupid because it's just silly. That car's already run 200 miles an hour. I'm not sure he's been in the 7s yet, with this setup anyway. Andy Bond pushing the limits of traction out there, about 100 foot out. So just a couple more classes to go to wind down the day. At 5 to 5 in the evening.
Well, Alan McSweeney here. This is the first time we've seen this out this weekend, isn't it?
Check out the name, yeah. Look, check out the car name as well.
Evolvo. Yeah.
Evolution.
Evolution.
It's the family Volvo that's been in their household for many decades.
Really?
And yeah, on his Facebook page, it's terrific if you check it out. It's just step by step of how it's got quicker and quicker and quicker and quicker and quicker and quicker and quicker. And now runs in the 7s. Tyre spin for Al Williamson. Al McSweeney with a rather soft looking 846 at 156 compared to what he normally runs. Identical speeds for those two. Yeah, what's amazing about it as well, it's still got a sunroof in it, and he does the burnout, and he has the sunroof open, and then you can see him hand winding the sunroof closed after the burnout.
Wonderful.
It's yeah, but no cars these days. I don't think anyone has hand winding sunroofs, do they? I don't think so.
No. I don't think so either. No.
I mean, having a sunroof in those days, that was a seriously posh car, wasn't it, to do that?
So on to junior drag bike.
Yeah.
Jackson King looking to run a 13.23. He's currently your number 2 qualifier with a 13.23. Of course, racing up to the 8th mile, which he's arriving at now, goes 13.28.
500. Well, we've got Junior Drag Bike, Super Comp, and then Comp Eliminator. And that's a wrap for day 1 at 2023. Mate, you can come up more often if it goes this well.
Don't speak too soon.
I know. We're not done yet. We're not done yet. Richard Wilcox doing just the most, honestly, all the respect in the world for this young man. Double classing bikes and cars. That's takes some do. I mean, we see double classing in cars, but not bikes and cars. That's terrific.
Well, a pair of 125cc machines.
Oh, 10th too quick for Richard. No mind, Andy. He still had a pretty good day. Leah Morrison stays number 1, even though she broke out.
So next pair, Anouk Bergering on the 125 Yamaha, and then Harry Isaacs in the Slick Tricks Racing lane on a 125cc Lex Moto. So definitely doesn't sound two-stroke, does it? Or does it? Don't think so.
13:30 goes.
13:30. Well
Harry
done.
Isaacs is your new number 1 qualifier. Bang on at the money.
Well done.
Anouk stays 5 because she breaks out by 400. They're really close to their darlings as well. Like, really
spot on.
super close.
So Brad Morrison coming into the Kestrel Lane. Dials in a 14.8, and Alia Leicester 13.12 in the right-hand lane.
Couple of the bikes that aren't quite as quick in this class. You see them paddling off the start line to get going as well sometimes. Not those two, obviously. Good run for Alia, but a better run by Brad Morrison. 1481 on a 1480 nabs the number 3 spot.
And that pushes Alia down to number 5.
Yeah, as we close out junior drag bike qualifying for today and move into
Supercomp.
Yeah, 2 more classes to go. Start with the 890 gang.
We have a pair of Steves. Steve Field with Black Pick 2, as you can see on the track in the slingshot. It's going up again.
Sure there's a name for something like that.
2 Steves.
Pair of Steves, yeah.
I wonder if it's like sheep, so the plural of Steve is just Steve.
Could be.
Here we have a pair of Steve. Steve Hudson with the intravenous altered in the Slick Tricks lane. And Steve Field, as I said before, with the Black Pig 2. I don't think either of these cars run throttle stops. I know Steve Field doesn't.
Definitely. As you can tell by the normally by the 8.3s that he runs.
Yeah.
And Steve Hudson I don't think does either.
No, so both of these guys are going to be looking at each other going down the track going, no, you lift, no, you lift.
Well, Steve Hudson's car naturally runs closer to the number. Oh yeah, well done. 8.90 with an 8 for Steve Hudson, goes to number 1.
He was in number 2, he's now in number 1. That's the way to do it.
Exactly that. Said that without moving your lips.
And
great run as well for Steve Field. His first run the right side of the number, 8.98. He's number 6. So Martin Kirbishley against Andy Clifford. Andy went 9.0 earlier today, 9.05, 9.33 for Martin Kirbishley.
Yeah, Andy had issues on the last run, but obviously he's back out now, so hopefully them issues weren't too severe.
Mr. Marston's running back and checking something on the engine.
I think it's the throttle cable. He looked like he was messing around with the throttle stop.
Okay. Well, 9.33 earlier, some way off pace, actually, is most unlike that team. See what Andy Clifford can do if the lead boots attach this time round. Looks like it.
Little bit of move at the 8th. He backs off wisely. Martin Kirbishley goes through 9.24 and a 9.11.
Yeah, Andy Clifford again with another low 944 miles an hour. Well done, team.
But nobody changes. Consistency's the name of the game, but you want to try and be consistent around the figure you're shooting at, don't you? So maybe a tweak here and there this evening.
So someone who doesn't need a tweak. Coming up next is Leah Kellett. Now Joe has been running this number. Must be really weird for Joe running 890s when this car can run 7s. It must be quite... I don't want to say it's boring, but it must be comparatively a bit dull because it's not all out all the way down like he's used to. He's doing very well at it though. It runs 891 like, 890 like clockwork. Against Richard Tunstall in the Jammy Dodger in a Slick Tricks lane. Richard's best elapsed time so far, 8.95. And 8.91 for Leah, which I think is pretty much where Joe's been all the time in it as well. Throttle stops kicking the same time.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Well, it's identical start line reactions as well for the two of them, so they're going to cross the line together.
Oh. Leah.
Oh my goodness, it's 1,000th of a second, isn't it?
Another biscuit with that cup of tea 5 minutes ago, and that would have been 890.
Well, it's actually 9/10,000ths off.
Maddeningly close. Okay, last pair for Supercomp, I think, in this round of qualifying.
And
With
it's
Comp right behind him.
Simon Fulton's 10th run today.
Yeah.
And he ran 990 perfectly earlier on. Only slight problem was he was running in Supercomp. That was it was right, wasn't he? He ran 990 bang on.
Yeah,
in
the wrong class.
wrong class. Yeah.
Right.
Right numbers, wrong class.
Yeah, taking on the man who's been doing his own thing all day, really. Clement Dubois. I think the closest he's got to the number is an 8:57, and apart from that, he's done an 8:30, and apart from that, he hasn't.
A couple of times he just rolled the lights and got on with it anyway.
Gone anyway.
Yeah, there we go. All good practice. Be interesting to see how Clement does trying to get it to run 890. He's going to have to lift at some point. Do you nail it?
There's no throttle stop on the slingshot there.
Maybe use the car in the other lane as a pacemaker. There we go. He's backed out of it.
Yeah,
he has, yeah.
902, 904. There we go. See, look, perfect pacemaking. He moves up to number 7 by virtue of not breaking out by half an hour. Can I say that out loud? I just did.
I think you did, yeah.
I think I did.
No, good for him. Well, yeah, that's brilliant.
That's something that I used to do when I was raced. Like, you know, we had the Junior Fun Day.
Yep. Yeah.
Well, if I'd on that day, if I'd come up against a Junior Modified or a Junior Stock, I used to just dial what they dialed and just shadow them up the whole track.
Good idea. Those were great fun. Those were. Again, I don't think you're around for these, John. But
no.
In August in the summer holidays,
isn't that what
on a weekday?
The
Andy Wheeler.
Andy Wheeler did. Yeah.
Great idea. Completely free day. Completely free day.
Yeah.
And just got tons of kids in, and it was good fun.
Where's Andy Wheeler now? Do we know?
Probably still paying for racing for all those. I'm just joking. I mean, quite regular touch with Andy as well. Doing very well. Know the family. 879 for Lee. Is that bit too quick? Yeah. Everyone doing very well. Both Paige is doing very well working in London. Belle is busy with her own business at home as well. So they're all doing very well indeed.
Well, pass him my kindest regards when you talk to him. Now.
I still pester him on the odd occasion for car hire when I go abroad. The only slight problem is he's European sales manager now, so it's a little bit. I don't want to say this quite like this, but it's a bit beneath him to say, "Excuse me, mate, could you do me a favour?" when he runs the whole of Europe, frankly. So there we go. So quick timing system reboot, and we have Comp Eliminator, the 2 quickest front-wheel drive cars so far this weekend.
Yeah, we haven't seen Terry Newton back out.
Nah. Well, there we go. Spoke too soon. A little bit of a clear-up to do in the Kestrel lane by the looks of it. Both cars have been pushed back for the moment. We've only got this class to go, folks. So thank you very much, Steve, for bearing with us. Everyone had a good day. Everyone got some seriously red faces, arms, ear holes, noses, all that sort of thing. Keep you warm later on in the tent, that will, definitely. Or in the bar, one of the two. I always found that with sunburn here especially, is that you never had any trouble staying warm later on in the day. Okay, yep, going to fire them up and keep them back at it.
So this is Comp Eliminator. Both these cars run under the BB-AF, which basically just means they've got turbos in the front-wheel drive.
Double B altered front-wheel drive, I think that's what that stands for.
Yes. So they've got the same index, 9.20, and they're both going to try their best to blow that into next week.
Well, if Matty Davidson can, it will be his quickest run ever. Currently Ahmed with the Silver Civic in the Kestrel lane. The big man tin car from Birmingham. He's currently number 2 with an 869. Doesn't matter at the red light. Matty Davidson with problems off the line. Nice rocking run from Ahmed. I'll get it out in a minute. 154 to 60, and he backs out of it to a 996, 119. Probably still going to finish a day number 2, but that depends on what the Williams boys do. I've just had a moment Nick has got the Copo back. See, there we go. A full-on factory stock legal Camaro in the UK. Now, even though they both didn't make those runs as they wanted to, great day for Ahmed Jamshed and for Matty Davidson as well. Thank you for coming and joining in Comp Eliminator. And I think Matty Davidson going to be finishing today with his quickest run ever, no matter what. So this pair is going to be Spencer Tram with a Quantum Leap against Dave Swift with that lovely unique AMX.
So Steve will be driving one of these stock super stockers.
Steve?
Spencer, sorry. Spencer will be driving one of these stock super stockers.
He's perfect for this job. Have you noticed?
What's that?
He's perfect for this job. Gets all the names wrong.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Yeah. Makes me look fabulous.
We always like people that make us look better than we are. Sorry, anyway.
Yeah, indeed.
And that was a nitrous purge from Dave Swift in the A Nitrous Altered.
I think he did run nitrous earlier on today. They're just looking, just picking away at the tune-up, trying to get it that bit quicker. Ran his quickest run ever last weekend at Door Slammers in the 7.2s. He loved to run a 6, I'm sure. Spencer won't be close to that. His index is 11.68.
He is currently your number 1 qualifier. He's gone 11.0. I know he has dipped his toes into the 10s before.
Dave Swift, another nice looking run for the AMX. What's this one going to be? 7.16.
Wow.
Well done, sir. 192.
Oh, wow.
Quickest ever run for Dave Swift.
That is brilliant. And such a nicely controlled run as well, wasn't it? Absolutely fabulous.
Another 11.0 for Spence.
It's actually another 11.08.
Consistent, definitely. Well done.
Well, we've been treated to some great qualifying today.
And it's going to finish.
I've thoroughly enjoyed myself, so thanks for having me back, boys.
No bother. It's going to finish on a real high as well with these two. Luke Davidson. Stevenson, not Davidson. Who's Luke Davidson?
He's an actor, I think.
Imposter. Won't be running 9.20. Right,
so this is our last pair, is it, of today?
Indeed it is. Luke goes through with a 14.03.
Right, so, come on, boys. Set the scene for me. What have we got here?
Right, we have Dan Williams in the car that Nick normally drives in the Slick Tricks lane. 10.25 is the index for that. Nick recently has been in the 9.4s in that car, which is on par with the NHRA record, AASA in the US. Taking on his brother Nick, back with the Copo Camaro. You know, John, we were talking about earlier, like pro stock cars in years gone by and how expensive they were to bring them over. This is the modern day version. These things are factory built cars that will run in the low 8s. This is Nick's first run back with the car after a while and a rebuild, and he goes...
Oh, you've called it, mate. 8.5. Well done.
146. He goes into the number 2 spot. Dan Williams goes 9.85, 131 miles an hour. He goes into the number 4 spot. And that side-by-side run by the Williams boys wraps up day 1 of the main event. Ladies and gentlemen, before you move, please put your hands together for the absolutely flawless and seamless Santa Pod Racers Club, who delivered a wonderful, safe, quick day for everybody once again. That's for all you track crew guys, everybody from the marshals up here in the tower and all the way down the top end. Thank you all so much. Whatever you do to entertain yourself this evening, enjoy yourself.
Yep.
We have dinner before midnight, which is most unusual. But there we go. Anyway, yeah, it's been fun.
Thanks for your company here, folks. I hope you've enjoyed yourselves, boys. It's been great being with you. Thoroughly enjoyed it, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Well, all being well, you will. I hope you've enjoyed it. So it's been
it's been
fun.
good fun. Yeah, loved it.
Yeah, these are. Well, I just want to say this before I sign off too. These are the good old days, folks. These are the days that you really, really enjoy and you spend all winter longing for again. So we hope you've had a great time. Tom, as always, thanks so much for your help, but more importantly for the run earlier on today. Back to Nitro FM. We'll see you in the morning.